8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much for tuning in. Got a lot to do today. Will and me could spin. Hey, there's a lot on the table. And, hey, the stories, look how thick. Hey, a lot of craziness going on. Hadn't stopped, but we'll get through it together. Bubba's here. He's here. Rick will join us here shortly. Get ready. They'll join us at the top of the next hour for the main show. Eddie Van Adler, he'll have TV rolling today. Until then, it's the Good Time Gang, and we do what the hour is called. We kick things off for the guys, and we thank all of you for joining us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We could do no-screen phone calls. You never know if you want to join in on the topic. And chime in, there's always that chance and that opportunity. Well, over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good. I started laughing.
Oh, boy.
Because every morning we start this hour, I go over and turn the YouTube on, make it live.
Right.
And then I kind of walk under the cameras, and I'm thinking I need a new signature move to let everybody know that, hey, we're live. Maybe just simply jog behind y'all.
I would like for you to do that.
Like
shirtless.
And when people see me jog behind you two, it's on. Like, okay, here it goes. They're live.
Yeah, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I like it.
Because there's a moment between when I hit the two buttons that I have to hit and walk over that we're kind of in waiting mode.
Yeah.
And the bed's kind of rolling.
Right.
But if they see me jogging behind you guys, not sprint and not a walk, but just like a, hey, I'm running out to the field kind of thing.
Yeah.
Then
going to get in your position.
Then they know it's on.
If I know Greg, I know that he probably wants you to give him like a high five too. So what we could do is as you're running by, we could just swing around and give you a high five, and then we start.
That's good.
You like that?
I may try it tomorrow.
Huh? And then, but as you come and ride,
Slightly
we're live.
Did you hear him?
I said slightly gay, but I like it.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Thanks for that start, Greg.
Yeah. 10 minutes past the hour. We thank all of you for joining us.
Yeah,
take long.
Ain't no lot of people up.
Didn't take long. We're rolling. Okay. Well, there you go. So that starts tomorrow.
May try that.
I don't know how long we'll do it, and we'll probably forget half the time. But
I forget to go in there and click the buttons half the time.
Right.
Much less run around you guys.
Yeah. So, but there's mania around the Wilburn house. JC moves into his college apartment this weekend. Got some great roommates.
You're getting a lot of
family.
moving on your plate, ain't you?
And at one point last night, our garage / storage unit
got one of them.
has has a recliner in there, has part of a bed. I don't know what that's about. Has some chest that I don't know what they're doing with, but for some reason Terry said she needs to take it to the move-in on Saturday, and then we'll just see if we need it. There's also an entertainment center there that they don't know if they're going to need. And I don't know about y'all, but I don't like to waste energy and effort when it's not needed. But I also know that, if you don't have it with you, then you can't use it if you don't. And I don't want to go back and get it. So I made the decision that it's kind of a local move. It's about 25 minutes from the house. But with my truck, I think we're taking more than my truck can handle. And I don't want to start taking multiple trips. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to rent a little pull behind that's covered
he loves
up.
Good pull behind.
Look, there's rain also forecasted, so that takes that out of it.
I mean, this weekend?
A little bit, about 50%, I think, on Saturday.
Okay.
And that'll allow, bedroom stuff, mattresses, and all that to kind of be covered up just in case it's sprinkling or something, and then use the back of my truck for miscellaneous items or whatever. But I am so ready for that garage to be. There's a kitchen table and 4 chairs in there.
I've been there.
I don't know if y'all have heard the list. That's a lot of stuff that's in there. Yeah. And so it looks like
mine's the same way.
Yeah, it looks like hopefully come Saturday night, I think it'll be somewhat back to normal.
Okay.
But right now you can't walk halfway back on one side. It's everything
tearing you up.
Oh, well, I mean, it started out with 1 or 2 things, and now it's getting serious.
Listen, we were helping mom and dad. I inherited all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, what we got a plan for this? We're gonna sell it,
right?
I'll give it away.
Right.
I just want it gone.
Yeah. And one of my next door neighbors, who their kids are a little older, and so they've already gone through these stages where we've put one through college and multiple moves. The other one's currently in, and the other one just graduated from high school, so he's still at the house. But you trade furniture. Yeah,
you ain't gonna use that couch.
Hey, that bed frame right there, don't throw that away. JC could use it, and all that kind of stuff.
I've been through all that.
And so my next door neighbor said it was so funny because you're experiencing what we did, and that was furniture would come back home, and then it would go back out, and then sometimes we'd get furniture and we'd go, now what are we going to do with this?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where we are right
Once
now.
it gets stained so much, it's time to get rid of it.
Right. So we got a recliner.
Right there in the hall here. That's what.
Oh yeah.
That I brought into our world.
Right.
That was one of my kids. They had that. I think. I don't know how I got it.
Yeah, that was Taylor's.
He
You're right.
hates that love
He
seat.
can't stand it.
No, you're talking about
got
that big
rid of
thing
the big
there? That's
couch.
fine. Y'all don't have to deal with it, but y'all throw it down to my. That's fine. That's fine. So I thought
He's
I
been
was
mad about it ever since we moved in here.
I made it worse.
I don't know if I'm mad. I don't know if
Mad.
that's the right word.
I made it
cussing.
worse. I made it worse by moving it down towards.
Oh, yeah, you might get away from
You
you.
keep messing with
No,
it.
it wasn't away from me. It was
Tell you what,
away
if we
from
can
me.
get it in my office, maybe we could. You think we
It's
could put it
almost
in there? I think we ought to try to squeeze it in there. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Let's
Step
get
over
rid,
it.
We need to get rid of that thing.
So there's this recliner that everybody likes. It's real comfortable, and Tyler used it for a while and all this kind of stuff. And I thought, hey, I'm gonna come through. JC's gonna really need this.
Yeah.
So we got it from Tyler. Does not need it anymore since he and Mabry, his wife, have kind of joined forces with furniture and stuff. It's like, okay, that one we don't need.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, do I take it back up from the loft, because that's where they stole it from? It was one of the recliners up in the loft, and I'm like, I don't want to move it upstairs if we're going to need it, so let's put it in the garage, and let's just see after this weekend if JC needs it. And so I thought, man, I'm doing good here.
This time next
and
year it'll still be.
it's the one that's kind of so big and awkward that you have to take it apart.
Oh, yeah.
And
pulls
it's in
back
two
off of
pieces,
it.
yeah. And so last night I was talking to JC, and I was like, hey, recliners in the garage. I said, so y'all think you'll probably need it? He goes, no. I'm like, what? Wait a minute! I've gone through all this
Now you're
effort, and
stuck with
it's down there. So do we put it in the loft, or do we take it? He goes, I don't know until we start getting everything in there, because one of his roommates is bringing the couches. So I'm like, well, what do we do? So Terry said, I know you don't want. I think we got to take it, and if we don't need it, we'll bring it back.
What?
So that's on me. Yeah,
Bring it back?
Y'all don't care about me.
You don't have to bring nothing back.
Well, I mean, it is a recliner that was in the loft. We had
Just
two
set it on the
recliners.
side of the road.
Yeah. Well, it's too nice to do that.
I'll come get it.
Yeah, well, I know you will.
I need one. I need a recliner.
I'm not
You
giving
need a
my
recliner.
I do.
recliner away,
Yeah.
y'all.
He needs a recliner.
I'll come get it today.
Done.
I'm not needing.
Just like it said.
Y'all ain't listening to me.
Just
Y'all
like
don't
it
care about
said.
me.
Rick and Bubba.
The best thing about summer, the food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing all the summer flavors right to our door with their limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. HelloFresh's ever-changing menu offers more than 55 weekly options that keep your taste buds on their toes, and the pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Get 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsor.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877 Ask Dell.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at atob.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
There are good and bad surprises. With a protection plan through CarShield, the surprise of your car breaking down is easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. You choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. Get covered today at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-391-8888. Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial, delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Will and me could spin today. You never know. So that could happen. So be standing by for that. A lot of great things on the old wheel here. So that could spin and make somebody's day. So be looking for that. A lot out in the old world today. I was just updating you on yet another son moving and my garage turning into a storage unit. So I'll update you as the week progresses. But we'll see how Saturday plays out. One thing that is also within the staff here a big deal is Greg has graduated from just, hey, I've got my phone, to now I've got some wireless headphones too that I put in my ear.
Yeah.
Well,
tell us about this.
We had a show sponsor, Raycon, and I've
Yeah.
heard them talk about them, and me and Taylor were talking about them. But anyway, they got me some for my birthday.
Oh.
And I told y'all yesterday I couldn't figure out how to get them to work, but I figured it out.
Right. You did. Well, good night, buddy.
But the run, I wore them when I went running, but I really hadn't, like we talked about before, a hard time where you put your phone. You know?
Right.
So I had these shorts with a zipper pocket on the back, which was fine. I put it there, but I took off running. My pants started falling down.
Right. See, I don't like that.
So I had, but it had a string in the way, so I had to cinch it up.
Right.
So that worked.
Uh-huh.
That it was okay. Well, it didn't bother. It'll warm up a little bit back there, but it flops.
Is that better than holding it to you?
Yeah, I don't know about holding it. I just don't feel.
See,
right.
I don't like how it feels when it's flopping around in your pocket.
Well, it wasn't flopping really.
You know.
But it was trying. Like I said, once I got my shorts cinched up.
Yeah.
But
well,
anyway,
how do you like your Raycons?
I love them, but they've started working. I don't know how, what I did, and so who knows if they'll. I'm stuff like that. I get a little impatient, but so far so good. I didn't have one in my ear good and it fell out, but that's on me.
Really?
Yeah.
You stop.
Does the little buds that you had, the little earpiece, because it comes like 3 or 4 different ones.
Yeah, it comes with
Did
the
you
bunch.
try them out?
No,
or just
I just
went
put
with
the one that came.
Well, I tried all mine out, but the standard that it comes with ended up is the one I'm using.
I
Yeah.
figured
Let me see them ears real quick.
They're medium.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I got a huge ear canal.
You got a big old hole. You're gonna need the big.
No,
one.
they actually felt like they were a little. I might need to go down a size.
Oh really?
Well, you said they fell out, Greg, or one of them fell out.
Well, yeah.
So it's either. Yeah, to your
Well, I
point,
wouldn't have had it.
to your
Maybe I didn't
point,
have it pushed down.
Yeah,
in
it can't. It can't either. It's not. Well, it's
Plus,
one of the two.
my
It's either
phone
you can't
rang,
go in or
my
it's too
phone
loose.
rang, and I was kind of messing with it, and then so that was kind.
Were
of
you sharp and just tap it to answer?
You know, you
did
can
you? I don't know.
you can do this right here and it'll answer.
Really? Okay.
Did you read anything that it came?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It
What
started,
color are they?
Black. It started showing a bunch of different things you got to do to get different modes, and I was like, I'll get to that later. You got to tap this twice and all that.
Yeah.
I'll get to that. They just came on. I thought, well, they're working.
Well, I got to ask a question. Did I want to know what you went to as far as your music choice when you ran, and then I want to know if it helped.
It did.
It did.
It makes a difference
because I've always ran with nothing. Always.
I don't say how you do that.
And I thought that the music would actually get on my nerves.
Okay.
But actually, it was better.
Oh, put a little pep in your step, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I mean, I'm seriously. I may have had the record time on my run.
So you went with George Michael, or who'd you go?
I went with that because that's my favorite.
Right. Now,
you know what I went with? AC/DC right out of the gate.
All right.
With Shoot the Thrill.
Oh yeah.
Into Thunderstruck.
Did you notice your pace was a little quicker?
Yeah, I had to back off. I was getting a little carried away. Had a little Billy Squire in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you create your own list?
Yeah, I got it's my Apple Music.
Uh-huh.
So I just let it start at the top and take off.
What's that category called? Like running or working out or?
Oh, I don't have a category. They're just on there.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you made it like a playlist.
Oh no,
like a name to the playlist. Like Daddy's running.
I'll have them.
Huh?
I don't really care what song it is. Just song.
Okay.
Because if it's on my list, I obviously like the song. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see you create a playlist. It's Gerald Cates' favorites.
That'd be a lot of old traditional country.
Right.
Little Lee Hubbard runs with me.
Yeah. Well, he'll send you a text, won't he?
Oh, Lee, that was a good one. How'd you like that? How'd y'all like that?
What you sent us yesterday, Greg? I thought I'd done something wrong. You know what I mean? Like you click on something, you think, how in the world
how'd
did
y'all
I
like
get
that?
here?
That's something else right there.
I knew y'all appreciate that.
Oh man,
I ain't putting that on the playlist.
No,
I actually, Speedy, by the end of the run, the last song I ran to was a little Blackberry Smoke.
Okay,
it's a good running song.
I don't know if y'all know this or not,
Waiting on the thumb.
but like, and I know this is going to be, it's going to make your head explode, Greg. But did y'all know that like when you pull up your song, all right, so you see that the song is pulled up here. This is Chris Stapleton starting over. Okay, well you can click on the song here.
See, I never do any of all that.
You can click on the song here, and you see where the bottom right here, where it's got all the little lines and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You click on the line, and then this guy comes up right here. If you click that right there, that looks like a sideways 8. If you click that, then after that song is over, it'll just continue to play songs that are kind of like that from different artists.
Oh, well,
I didn't think I would like that, and then I did that the other day.
Sideways 8.
Yeah, and then I did that the other day. I was cutting the yard or whatever, and I realized, wow, I do like. I mean, they're picking good songs for me.
I got
you.
You
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If you keep that on, then that's what'll happen. If you're working off a playlist that's
Didn't
not
know that.
that you hadn't created. That it's just
You
like,
just educate a lot of people.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I accidentally hit a button the other day on it, and I can't get to stop, and it shows the lyrics.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, that's
bless
an
your
easy
heart.
fix.
Yeah,
I
but
just accidentally hit it, and but you know what? That's kind of handy because how many times we had a song? You go, what's he saying?
I'll be
Yeah,
looking
that's
at
cool.
it. It'll be sitting in the car. I'll be looking at it. I'm like, I thought it was something else. this
Oh,
whole
yeah, a
time.
lot of times I want to be close.
Yeah. I've learned a lot about, since I've been with this show over the years, a lot about music that I never really even knew. You and Rick breaking it down. You know, the
Talking about useless information. Yeah.
well, but I don't know. It's
I
kind of
can't
cool.
remember my
Like,
pin
you know,
number, but I can tell you who played bass on whatever.
Just the background to what the song meant and the lyrics and stuff. I never really even paid attention to it. But well, I'm glad you got your Raycons and you're running.
That's
Now we got to figure out.
So I'm sleeping on a Helix mattress and I'm running with Raycons.
What a great invention. And honestly, because I didn't really come into this but about a year or two ago when I went with the wireless earbuds have not been out since like 2014. So it's not like they came out in 2000 and you're just now. This is something that's just a few years old.
Yeah.
That you're jumping
We just got to
into.
figure out the inner ear thing. Make sure that the insert's the right one to fit your ear, because they don't need
It
to be
shows
falling
you put them
out.
in and you kind of rotate them forward. It says.
Okay.
You got your little charging station. You put them in.
Yeah, and I'm a little confused on that. But
Yeah.
so
actually
once you
charges
charge
them.
that thing up, it stays charged. They said for like 3 charges.
Correct.
And then you got to charge it back.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't know it was 3 charges, but
I may be wrong.
But probably close, if not even more than that.
Yeah.
I thought it said.
And then it
but I-
should be to where
have.
you
It
open
may
the
be.
case up and you take them out and you put them on and you'll hear like a little tone or whatever, and they're
talk to you.
automatically connected.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do anything.
Raycon.
That's what happened yesterday.
There you go. Look at you.
But I got to do something with my phone.
Mr. Buddy still
Carrying
running
my
with you?
phone.
I think you need
He'll
to
go
get
one
one of those
lap, then he
things.
goes sits under the tree.
One of those
Okay.
things on your arm. Speedy was trying to get you to
Yeah,
buy.
please do
That's gotta
that.
be
I
something
got to see
different.
that, and if I get Lisa to take a picture
What
of
if
it.
I put it like right here?
Yeah, that's not bad. Put it on your
Wear it like a
forearm.
wristband.
God, I think it'd get on my nerves.
Kinda
Better
like
than jiggling in your pocket. You know, like-
I don't know. That's bad.
plus, you're building your arms up with a little
That's
small
good.
weight.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use, because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to, or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
If you own a fleet of trucks, or if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards. That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. Seriously, folks, with A to B, there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or any truck stop that accepts Visa. And talk about nonsense. Unlike other other fuel cards, A to B has no gallon limits, and A to B is going to help you grow your business. As you're paying on time, you're growing your credit. Apply today by going to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/radio to apply with no credit check and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. A2B.com/radio or head to rickandbubba.com under sponsor. Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba are here. They're in the building, ready to go. They'll join us about 30 minutes from now. Eddie Van Adel will have TV rolling today, and we thank all of you for deciding, yes, I will tune in to Rick and Bubba, and thank y'all for that. As we come back, there's a story out about a product being discontinued. It's a food or a snack, an ice cream snack, and I never gave this enough.
I didn't know what it was,
to the point where I'm trying to remember if I've ever even had it.
I think I've had one, but I don't remember. Like when you go to the freezer in the store, I don't remember seeing them in there.
I don't
either. It
either.
seemed like to me at some fast food restaurant, it was, I don't know, I may be wrong, but I've had one.
Okay.
But I haven't had many because I haven't seen many.
Well, I tell you what, it looks good. Klondike has.
We all know about the Klondike.
Klondike has discontinued the Choco Taco. And it has. Y'all listen to me now.
I'm looking at it.
It's been on the market for about 4 decades.
Yeah, and
about
I've had
40
the
years.
Choco Taco.
Okay,
But
it's been a long time. Maybe had one. It looks really good, but here's the funny thing about it. They didn't say they're discontinuing it because I tell you what, nobody buys it. They're basically discontinuing it because they're saying our other products are in such high demand. We got to focus on them. And Klondike's Choco Taco is down the list a little bit, so we're discontinuing it.
Yeah, they said they know the Choco Taco is a huge fan favorite and top seller for our out-of-home business. So it's just painful. They're working hard to find a way to bring Choco Taco back to ice cream trucks in the coming years, they claim. But right now, there's too big a surge, and the Choco Taco is being put on the shelf. The other items are getting a little more than they were saying, and they're encouraging you to try their other items.
Let's say you're out there and you're like, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about. Let me describe it to you, all right? The Choco Taco is a frozen treat featuring a taco-shaped waffle cone filled with vanilla ice cream.
Man.
Oh, my goodness. And partially covered with milk chocolate and topped with peanuts. Now, does that not sound good?
I'm looking at it.
Good
It's been a
gracious.
while, but I actually have had one of these.
So,
If anybody wants to bring one by, that's fine.
Choco Taco was previously sold at Taco Bell
I
and
told you.
saw a return
That's where I
the
had
fast
it.
food chain's menu for a limited time earlier this year to celebrate Klondike's 100-year anniversary.
That is where I've had it.
Okay.
I remember it used to be a dessert for Taco Bell.
How about this? Jack and Jill ice cream employee Alan Drazen came up with the idea for the Choco Taco in 1983.
Okay, the 80s, another great thing from the 80s.
The product was then distributed to ice cream trucks until 1993. We got an employee that just came up with it, and then the taco-shaped dessert was sold to Taco Bell at one point, but the product was dropped from the menu in 2015. And Taco Bell partnered with Klondike in February to bring it back, as I just talked about, to 20 of the fast food restaurant stores for a limited time to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Klondike. But it has been discontinued. 40 years on the market, discontinued.
So if they're out there, you better get them on.
You don't see a whole lot of ice cream. At least I don't. A lot of ice cream trucks. But there's
a few.
I would say the last 3 weeks or so, I've heard it come through, and it'll come swinging through the cove.
What would be your pick if you went out to the truck? What would you want?
Whew.
I don't even know what the options are.
Yeah. You got the bomb pop.
Mm-hmm.
You're all about that bomb pop.
You got the
aren't
drumstick. You got probably the dreamsicle. You
Yeah.
got the fudgesicle.
Yeah.
Now, if you get
Boy, that
modern, let me
fudgesicle's
since I don't deal with the truck, but just say I walk in a quick rip,
Right.
and they got a frozen, they got the cooler over there. I will go with the Dove milk chocolate bar.
Ooh, that's good.
With it's the Dove chocolate on the outside with the vanilla ice cream on the inside, and that is a good one.
Well, let's see. It says
there.
It says
So
the
there.
10 ice cream truck classics that still make us come running when you hear the truck. Here's the top 10. How about the Choco Tacos at 1?
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Push-ups.
Oh, this is the one.
What
you
about
like.
push-ups with a little sherbet?
The King Cone. You like that?
The what?
King
I don't
Cone.
remember that. I don't remember that.
Oh, now I think this is going to be mine here because I love an ice cream sandwich. I love.
Oh,
them.
they're
I
hard
love
to
them.
beat.
Oreo ice cream sandwich comes in at
Just
3.
give me the old classic ice
Yeah.
cream sandwich.
And you know
the
the old-
straight up Barber's Dairy ice
Yeah.
cream sandwich we used to have when I was a kid, and we had a freezer out in the utility room that if you went out there barefooted, it would shock you.
Oh yeah. How about the old
I'd hate
Crunch Bar? Crunch Bar, yeah.
ain't mine. It's okay.
Strawberry shortcake bar.
Then I don't know anything about that.
Screwball.
Don't know anything about that.
Firecracker.
Where's these coming from?
This is
These
just-
were not on the truck that I went to.
and
as
then
a kid.
snow cone.
Greg, that was 40 years ago.
These were not on the truck.
What I'm saying is they've
I
probably
thought those
got
were
some different,
classics.
flavor. I think he's just doing a top 10 list.
Yeah, that's what it was. It says, "What's the most popular ice cream
Well,
truck items?" Top
Popular
10.
and classic. are two
Well,
different
that's
things.
back in the day. It was the fudgesicle. It was what was the one that had the chocolate
Greg.
on the outside, and the vanilla on the inside. I don't remember what it's called. There was the drumstick.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the drumstick? There was the bomb pop.
Uh huh.
Oh, those were the ones that I remember.
So we got Klondike's mint chocolate chip ice cream bar. It says the fudgesicle original fudge pop.
Yeah.
The Chipwich.
I remember the Chipwich.
Okay. Nestle's drumstick.
Yep.
Popsicle firecracker.
Don't remember that.
Good Humor strawberry shortcake bar.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah.
You know what I hated? Have
Giant
you ever
vanilla
seen
ice cream sandwich.
The
Ooh.
snow cones. Now, I like a good snow cone if they make it, like shaved ice.
Right.
But you get the snow cones that are prefabs out of the freezer, and you try to bite them, they're like biting a brick. You got to let them
Yeah.
melt. Takes forever. I
You
didn't
okay
like
over
those.
there? You're
I know.
fired up about these.
Yeah.
deals.
Listen, I used to love that stuff. Tell me about it.
And I don't know this. I'm just making stuff up. But I was like, why don't I hear more ice cream trucks? And I'm like, is it with gas prices and stuff? Is it too expensive to be riding around? But they said the successful ice cream trucks can expect to make $200 to $300 a day, or up to $1,000 on holidays.
How about that?
and average monthly income about $5,000, working 20 days a week.
I always thought that was kind of a cool truck when I was a kid, playing that music.
Says the average expenses tally up to about $2,500 a month. Buying a used ice cream truck, which I wish we would do,
you wish we would
costs between $10,000 and $20,000. That's what it says. A used one.
Wow.
Do you not think how funny would it be if we had an ice cream truck?
Well, we've got a
of,
truck we could create into an ice cream truck.
That's true.
Yeah,
sitting
that's
right
true.
out there.
Yeah, but instead of like the ice cream truck classic sound, it just goes Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, and you
coming
hear
down the street.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be bad.
You're like, Mom, there's Rick and Bubba.
And we'd all have to take turns running it.
Yes,
you could actually turn that truck right out there where it's sitting into a full-blown food truck.
You could.
And you can make a ton of money
You
right
could.
here in this area
Sure.
with had many people coming by.
What would we sell? I mean,
I think tacos are pretty easy to
Tacos
make.
are good
Taco
out of
trucks
truck.
are It's the inventory would be pretty simple.
Would we keep our logo on it? You just call it the
Rick and Bubba taco truck.
Oh, taco truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, if you wanted to do a complete full-blown, but I think you need the only problem is there is a Taco Mama right there.
There
There is. I don't want to upset them.
Yeah, and
We could be Taco Daddy.
I think we could sell more tacos, but I don't want to make them mad.
Yeah.
What about this? I know you like tacos, and I respect
Oh,
that.
I love tacos.
But and I don't know what it would really
I'm
be.
gonna
But
eat a
what
taco
if
Thursday.
what if the Rick
I
and
could
Bubba?
eat 15 tacos. in
What
one
if the
sitting.
Rick and Bubba food truck just had the Rick and Bubba favorites, and it's
that's fine,
kind of
too.
what we like. But I mean,
You still want to
then-
come up with an inventory nightmare.
Well,
Yeah.
Bubba be trying to put ketchup on everything.
Right. Well, it could be the Bubba special.
Yeah.
And then that means add ketchup. But I know, I mean, that's you know what? That's a great idea, Helmsy.
Well, no,
We could put it down at Pepper Place, which is a big thing on Saturdays, or go to these,
Yeah, I'd love to do that on Saturday.
especially during football season.
Yeah. Greg could
Listen,
drive over, and he and Lisa could take it one
I didn't
Saturday.
say we were going to have anything.
Oh,
You
okay.
can set it up
We
at,
could-
at
we have
UAB's home games.
Yeah.
If I was an entrepreneur out there, young, got a lot of energy,
Yeah.
I would reach out to Rick and Bubba and go, hey guys, why don't we make that truck useful?
Okay.
Let's keep the logo up there. I'll revamp it, just reconstruct the inside, food truck, and I'd like to be on the road supporting you guys and delivering delicious food all over the state of Alabama and Southeast from the Rick and Bubba taco truck. And during the week, it just sits out here and people come over here and do it.
So this isn't you're just dreaming now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you know how entrepreneurs are. They're movers and shakers.
But you're right. It's already got the side window that you push open.
That's an easy convert there.
It really is.
It is.
It's a big. Now it'd
got
be
a big
big
old
food.
window.
It'd be a big food truck.
It would.
You know, it's got a big old window. You open
know.
when
I
He
know.
just said that.
I just said
Big
that.
old
I
window.
mean,
Well,
Greg,
you have
you ain't
your-
gonna believe it. It's got
got
a
a big
big
old
window.
Did
window.
you have your Raycons in? Were you running?
I was trying to.
He's messing
Y'all
with his
seen the window?
playlist.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Blue Star medicated ointment gets 5-star reviews from our loyal users for fast relief of the pain and itch of almost any skin irritation.
Blue Star soothes insect bites and fungal infections.
It really works on the summer rashes I get every year.
I had psoriasis on my elbows. Blue Star worked wonders.
Amazing stuff. Smear a bit on and the itch is gone.
Look for the white box with the Blue Star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Can't believe this new $2 cheesy double beef burrito has all these kinds of cheese going on. Plus nacho cheese sauce. It's like they read my mind when they made this.
Nah, they couldn't have read your mind because it also comes in spicy. So they must have read my mind.
Are you really getting competitive over whose mind Taco Bell is reading?
Maybe.
Try Taco Bell's new $2 cheesy double beef burritos. Burritos with a 3-cheese blend, nacho cheese sauce, and double the seasoned beef in classic and spicy. At participating stores for a limited time while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra. Double the seasoned beef as compared to beefy melt burrito.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works overtime with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget is available as a concentrate or extreme reach hose end. Purchase Wet and Forget in-store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition taste of summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
It's
my
10 minutes till top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. You know, in life, there's good surprises and bad surprises. Finding $20, hey, that's a good surprise. Your car breaking down, that's a bad surprise. And we've all been on both sides of that. Bad surprises, not so good. But if you have a protection plan with carshield.com/Bubba, those bad surprises will be a lot easier to handle. They offer protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. Just choose the mechanic you want to use and do the work, and their administrators go to action and handle the rest. And look, the good surprise is, again, every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursements at no extra charge. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. It helps make the surprise of your car breaking down a little easier to handle. Get coverage today. Just contact carshield.com/Bubba for your free quote. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Or if you'd rather call them, you can do that. 1-800-391 8888. That's 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so as we roll on back, everybody is here. Adler and the guys join us right after top of the hour.
So yesterday, you're talking about the Choco Taco, and you're
Yeah.
talking about things that have stood the test of time. Yesterday, Maddie and I were headed to some tennis clinics, and she brought up something that I'd never really thought about. You know,
Okay.
that third child's a critical thinker.
They
You
are.
you vouch for that.
Yeah.
They're a different mindset than the other two, and so it started pouring down rain yesterday.
Man, why was it raining our
And
house?
I'm gonna tell you, it was one of those that where we were going for tennis clinics, there was not a drop, but in about a 10-mile radius, it was just downpour. I mean, just
Wow.
rough. But she asked me this. She goes, Dad, why does the windshield wipers not cover certain areas of the car,
right,
a window? And I thought, yeah, I don't have an answer for that. That's a really good question. And then I told her, I said, the windshield wiper was created in the early 1900s, and it hasn't changed at all. Is there any? I know we've upgraded a little bit, but it's still
You see on these big trucks, some of them that kind of square side
Yeah,
to side
right.
instead of like this.
Yeah.
But that's about the only.
Yeah.
I
get, boy, so, but
as far as vehicle cars driving, they've looked the same since I was a kid.
You would think we upgrade everything, but it seems like we haven't upgraded windshield wipers.
You think by now wouldn't even need them? They'd have some kind
That-
of. But I
exactly.
know if you put Rain-X on them, it helps.
we're not talking about the type, and I know some are better than others.
Sure,
We're
yes.
talking about just
Yeah.
the overall invention of
Exactly.
The motion and everything.
Yeah,
It's that one spot back and forth. And Maddie was like, I said, and I just asked her because I didn't know. I said, well, what would you do? It seems like she's got a little engineering mind. And she goes, well, I would think we'd have something up top that when these went down, this went over. And she goes, and I don't like the fact that right in here is staying like just completely wet the whole time. And I like the way she was thinking, but I didn't have an answer for it. And I thought, why is this? Is this just the best we got when it comes to windshield wipers?
Yeah.
Is there any? Maybe we can't do it.
I don't know if the cars, because we've all had them that have one short and one long.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
It is. It
They
is.
Still don't cover.
And I don't
it.
know what that thing is that we've put on the back of the window. It doesn't work half the time.
It doesn't, and it's okay. It clears for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never use it.
I don't
I
either.
never turn
I
the
forget
back
it's
wiper
back
on.
there.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it's a bip when you're trying to wash your car.
Oh yeah.
It is. You got to try to
Absolutely.
lift it up.
I just
get
feel
behind
like in 2022
Yeah.
that we could do better with windshield wipers.
So you don't think that they perform well?
Well, it
No,
just
I
hadn't
think
made
they-
a lot of gains.
Well,
There's
and
not
I
a
know
lot
what you're
of
saying. Where
progress.
some
They
areas
haven't evolved.
Some areas aren't hit, but I guess they're focusing on line of sight.
Sure.
Just right in front of
Yeah.
you, so they don't care about the outskirts.
I don't know. I would just think we upgrade everything in this country.
Yeah.
And we've just made the decision that windshield wipers, we're going to keep them exactly the same since the 1900s.
Yeah.
Early 1900s.
Yeah.
And maybe people have tried it and they've go, this guy, whatever his name was back then, had it figured out. And there's nothing we can do. We've tried different ways.
Yeah. Well, how about when you're in something real bad and they're up? I mean, I'm talking about full speed and it's still hardly making a difference.
I just
It's
thought
raining
it was
so
a-
hard.
Oh, I was in that the other day. You got them. You keep turning, thinking there's another notch, and it's not.
Yeah, and they're just
to
going
my point. Well, and I was caught off guard by the question. I wasn't ready for a windshield
Yeah.
wiper
Yeah.
invention question
Right.
to tackle yesterday.
It is
have
a
to
good
tackle a lot of questions with her that I don't with the other two.
Right. Yeah.
And it's tough out there. It's tough because I'm not really smart at all, and so have to make up half the stuff I'm telling her back. Because I don't want her to think I'm
Well,
an
you want
idiot.
to sound confident.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but I didn't have an answer for that one.
That's when you.
So
That's
it's a
when you
good
act like
question.
you don't hear them, and then you Google the answer real quick.
Yeah. Then
So
you
now,
go,
what was it? What was
yeah,
that?
most folks don't know this.
Well, it was invented.
Well, this is the kind of, and she does it with such confidence and so inquisitive. So, Dad, when was the windshield wiper invented?
You're right.
And I said, I'm pretty sure it's the 1900s. I had that early
Right.
1900s.
Okay.
I mean,
when Ford came out with the vehicle.
And I said, there's actually a movie out about the patents on all that.
Right.
And well, I mean, I don't like how it's not getting the entire window.
Right.
And I said, well, line of sight. I mean, I can see out And I think that's fine. Yeah, but why wouldn't you put one up here that, when these are going down, this one's going across, and you have this,
There'd be a lot happening.
working
Right.
together.
Yeah.
And that may be it, Greg. It's just a distraction. I don't know.
How are the
but it could be better.
how about are the
I think
electric
so.
vehicles wipers?
I don't
the
know.
Tesla and
I'm
others.
sure
Are
the
they
greatest
are
thing
they
ever.
upgraded? I mean, are they better
They
than
may
anything?
be. There may be wipers that are on these luxury vehicles that we just
Yeah.
don't
They
know
just
about.
right,
I mean,
yeah.
they may
They
have
run the full square.
They may
Right,
have
right.
blowers in there that blow the rain off. I don't know.
Or little minions that come out and, and wipe it.
Is that your minion voice?
Yeah.
Good
What do y'all
minion
do? Do y'all give the minions anything?
I never have, but when they're on a commercial, they're pretty
Hey,
funny.
I'm gonna tell
They're
you,
very
I've,
funny.
I've seen some of them because of the kid. It's funny.
I mean, the commercials are really
funny.
And they laugh.
like they always pull in something.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think I
didn't
would
know
like
you had a
'em.
minion.
I really think I would like them.
I do too.
I don't
I
give
do
them a
too.
lot.
You would. Y'all both would.
They're funny little things.
Yeah.
Oh, they act like they're real.
They are.
But
I wish they were.
Yeah.
We used to have a minion doll in here somewhere.
we did.
Yeah, where did that thing go?
I don't
You
think
threw
you
it
call
out.
it
That
a
in.
doll, but it's a
The doll action figure.
it's whatever it is.
Well, we got all that crap up there, in the way.
Does that still bother you, or have you
Nah, I'm
settled
past
in?
it.
Well,
If
because you
could
stopped
get-
seeing
if,
it is
if
why.
you could get rid of the coyotes or the bobbleheads, which one would you choose?
Coyotes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Wow, that's me. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
But I know your disdain for the bobbleheads, so that means more coming
The
from you than it does
bobbleheads
me.
help because they're out of sight. The ones like on Mike and Mike when they had them all out here in front of them, I couldn't handle it.
All right, let me
it
ask
ruined
you
the
this.
show for me.
This will be fun. This will be fun. If you could go over there right now and eliminate 4 bobbleheads, which ones would you choose?
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
boy.
A bobblehead playoff, go.
I can't. Hillary.
That would be one I would get rid of.
I hate to say it, probably the Naked Cowboy.
That hurt.
Oh, wow.
Maybe even
Speedy
Deontay
hopes he's
Wilder.
not listening.
Maybe.
I wouldn't.
I
That's
mean,
what-
it's not that I dislike these, but I have to eliminate some.
that's
Okay.
why it's a playoff.
I like the guy from Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Probably John Daly. I'd get rid of him.
Really?
Because it doesn't look like him.
It is a skinny John Daly.
I'm keeping the pile of doo-doo. See that one?
Okay.
on
Yeah,
I don't even know if
see
that's
that.
considered
Is
a-
that the Taco Bell Chihuahua there beside it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess.
That's what it looks like after you've eaten
I
a
think
Taco
I see
Bell.
the minion. I think I see the little one.
Oh, it is. No, that's
not a
no.
minion. That's Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's on Fox News. This guy was on Fox News last night, and he's actually a gay Jewish immigrant.
Somebody told me that. They said that what was so bizarre, even though this guy is politically conservative, he's not even socially conservative.
No, not at all. But his views are. I mean, his political views are.
Right, that's what I mean. Politically, he's a conservative, but socially, he's not conservative at all. And you know what? I can only come to one conclusion then. Berkeley's homophobic.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, they can't.
Anti-Semitic.
Isn't it funny?
They've told a gay guy he has to be the right type of gay guy.
Yeah. What about that?
Well, they tell minorities they have to be the right kind of minority.
Right. Same thing. And who's fascist?
It is funny where they draw the line at, and I've often tried to get to that point with some of my friends that lean that way. Mm-hmm. What is it? Is it the fact you say conservative, or in this case, I mean they're not they're welcoming in with an alternative lifestyle. They should be all about that, but they're not.
Well, because his political views aren't what they want. He won't line up the way they want him
But
to.
what political thing is it that really pushes them the other way?
Yeah, it's hard to you can't because I thought it was usually,
if you say you're Republican, does that do it?
I don't know.
If you say you're whatever, I
hey,
mean,
Bubba, I hate to say
we know they'll take in people who abuse women. They love the Clintons, Bill
right.
Clinton,
Sure, Ted Kennedy,
yeah.
all that.
Yeah, we know that's not the issue.
So it's not the treatment of you say it's treatment of women with Trump, but it can't be because you support other people that treat women as bad and worse. Right. Let's go back to this. This guy was Jewish. He was gay, which is an interesting combination. Not sure how you work that out. But anyway, so you got that going, okay? But yet his political views don't match up with them. So they're anti-Semitic.
Right.
And they're also homophobic.
Yep. I hate to see that.
If we play in their
I
world,
just hate that.
if we play in their world, that's who they are. Closed-minded fascists is what they are. Isn't it funny how they act like they're against fascists while acting like one?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Rick, love conquers hate. Don't forget that.
Well, that's a weird version of love we see out there.
Yeah, it is.
We continue.
I never thought of love as burning something down.
I haven't either. Gabriel in Huntsville. Gabriel, go ahead.
What about Bill Bridges? How about that one?
Yeah, so recent Auburn alum. I got some friends still out at Auburn, and they yesterday had the No Hate, No Fear refugee ban protest and everything. Luckily, it seemed all peaceful, but what's the shocking and the funny thing about it is that there was actually more counter-protesters that showed up to poke fun at them.
Yeah.
And just some of the funny signs that they had, Six Inside, Remember the Alamo, is this the Nickelback concert?
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Matt Ryan is a elite quarterback. Krusty Krab is unfair. And it actually blew up on Twitter, and it's just funny to see that, it was peaceful, so that's great and everything, but it's just hilarious. They showed their free speech by just poking fun at this ridiculous.
That's good. That's good.
That's
it works
good
both
stuff.
ways.
Rick and Bubba.
I'll be headed to Memphis for the Men of Memphis conference, and you can still get tickets to the Davis Cup, and you can still register for Men of Memphis. Starts tonight with Hugh Freeze, then Steve Gaines, James Merritt, and myself will be there tomorrow, and excited about that. And Bubba, one of the things I was talking about going to Memphis this weekend is that there's a little bit of Graceland pressure.
I've never been. I've been to Memphis, but I've never been to Graceland. Now, Betty and the kids have. They've seen it before.
Right. I've never been there either, and and I don't know the schedule. I mean, obviously, we're not there as tourists. We're there to take care of the conference first, and then we'll see what's going to happen after that. But I got an email that said, yes, you should go to Graceland. Heck, my wife will even meet y'all there and personally guide you on the tour because you have to know some things not to do.
No, I think that'd be important.
All right, did you know this one? Please do not touch anything on the airplane. They get very upset about that.
On the airplane?
Yeah, I guess Elvis's plane is there.
Oh.
The Lisa Marie.
All right.
And I didn't know that. I mean, is there something about the airplane that is that brings a special wrath from the Graceland people? I mean, he says
I'm out of the loop, but Rick, I know every time they have events there, they claim that Elvis is there, that he's in disguise and he's walked through or he's looking through a window. You remember that shot from the funeral that was kind of weird? You remember that?
Yeah, I've seen all the weird Elvis
I know,
things.
this is strange stuff.
All right, and here's another one. Also, and he's being facetious here, but he's saying this because, sadly, this does happen.
Right.
If you start crying and wailing in the mansion, they will escort you out. I've seen it many times.
What?
For some Elvis fans, it's just too overwhelming, and they have a breakdown.
They start
wailing and
wailing?
crying, and have to be escorted off the property because they're being a distraction to everybody. He said there's some fans that get there and they just can't take it. I mean, it's too much. They're
because they were Elvis fans,
right? They're Elvis fans, and being in that place.
Did you hear that, Greg?
All right, Greg.
They go to squalling when they're touring Graceland.
I've been given some do's and don'ts.
They get overwhelmed, Greg.
If the boys and I go to Graceland after the conference, and I don't want to put that kind of burden on Steve. And Gaines.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I'm saying is, people are saying, "Well, you're there. You got to go to Graceland," and I don't know how it's all going to work out. I don't know whether I can go or not. But this guy says, but my wife is an expert about it and will even come up there and tell you the things, give you the personal tour so you won't do what you're not supposed to. Number one, do not touch anything on the airplane. He says they lose their minds if you
really?
Well, who goes in there touching
Well, you get to go in the Lisa Marie, I guess. You're not supposed to touch anything.
I touched that stalactite in the cave that time and got in trouble.
Yeah,
because they said you're not supposed to touch it because it'll quit growing.
And I know Sherry likes to step up.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour begins from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. We start this hour, and we start it with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour begins, kickoff hour is done. That is an option if you don't know about that in your Rick and Bubba world. It's an hour that features Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy on their own, getting you ready for another Rick and Bubba show. Available on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, so check and see if you get it. And if you don't, find out how. Adler settles in. He'll give you the YouTube option. At the Rick and Bubba YouTube option, you just go subscribe. It doesn't cost anything, and you'll get alerts on when something new has come to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Got the live show there, all 5 hours of that, and then we'll archive for you for your own time. Featured videos, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast appears there. Also, another option there. So if you haven't subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, you can, or the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. You get audio archives every single day of the full show, and you also can find Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the Wednesday Bible study, all those available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Be sure you got those in your Rick and Bubba arsenal. Standing by, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in to the Rick and Bubba experience.
Oh, yeah. Find your seat.
Pull you up a seat and stay a while.
Go ahead. Fix your cup of coffee.
Hang out.
After the thrill is gone, yeah. After the thrill is gone. Come on, get Don Henley in here. There it is. There's them Eagles.
How about them Eagles?
So are you in, I mean, I know they've got 4 different lead singers, but the main catalog features, you know, when he was alive, Glenn Fry or Don Henley. Which one do you prefer?
You know, Rick, that's an interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
I've not really thought about that. I probably prefer Glenn Fry, but I like the Don Henley songs better. Does that make sense?
It does.
It does.
Does.
I know. I said that, and it sounds totally ridiculous.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I
actually
if
follow
I
that.
think of my favorite songs by them, it's usually Don Henley singing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mine too.
Yeah. But why do we like just the simplicity and the warmth of Glenn Fry, though?
Yeah, there's something about that, and I don't know the drummer singing, and I don't know something about that. It's kind of weird watching it.
And then they finally would bring him down and put another guy up there.
But it was always awkward when he was out there. He didn't know what to do with his hands.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
He I guess I'm really getting into deep thought
I know,
here on
I know.
this.
Well, see, I love this kind of
think, and again, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to listen to the favorite songs, it's Don Henley. But he just doesn't look like the front man that I'm used to seeing, I guess.
Yeah. Totally agree.
Glenn Fry to me looks more like a front man.
Yeah.
And he's super cool.
Yeah.
And he's super laid back.
You talking about with sunglasses on top of his
Yeah,
head?
you know, and but I just like the Don Henley songs better.
Well, be careful too. If you think Don Henley already looks odd to you, and I totally agree with that, whatever you do, never figure his ears out.
Greg,
You've probably never noticed his ears.
Well,
And
I'm
whatever
not
you do,
gonna-
don't
and
look
I'm
at
not
it.
gonna look.
Whatever
I'm
you
not
do, don't
gonna
look at
look.
his
No,
ears.
not gonna do it.
But I also like to hear Joe Walsh sing.
Yeah, well, I do too.
I love to hear Timothy B. Smith sing,
Yeah,
even though that's
yeah.
Timothy
I do.
B. Smith kind of leaves the world of. I mean, I'm a terrible singer anyway, but you know, you like certain singers like Glenn Fry that you can sort of sing along with.
Yeah.
Glenn, I mean, when Timothy B. Smith
so
sings,
high
yeah,
up
I
that
just
you
go,
can't-
well, I
I
guess
mean, I love hearing
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I guess
But
I'll
it's-
just sit here and listen to
Yeah,
that.
you can't join in.
Everybody in that band can sing.
Yeah.
Well, and don't forget when we had Randy Meisner, you know,
Oh,
take it to the limit.
He'd go way up
Yeah,
there.
and then of course it became too much pressure for him, and he quit. Couldn't handle the pressure
Yeah, he
because
didn't like it.
he had to face Take It to the Limit on the road night after night. But anyway, so
You know, Joe Walsh is just interesting to me anyway.
Yeah.
He's just such a character.
Yeah, he is.
And, you know, you throw in the fact he's a ham radio operator, that gives it another twist for me.
Yeah.
You know, Life's Been Good to Me is one of my favorite songs. It always was.
Well, Glenn, I take,
and I know that's not technically Eagle material, but he would sing it at the concert.
Yeah,
I mean, you'd have to.
He'd go do a solo album. He'd come back with Eagles
Right.
and sing it. But I put Joe Walsh under the Tom Petty category.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to sit around and talk about their skilled singing, but their style is fantastic. You know, I sometimes prefer a style over.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the over all the people who know
absolutely.
singing talk about how many notes they can hit and all
Like
that.
Huey Lewis.
Yeah.
You know, we've talked about them several times. I always liked his style and
Yeah.
his presentation.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
He just seemed like he was having fun. You know, he could sing, but he was a little bit of a comedian too. Didn't take himself too serious.
Yeah, I put them over here in that category of I have tons of hits, but you're never going to hear me sing at a wedding or the national anthem. But when I get in the mic, you kind of dig it. Yeah.
Rick, couple of topics today I'm excited to cover. One, solar panels versus birds.
I'm telling you, green people are going to kill all the birds we got.
Interesting story. I don't know how old this story is, but it's I've not seen it, and somebody sent it to me. We're going to share it with you.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I was
Ropes
about
to
to
get
say.
a picture. You better watch.
Hey,
her.
I'm not taking shit. My wife breaks every tourist rule that's ever been done. The thing she calls it the Mona Lisa was nearly a national incident.
Yeah.
And now I don't even talk about the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. That was a situation. So if there's some kind of don't cross here, don't take pictures, don't touch this, Sherry does it. National Museum of Natural History got in trouble in there. Got over
You're
behind.
not supposed to take pictures.
But she's not going to be with you, so you.
Yes, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, I think you
But
are.
you're saying you're going to start crying?
Well, that's the second part. It says
people take the squalor.
Well,
in
he's
there.
not making the point that I'm going to get overwhelmed. He's saying, just so you know, they have to deal with this because it is a problem. He says people will come unglued in there and start wailing and squalling, and they have to take them out.
Now, Rick, are you sure? Rick, are they crying over Elvis? Or are they crying over the way they decorated 1960?
That's the fact. Hey,
Yeah.
Bubba, I think it's the jungle room. I think that's what it is.
I mean, come on.
Rick, so you're telling me people get in there and get so overcome with emotion
It's a chance
that they just lose
It's a
it.
chance. This guy's name's Chance. He's from
Funny.
Memphis, and he said
Maybe we finally figure out where he went. He's a tour guide now.
Maybe that's him.
Yeah.
He said, prepare yourself beforehand. You're not ready for the behavior of people.
See,
in there.
that makes me want to go right there just to see it.
Are you in?
Oh, absolutely.
We got a space.
Oh, hey, I'm in.
Okay.
Rick, if people are going to be squalling
Yeah.
over Elvis,
Yes.
I'm in.
So that means that has
Because
been
then I'm
such a
gonna fake and act
problem.
like
Wait a
I'm
minute,
doing.
Greg. You're tailgating with me at lunch today.
That's
You
right.
can't
I got a
leave.
big day today.
Say,
well,
And
we're not
somehow
leaving-
I got to work tonight.
We're not leaving till in the morning, so you can
Oh,
go to
yeah, I'm
tailgate, work tonight, and go.
There you go.
Well, you got it all. So
really,
this
really,
means
really want to go today, and of course, sports has ruined it. But yeah, okay.
So people can't handle it.
no,
Just can't handle
and
it
it's
being
such
in
a
the
problem.
presence
It's a
of the king.
rule. It's a rule. Get them out.
What do they? So can I ask you
Guys.
this? Because I've seen all these documentaries about Elvis is not dead and all that, but Did they really misspell the name on the tombstone in the backyard or something? It's only got one A. It's supposed to have two and all that stuff.
I think that's one of the conspiracy
I
theories.
think you're right. That is
That was a sign to everybody on the inside he really wasn't dead or something.
Right, the whole thing.
Did you say? I mean, we had a story a week ago about a guy that went on a tour that they said was Elvis at 70 something.
Oh yeah,
and it looked like one of my uncles.
Remember when Paul Thorne tossed this sound about E?
That's a good
about
song.
E. This really, Paul Thorne wrote this song, and the first verse really kind of sums the whole deal up.
Midnight at Graceland in 72. Shooting TVs with groupies in the jungle room.
I need to hear this as I'm headed there.
A little fame and fortune was all he had left.
Sad lyric here.
He had become a parody of himself.
Well, here comes the Chinese fan club.
They dug his grave.
Where?
By the kitchen door.
They buried him like a hamster in the backyard.
Millions of blue-haired ladies took the guided tour.
Took to squalling. Yeah, went to squalling. They did.
His Chinese fan club came over on a boat and took pictures at his birthplace in Tupelo.
There it is. Yeah. This is what we got to come to grips with.
Some disappear.
Is that what happened?
They drop out of sight.
Of course, in the big.
Some stay too long and get crucified.
Everybody say it right here.
Bubba, you're not tearing up.
This world ain't no place to be.
I'm just kind of wondering where Paul Thorne is today.
We got to realize.
Why'd he get mad at us?
Even heroes die. So anyway, we'll see. Well, we start the hour. I know it's Super Bowl weekend coming up, and we may talk about trying to predict that. The Sport Czar Trophy could be brought back out, dusted off, and up for grabs again. Johnny Manziel taking
Johnny
Manziel. Johnny Manziel. Some people think maybe taking a turn, trying to get his act together.
Gonna play football this year, John?
Will he return to the NFL at some point?
Oh, you must be gonna play cricket this year, then, are you, John?
Bubba, he said it's time to cash in on the old Super Bowl. He's there in Texas, Katy, Texas. And they packed inside a Houston area mall Thursday. People were everywhere to get autographs and photographs with. "21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us as we make our way back. So, Bubba, have you found out how old this story is that we have here?
No, we'll just look at it because it's interesting anyway. Here's the thing from the science area. All life on this planet is sustained through energy that comes from our local star called the sun. Without that, the plants, we have no food. It just don't happen. Sun goes out, Earth is over. So, it's a great idea to capture energy from the sun, and we are doing it, and we're more efficient doing it now than we've ever been. But it still has a lot of drawbacks. It's not there. We can't. We only touch a fraction of it. I mean, if we could really get a handful of that energy coming from the sun, hey, we'd be in good shape.
Well,
but we just don't have the technology to do it.
Will you please keep saying that? Because, nowadays with all the propaganda and everything, we need to explain what we're talking about. And like we said, it's okay to research these things. I'm glad at some of the advancements we've made. Now, today you're going to see some birds that are not a huge fan of it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is this. We are not able to leave the way we generate power now and go totally to windmills and solar. It won't do the job. I don't think so. I think there's a lot of Nimrods walking around out there right now. They don't seem to know that.
No,
they
you
think
can't,
it's evil that why we won't just shift over to that. You can't. It won't produce what we need.
Well, for solar to work, by the way, to begin with, solar panels, as we know, it produces DC current. So you have to charge batteries with them and then let the batteries run what's called an inverter that will create an AC signal, like what we use in our house, alternating current. And we just don't have the capability. We can't run. I mean, you can run small electronic things, but we just don't have the technology to easily run heat pumps and water heaters and stoves and that kind of thing. So, look, we're moving that way. That's great, but we're just not there yet, and you can't make that change yet. It's great to keep working on it. And, if we've said this all along, in physics, everything is a trade-off. Everything is a trade-off.
Yep.
You move forward in one area, you move backwards in another. There's no situation where everything moves forward. And even in this scenario you're going to see in this story, the more and more solar panels we have, the less and less birds we're going to have.
You see what I'm talking about? And, we know the windmills are already killing birds of prey.
Oh, yeah. Well, this, too. Wait till you see this story.
Right.
This is courtesy of CBS.
All right, here we go.
It looks like a mirage in the middle of the Mojave Desert, but it's actually 170,000 sets of mirrors the size of garage doors called heliostats.
How much power do you get from each one?
So this project will fuel 140,000 California homes. So effectively, one heliostat can power one California home.
Tom Doyle is the CEO of NRG, the company behind this $2.2 billion solar project. It's now under fire because the heat it produces, up to 900 degrees, is charring the feathers of birds flying through, often causing them to crash and die. Workers on site call them streamers because of the smoke plume created when the birds ignite in midair. In a report on avian mortality at 3 Southern California facilities, federal investigators found that these solar farms may act as a megatrap, attracting insects which in turn attract insect-eating birds, which are then incapacitated. More than 500 birds have died at one plant, and 1,000 more are expected to die every year at another.
They found mortalities at all 3 solar technologies, and they found a wide range of bird species being killed.
Birds often have a hard time navigating traditional barriers such as airplanes and windows. Wind farms kill more than 100,000 birds each year. But solar farms are a new obstacle. One solar company spent $22 million to protect and relocate hundreds of rare desert tortoises and is now worried about the birds. In a statement, the company said, "We are evaluating the use of humane avian deterrent systems similar to those employed by airports." Other solar fields are planned for the California desert, including one near Joshua Tree National Park, which is on a well-known flight path for migrating birds, eagles, and falcons.
So right now there is no solution, but these solar plants plan to experiment with everything from light, sound, and even drones to try to scare the birds away so they can keep on flying.
Courtesy of CBS.
Well. So if you think about windmills and solar panels combined, they're killing tens of thousands of birds. And they said a windmill farm is 100,000 a year.
Yeah,
100,000. Now the wind farms are getting those that we really think a lot of too.
Yeah, they're getting the big birds.
They're getting eagles and hawks.
And why is that? Those blades, when they move through the air, they create a vacuum behind it. So as a bird tries to fly through it, it's completely thrown off its flight path and then crashes.
Bubba, this could lead to one of our favorite things.
A bird can't fly in a vacuum. I don't know if you knew that.
No, well, apparently not. This could lead to one of our favorite things on the planet. And if we do a good job of rebel rousing, we'll get it. That's the animal weirdos versus the environmental weirdos.
Yeah,
the climate weirdos.
Yeah, you've got climate left doubling back against animal left.
Gosh.
So that could be a clash of the titans.
I can't wait to see it.
Is the same thing happening to the birds that happened to Maverick and Goose?
In the jet wash?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. They go into a flat spin.
Yeah. Y'all, this one, though, I didn't know that
They're exploding.
And they don't have time to correct. That's off the windmills.
Yeah, but look, hey, listen to this. We're talking about solar panels on Helms. We're talking about imploding from heat in midair.
Igniting on fire.
Oh yeah,
Poof, streamers
internally combusting and then streaming into the ground.
Yeah,
or hit right on top of one of the solar panels and then fries you. You can smell their meat cooking.
Oh, you know that.
Rick, thank you for taking us there.
Yeah, that particular plant. It looks to me like it's not the traditional solar panel. It looked like it was reflecting light onto that center tower, and they were heating up something there. So that's, that's really high tech.
So I want you tree huggers,
but unless you fly in the middle of it and you get cooked like you're in an oven.
Hey, tree huggers, you may be hugging on the tree, but you're killing birds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you hey, good news. We got solar panels, we got windmills. Now we got no birds.
One day, hopefully, we'll have an ability to grab a lot of that energy from space and beam it back down. If you go with Tesla on that.
Why do climate people hate birds?
I don't
know. But hey, to your point though, they're like, hey, no, you can't build here. This such and such is protected species here, or you can't do this here. You can't do that here.
Yeah. Think about the lunacy of that. We saved a turtle and killed birds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Bubba just told you there's a trade-off, and you got to figure out whether the trade-off's worth it.
Because you may not see it when you're planning all this, but it's out there, and sometimes you don't see it until it's too late.
I guess we'll try to leave all this fossil fuel stuff at the certain death of birds. But
yeah, birds are a big part of the ecosystem, Rick.
Yeah, they are.
Can you do without birds?
I don't think so.
Them and bumblebees.
Is a windmill worth clubbing a beautiful eagle on the head?
And think about, they said that plant was for 144,000 homes. Think how many homes are in California.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Heisman Trophy winner and former Cleveland Brown quarterback Johnny Manziel at $99 apiece. And they lined up as far as you could see.
But Johnny plays for nobody now.
Nobody.
And there's nobody in sight, right? That I'm aware of.
Yep. Says he's trying to, get his act back together, but while he's still got some influence there financially, he's cashing in, and people did come out. He said the store's owner, Justin Morrill, at Stadium Signature, says the phone has been ringing off the hook for weeks. He said, I've had a lot of high-profile athletes in, including Houston's own Texan, Javon Clowney. But he says, and they came in and did some signings as well, but they did not generate the attention of Manziel. Wow. So even current players in their own city,
right,
where they play, did not draw the crowds that Johnny Manziel drew at $99 a pop.
Well, he's very popular, Rick. Especially in Texas where he played high school and college. Imagine if he had actually done something in an NFL, how popular he would be.
Yeah. Do you think, though, this is
he wouldn't have had to be here if he would have actually done that.
Well, back to this. So can I tell you something, though? Let's try this on, because we got to think about the mentality of people now and how we love, that car crash mentality, the reality television. We want to see the more bizarre someone's life is, the more we can't take our eyes off of it. Do you think if he just turned out to be a great quarterback in the NFL and did okay and everybody liked him, Javon Clowney, same thing, hey, I'm stay hurt a little bit, but then when I'm out there, I'm still playing. I did make it in the NFL. I really hadn't gotten in trouble. Hey, I'm going to do a signing over to Mall. Is that as intriguing as Johnny Manziel being there because of all he's been through? Does that make that picture more intriguing? I'm talking about the mentality of today.
You're talking about basically the car wreck mentality where you have to look.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got my picture.
I hear your point.
Hey, who'd you get your picture made with? I went and got a picture made with Clowney. Oh, that's cool. Got my picture made with Johnny Manziel. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah. Which one of them?
I'm glad my kids caught him by the pool and got it for free.
That's true.
Helms got it for free.
Yeah.
You forgot Helms got a picture.
I don't
with
think
him
he was
too.
in a good mood, but I got it.
Well, his hand was hurt.
Writer's cramp. He was nice about it, but he just, you could tell he won't be there.
I heard you guys speculating about the deal. I imagine he got a upfront fee for being there, and then probably some override over so many or something. So many a picture.
Yeah.
So, if I had to guess.
Yeah. So
I doubt he'd come out straight commission.
No. I mean, and how about this? It's all supply and demand. If he says I can ring them phones better than anybody else, maybe he's got the best deal.
I don't know how it was structured, and that sounds about like what I would think too. But I think probably at the end of the deal, it was 80-20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
going to Johnny 80, of course.
Yeah,
when it's all hashed out at the end.
They said that we had people. One guy dressed in a Scooby-Doo costume.
Well, yeah,
sure.
they're imitating what he was dressed up at during Halloween.
During Halloween, and so when asked, "Is this worth the price?" the man dressed as Scooby-Doo said, "Not really, but we're kind of here now, so why not?"
Kind of goes to your point, Rick.
There you go. Yeah.
But what is Johnny's plan though? Okay, signing's over.
Great
Now
question.
what? Now what?
Head to a Dallas mall.
No shocker here. No, how about this? No shocker here. That's good, by the way, Speedy. No shocker here. The session was supposed to begin at 7. At 7:02, a woman screamed, "It's almost showtime!" But it took 15 more minutes for Manziel to finally emerge.
Uh-huh.
So he didn't come out to about 7:15.
Being on time never been big for him, has it?
No.
Or sober.
He did, on request, he would make his signature money sign. They did not disclose the amount that the store was paying him, and he did not take questions from reporters.
Now, forgive me, Helmsy. I know the Holy Miley Cyrus thing where you have faith that she'll turn it around.
Mm-hmm.
What was your stance on Manziel? I can't remember.
He's not
know-
going to turn it around. Now,
he's
he
not?
may play football again, but he's
Okay.
not going to turn it around.
Okay, because that
I don't
story-
think just because he gets picked up on a team means he's turned it around.
Oh, no.
So
I
don't hear
heard the
me on
Ottawa
that.
Rough Riders were looking at him.
Do you see? Is this going to be some Canadian thing, some arena thing, or back in the NFL?
There you go, Merritt.
I see nothing. I think he's back in the NFL within 2 years.
Did anybody watch?
Probably holding a clipboard and hanging out.
I know yours is a no because I know where you were, and I didn't get to see. Did anybody see the XFL 30 for 30?
No, I did not.
Dang, I forgot.
I did not.
Yeah. Almighty.
But it'll be on again.
Well, or I'll just
several times.
I'll just simply go to Apple TV one.
Yeah, well, now it's on Watch ESPN now. So it's aired.
Ooh, I know about apps.
Ooh.
I'm an app guy.
Ooh, I know about
Ooh.
streaming entertainment. I got a little something to say on this topic.
Kind of what I do.
Yeah, at one time. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. ReliefFactor.com. Love having this company with us. This is one of those things we've been talking about so long, it shocks me that there's anybody in the audience that is struggling with the aches and pains of aging or just maybe some chronic pain that you've dealt with for whatever reason, and you've never even remotely considered trying Relief Factor. I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. So the majority of the people that order the 3-week quick start pack find that Relief Factor is the answer, and here's the beauty. When it is the answer naturally. 4 botanicals make up Relief Factor, all that have shown studies for decades that they are effective when it comes to the body's inflammatory response. But when the doctors were studying the aging process, which is what started this, and were creating Relief Factor, they thought, what if we put them all together and see how they interact together in a packet that you take? I take it twice a day. If I've got something that is new due to overexertion or something like that, I will go with a 3rd pack. So ReliefFactor.com, the beauty, again, is its effectiveness naturally, meaning you can get back to playing golf again, playing tennis again, getting on the bike again, taking walks again. Because let's face it, sometimes you got so much pain, and everybody keeps saying you need to move around a little bit, and you're aware of it. It's just so miserable to move around, you can't do it. So Relief Factor may be able to overcome that problem for you naturally. Go to ReliefFactor.com, 3-week trial pack, $19.95. You'll know inside 3 weeks whether this is working for you or not. ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I know I got your reaction when I said the name JonBenét Ramsey today.
Yeah, I saw that in the news.
And I couldn't look, this is one of those things. I know you've been spending time on the Kennedy assassination, but if I could get you back over to JonBenét Ramsey today, because there is an update.
I'm splitting time, Rick. I did think a little bit about that yesterday, but I've been pretty heavy Skinwalker Ranch and Ancient Aliens. So I'm working through that. I have about an hour. I have to sit around and think about things every day.
Yeah, well, this is one of those things that has really plagued the show. Every time we do one of these scenarios and we say, "Hey, would you like to have the answer to whatever mystery?" usually more than one of us will say, I'd really like to know who did this horrible thing to JonBenét Ramsey. Well, now the DNA from the crime scene, they're thinking now that that they could again go to this cold case. Researchers say the family is continuing to push for answers, as you might imagine. So now the brother is renewing his family's appeal to the governor of Colorado to allow an independent agency to conduct DNA testing in the unsolved 1996 murder of his sister 26 and a half years ago.
Now, is he the one that got kind of accused of that in one of the documentaries, and then he sued him for it, and may have won that, I think.
She was 6 years old.
Yeah, there was a documentary that basically said he did it.
Right.
So there's a leading genetic investigator who keeps saying that she is confident that she could help the team, but I guess they can't get the government there in Colorado to reopen the case.
Well, why wouldn't they share the DNA information with him? I mean, what would keep you from doing that, I guess? Wouldn't they want to get to the bottom of it too?
Yeah, I'm looking to see why they're being told no. And maybe just the process has started, and maybe they will get their way. I mean, they've got a petition going, and so this is a person who has been working on a lot of things like this, and they're saying they're based out of Virginia. They're saying that they think they can help, they're saying that they use complicated and innovative genetic genealogy research techniques to crack cold case murders, and they think they can do this one. So I don't know why they're being denied that. That's the part I don't understand. Maybe the story just simply is the process of starting, saying, hey, I really believe that I and we, his team, or her team, can help. But the government there in Colorado has not given them what they need to do it. I guess
I don't know why wouldn't they? That's the question at this point. I mean, it's a very old case, a very cold case, and still a very disturbing case for the whole country, not just their family. Which I can't imagine their family going through all this time and still not having any answers. So why wouldn't they work with them? You know, the DNA testing and all has come light years ahead, and I mean, there's been a lot of crimes solved. I mean, we have the story in this about one from 1975 that they recently solved with DNA information.
Yeah, and they're saying that the government or the investigators in Colorado have declined to conduct a DNA analysis on some evidence which 25 years after the crime still remains untested.
It's crazy.
So they have a petition saying, why don't we use, as you said, Bubba, the things we know now about DNA? We have some evidence that we could now do things with we couldn't do with then.
I don't know. The whole Boulder, Colorado thing, the police there, it's been kind of weird from the beginning of this.
Yeah.
As you go back and look at it, this was a crime scene. It happened at Christmas, and normally they would have removed everybody out of the house, but they didn't. They let the family stay there. I think maybe trying to be nice to them because it was Christmas or something. But you can't do that if you're going to do an investigation, and that's an active crime scene. Mm-hmm. So there's been a lot of criticism. I don't know if they did good or bad or otherwise. I mean, there's 100 documentaries on it, but if they have a new way to look at this, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all help me here because I can't remember. It's been a long time. They did find DNA at the crime scene that was not any of the immediate families, right?
Well, that's what I understand.
I don't know.
Is that what I recall?
The reason why everybody's fired up is this bunch that says they can help if they'll be allowed to, and I can't pronounce the name of their company, but they just got a lot of headlines because they just cracked a murder from 1975.
Yeah, Lindy Sue Belcher.
Yeah, and so they're saying if we can go back to 75, and solve this, we think we can solve the JonBenét Ramsey case from 96. But interesting. But they're getting the signatures. They got 10,000 people already signing up. So there's going to be some pressure on Colorado to reopen the case.
I would say this is probably the foremost unsolved case of national interest in our country, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I mean, the JFK thing, I feel like it's still, I mean, you still have the conspiracy things, but I think most of the evidence was pretty clear that you know, of who did that based on the way he acted after that. So, you know, and I don't know, it's strange on its own, but I still can't get over Rick on the JFK thing.
Here we go.
Who set the parade route up? But
Here we
anyway,
go, here we go.
I don't want to binge on that today.
You want me to?
But I feel more confident in that than we do the JonBenét because we don't know, we don't have any idea who did it. I mean, we don't have any idea at this point,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Well, look. So we grew. You know, we were kids. You know, are not even here yet when some of this stuff was going on with the Kennedys. So I grew up getting the polished John F. Kennedy propaganda. You know, so that's all I knew. And you know, you didn't say anything negative. But now that I'm a grown man and all the information that we now know about the Kennedy family, first of all, they were very undesirable people by the way they behaved, and they got all that from Daddy, who was a hound.
Yep.
Okay, and wanted all of his sons to be hounds and promoted houndness. Was a horrifying example of a husband and a father, and his sons were raised in that environment. But I heard you guys say in the break, Helmsley, you and Bubba, and you're right. If you really understand the way the Kennedys basically ran roughshod on all of society, there's so many people that wanted to kill them. I mean, they had so many enemies, and they treated people so poorly, and
double back on deals
on
they'd made.
people, and you know, they'd sleep with your wife, and they'd share your wife if they wanted to, and they had all kinds of wild gatherings where everything under the sun went on. You can get that in the investigations of Marilyn Monroe and all that was going on there. They're such bad people to be thinking, you know, you could do a lineup of people that wanted to kill.
Yeah. If JFK had not been shot where he was, chances are there were 3 or 4 more assassins down the line shoving each other for the best shooting position. Sadly, but probably so.
He's got a vice president that didn't like him, and the way that the way he won the presidency is shady.
Yeah, the way he got there to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Chicago.
Yeah. So look, I like this tax plan.
1960.
I like this tax plan, but the way they lived as human beings was pretty undesirable.
Yeah.
And not something to be celebrated.
No, not at all.
We'll be back 15 minutes.
But who decided the parade route? Who put the car, drew the map where we're going to drive?
You might want to take a look at the cowboy hat wearing Johnson.
Because they were in his state, it was his staff that fixed all that. I know we've looked into it, but it's still strange.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Didn't have it together. I got it now. Huh?
Yeah, I got apps and
yeah, you got it all doing that.
TV.
By the way, you turned it around at our house by figuring out that streaming problem. The speed.
Yeah.
That was
like
big.
it?
Speaking of, that was a lot of things, Rick.
I love my. Will your kids claim, "Hey, we got internet problems," and they come
all
and they
the
say,
time.
you know, whatever,
yeah.
and then I'll go and I'll look and I'm like, no, actually you don't. You know, I'll go like to the airport utility or whatever, and it says actually your phone's got excellent. It says excellent right now.
Right.
We got problems. You know, they come apart.
What you mean if the website doesn't load in half a second?
Yes.
You know, sometimes it might take 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah. I know.
Doesn't mean your internet's down.
Can't play Xbox. We got problems. No, you don't.
Well, what my new thing is, and I don't know what y'all, if y'all are on or not, our school's on that godforsaken RenWeb, where you know there was a day when you couldn't get information on your kids till the report cards came, and you could actually have a peaceful life.
So I like that. You only had one night that everybody was all fighting and tore up.
Yeah.
You know?
So what I do at my house, if anybody screams the internet slow, I said, let me go check RenWeb, see if it comes up. You know what I mean? Everybody said, no, it's good, we're fine.
Hey, it's back.
We're all right. Let me go check RenWeb, see how homework and grades you're looking.
See if that pulls up.
Sometimes we don't need all that information.
RenWeb has turned our house upside down so many times.
Well, I'm glad we didn't have that.
Great. You kidding me?
That or cell phones.
How many things you throw away you're supposed to get signed, Greg?
Bunch.
Yeah. All right, Super Bowl. Big game, whatever I'm supposed to call it. Are we going to make predictions?
Yes.
Okay, so the Sports Czar Trophy is back. It's back.
I haven't even followed the.
I don't even know.
I'm out. And I'm going to tell you why. I think y'all disrespected the Sports Czar Trophy.
Really? Why?
I think we put it up and leave it up, just like turkey toss.
That may be coming back.
Right. What about the sports czar turkey toss?
Yeah.
Adler, what's going on in there?
Yeah.
He's holding it up.
No. I didn't say you disrespect.
Right. Well, it may. Yeah.
Well done on your part.
I think we should just
the way
shoot off
they
the
treat
cuff
it.
here and make.
Hey,
make a prediction.
we've had probably 5 or 6 major sporting events since then, and we've just kind of said, nah.
Well, that's all the more reason to bring it back.
Right.
Yeah, this is the big one.
One thing I love.
We could be Johnny Manziel right now. We want to be better.
Yeah.
Whatever y'all want to do.
All the most offices, they have, things like this where they all predict, and then some even have little challenges and different things. I think it's our version of kind of office predictions.
Well, it is. Well, now this year I'm ready to go because I've been on the phone with Brett Musburger.
Oh, okay.
Big muffin I'm trying to tackle.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's already giving me the odds. He's going to Vegas to do that.
Sure.
So anyway, so we will pick the score, who wins the score, and then who wins the MVP.
Now, how do we determine our winner? We're just going to go strictly numbers off, and you get. Okay.
Who has the score?
What's a favorite? What's a line? I mean, I don't know anything about it.
I don't even
Well, that makes our picks even better.
Why don't we do this? I think we want to simplify this too.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we get away with? Why don't we just do point spread and be done with it? I mean, before
by 7, by 6.
Yeah, but because before, we try to predict the exact score.
Huh.
And you'd had the different, in between it, and then
the differential.
Yeah,
Okay.
And then you go, okay, I said it was 20-17, and it was 24-21. Okay, is that closer than the guy who predicted?
Okay,
you know what I mean? Maybe
all
we
right.
should just say by this many, and just be done with it.
But then, what if we all want to say the same thing?
Well, you can't.
You just can go under it, like on
you
the
can.
prices.
Or
Price is Right.
Oh,
I bid $1.
Oh, no, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Why don't we do that? You pick the point spread, and then as a breaker, then you pick the score. So if two people had the same point spread, then
First you pick the team, then the spread, then the actual score.
Yeah, and then that way, that ought to do it. You ought to have it. You ought to be done by then.
Right.
It ought to be a clear winner.
Yeah, I would think so.
This birthday muffin's really good.
All right, Adler, we start with you, buddy.
Oh, you want to come in, buddy? You want to do through there?
What do you guys want me to do?
Yeah.
Let's keep talking like you're doing now.
I like you on that little speaker.
I do too.
I can come in. I can stay here.
No,
Go
stay
ahead.
right there.
All right, I will stay right here. As I make my picks for the Super Bowl, I will stay where I'm at.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready right now.
Now.
Now, go ahead.
Beginning now.
Yep.
Starting in 10, 9, 8.
Yeah.
Quit Googling the line. Just tell us.
Okay, Falcons by 3. Falcons by 3.
What's your score? What score do you think it'll be?
I think it's going to be Falcons 20. Falcons 28. Patriots, whatever that -3 is.
25.
It could be hard to get to, but yeah, close enough.
28-25.
Better hope there's a safety in there.
Okay. All right. Helmsy, what do you think?
Falcons.
Oh.
4.
Uh-huh. In 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Come on. So, let's talk about things that are undeniable, okay? And we talk about this a lot because you're living in the time of propaganda. You can't just say, well, I'm going to sit here and watch the news. There's so many, journalism is over. So one of the best ways to try to figure out what is the truth, and hear me out, is by looking at what actually is happening. So, we talked about that before.
You're saying don't stare into the light,
No.
but look
Just
around
watch.
the light to see what the light is doing.
How many times have you had to have this happen in your life? It doesn't matter what it is. I certainly can think of them in my own life where you looked on paper and you thought to yourself, I think this is going to work. I think this is a pretty good idea, and this is the way I'd like to do this. It's my preference even. And then you have to kind of come to the conclusion somewhere in the project, this just doesn't work. This is not going to work, and you abandon it. You just go, well, that doesn't work. I sure wish it would work because that's the way I wish it would work. It just doesn't.
Right.
Okay,
Look, the devil's saying it looks good on paper.
yeah,
It doesn't work.
I can think of those things in my own life. So I just want all of you to know your heart may bleed and you may feel so good about the left, the current state of the left politically in our country. And you may say, that's just who I prefer. I love seeing all these celebrities. They make me feel good, and I like being in that group. It makes me feel hip. And I know that when I look at people who are more conservative and they want a smaller government, I see them as being hateful and uncaring. And I want to be over here where everybody cares. And, now we got some problems we already mentioned earlier that we can't figure out how to have solar panels and windmills without killing all the birds. But let's just say you want all this to work. But there has to come a point where you just go, all right, this looks good on paper, to Bubba's point. It feels even good emotionally, but it just is producing a product that is garbage.
Yeah.
I just can't live this way. If you want to know what this country would look like, okay, if you want to know tell me if I'm out of line with this logic, okay, because I know sometimes I can be accused of oversimplifying things, okay? but if you, and some of it's legit, and some of it I think is just you just don't like what I say. But let's say this: if I want to know what the rest of the country would look like if the modern day left had control of everything, wouldn't I simply look to the places they already have control of everything?
Right.
Is that fair?
Right. Yeah.
Is that fair? Okay, and say, well, this is how it turns out. Now, I don't know if y'all know this. Some of the most dangerous cities we have in this country have been run by the left. I'm talking about top to bottom, with really no one opposing them for decades. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that doesn't look good.
Most of them are in great financial shape.
I don't know if y'all seen. I don't know if y'all seen the state of California. Have you seen what all's going on there? You realize California, of all peoples, and Gavin Newsom loves to condescendingly look down his nose at the rest of us, saying that all that matters in this country is California. Have you heard some of his speeches on this?
Yeah.
We lead in everything. Yeah, like literacy. You're now going down to the bottom. Your public schools are a complete joke. Mm-hmm. Homelessness is so out of control. People, and then another place you would look is where we're going to look today is Portland. Portland is a bastion of left-loving things. We have now Portland residents. They are now done. They've tried to do this feel-goodism. They've tried to let the left run it from top to bottom, and the homelessness and the soft on crime policies, which, by the way, is plaguing all of the areas where the left is in charge. Being soft on crime sounds good, but all you really do is tell the criminals, have your way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know y'all wish some people wouldn't be criminals. I do too. But some people just seem to choose it no matter. And some, I understand, it's from hardship, but others, it's just, I'm just too worthless to actually go out and work for a living. I'd rather just take it from you.
Yeah.
So here are the Portland residents. They're in tears about how the current state of Portland, what it is producing with all the policies. So we'll just let someone in Portland speak for themselves. This is courtesy, it looks like, of one of the Portland news sources there. Here we go.
For years, these neighbors have been watching the city's homeless crisis spread across parts of southeast Portland. Now it's right outside their front door.
I want to cry. I just want my house back.
Christina Hartnett lives on 80th and Powell, where a majority of the campers stay.
My lawn is now becoming a public bathroom.
She fears leaving her house just to go to work.
And it is scary when you have grown men meth raging in your driveway. The last thing I feel safe doing is going out and saying, hey, can you please move so I can go to work?
Calling the police in city is an everyday chore with little reward.
So far, no one has come to help us.
Central City Concern Clean Start crews assessed this site Thursday. It was one of about 1,900 other campsites reported just this week. In the past 10 days, they found 272 encampments that pose a greater health and safety risk, which is why they haven't removed the camps in this neighborhood. But just getting the city to come out and assess it has been a full-time job.
I have to report from like four different bureaus, and then I have to report that report to a report, and then I have to report that report to a second report, and it's the only way to get any kind of traction.
See, that you hear her talking about bureaucracy?
Yeah.
That's what, try to get the government to turn that ocean line up. You know a lot of reason why that she's not getting anybody to come out there, in fairness to the people that are good people that are just trying to do their job that happen to work for the government. especially in law enforcement. You know why they're not rushing out there? Because the policies that this leftist government have implemented have left them with no recourse.
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? Yeah, what are they going to do?
What are they going to do? They're going to run down there and fill out a report?
They're going to tell them to move, and they're going to tell them to get lost and keep doing their drugs?
Yeah.
Or are they going to bring a bulldozer in there and move it out? What are they going to do?
That's a mess.
Whatever. If they go down and try to clean that up, then you got to deal with the propaganda of you're being hateful. You know, because there are some people, and this is what I don't know why we can't just reason through this. Are there people that are on the streets and they're good people and they're trying to make their way and they've had some hardships? Yeah. Now that's not a very high percentage, but this is what some of you leftists just don't seem to understand with your heart bleeding and your childlike view of the world. I hate to break this to you, but there are people who live around us that make choices in their life. They don't want to leave the life. They are criminals. They, barring some spiritual change in their life and they become a new creation, they're bent on this kind of thing. And if you don't punish them, they just continue to do it. And a lot of this is caused because of drug choices that they made, and now they've become addicted. Alcohol, just being immoral. And I know that hurts people's feelings because where you mess up is when you think people are inherently good, when really people are inherently bad, and they need some sort of major spiritual change in their life for that to be corrected. And I know some of you think we're backward in thinking like that, but I think if you look at the state of these cities, you really don't have much of a case. I mean,
so I know from my standpoint, I wish that the people whose ideology have moved Portland so far ahead would do that for everybody.
That's the original point. When you're thinking about how you're going to vote on things involved at the federal level, do you want your country to look like these places where the left is having their way? Because the product does not look very good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, let's say that right now you are ready to leave Portland. Okay, I mean you
I'm
may,
out.
Yeah, hey, I tell you what,
ripcord.
I am ready to go. Maybe you're in just the bastion of liberalism, California, and you're thinking to yourself, I got to go. There has to be life better than this. Well, you're right. There are places that may be more suitable, but you may not be very, very familiar with where you want to go, and you need a real estate agent in the market where you're going to be moving to, or you'd like to have one that also where you are that can help you get out of your current situation without taking a bath. Well, you certainly don't want a part-timer, and you certainly don't want an inexperienced agent. And Googling real estate agents is not the way to go. So we have the answer, and that is something called realestateagentsitrust.com. This is a team that has been put together to help the Rick and Bubba audience find seasoned real estate agents in whatever market you need them in. That means wherever you're watching this show, listening to this show, we likely, with very few exceptions, have a real estate agent that has been vetted out that is in your market. How does that sound? So why don't you go to realestateagentsitrust.com right now? We just need some basic information from you, and then our team will then get you in touch with the preferred agent in your market or the market that you desire to have a real estate agent. Again, it's real simple. Just go to realestateagentsitrust.com, and let's find a real estate agent that is working for your best interest.
$31-27.
Okay. Falcons by 4, 31-27. Greg?
Oh, man, this is...
I ain't even watched it.
I know. Well, I haven't either.
Mad.
Kind of my point.
Give me the Patriots in 13.
Patriots by 13?
I don't know.
I think it's a good pick.
I don't know what the score would be.
What do you think?
You got to
Give
give us a 13 spread
I don't
score.
know. Now you're going to make me add stuff.
Well,
on.
that's why I went with a lower number.
That's right.
Just
I was thinking.
Atlanta's going to score 17. Just put 13 ahead of that.
So whatever the Patriots need to be, 30-17.
30-17.
That's pretty good.
That's
a bad pick.
That sounds like a Super Bowl thing.
Sure it does.
It does. What do you think, Bubba? Or Speedy?
Well, Speedy next.
Yeah, Speedy.
I'm going to go I'm going to say Falcons by 14.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to say the score is going to be, let's see here. I'm trying to add.
I know, that's the hard part.
I'm going to say.
No, he's got a clue.
Just go by touchdowns.
I'm going to say 43-29.
Okay. That's an odd score.
It is.
That is an odd score.
Quick as I could
May
do.
have to have a safety in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you're close.
Yeah.
I'm saying the Patriots by 7, score 38-31.
Okay. That's good. I was going with the Falcons because I thought everybody was going with the Patriots, and I was just going to do that as my whatever.
That's why I went. Now everybody's chosen.
Yeah, I know everybody's chosen the Falcons. Now, I do think the Falcons, I sense they're the better team this time, but I sense a Super Bowl choke coming for them.
Ooh.
And the Patriots this is nothing to them to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
it's so hard to pick against the Patriots. It really is.
I think Matt Ryan is going to not be able to handle it as well as Brady. And I think the Patriots are going to win, and I think the Patriots are going to win by 10.
Good pick.
And I think that they will win 31-21.
It's a good pick.
It's a good score.
Tiebreaker. Will Lady Gaga say something political?
Now let's talk about Lady Gaga.
Yes, she will. She was asked if she was going to make any type of statement, and she said that she is not going to do anything she hasn't been outspoken for before.
What a goodness, that's scary.
Well, it covers anything.
And so she said, she's all about equality.
Just sing
and,
me a song.
Blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah.
I want something spectacular. I want you to sing me a song and move on. That's what I want you to do.
Let me ask.
I say that she will be political, and she will probably show us a body part she shouldn't have.
Sure. Right, well, let me ask you. Do you think that
So will Tom Brady.
Are you okay, Greg, for her if she will just do like Beyonce tried to do? I'm making a statement, but you have to really look to know it.
Yeah, you got to know the code. You got to know the code. Yeah,
and you don't even know it till Monday when people are telling you about it.
Yeah, and you go, well, now I'm offended.
Yeah, right. Was that the Illuminati sign? What was that?
Oh, that will be involved. That's every year. They're behind it all.
She's giving us the Illuminati sign. No, I think she's giving us the finger.
Yeah,
that's actually the old
right. Yeah, so
Greg, you never did clarify. Was the Illuminati behind Trump, or were they with Clinton?
Well, we never did get clarification on that.
Well, evidently, they may be with Trump because they never lose.
There is an over-under on a betting line, actually.
You can bet
over
on
and under. How many times the broadcasters will say Trump? And so I think it's only like 1.5. So if you
they'll say more than that.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We'll probably get it said at halftime more than that.
Over and under on who's singing the national anthem? Luke Bryan?
Are you serious?
I think so.
Is he?
I think so.
Oh boy,
karaoke.
Look, Luke Bryan, he's made a great career, and he's
great entertainer.
Hey, he sells out arenas everywhere.
Yeah,
Bubba, this is not
love
bad.
him.
God, there's a lot of
Great
singers.
entertainer.
There's a lot of singers that I like their style that can't sing the national anthem.
Yeah,
the national anthem is a very difficult song.
It is.
Yeah.
It really
this is not a dig on Luke Bryan.
And that's. I would think it would be tough for his style.
Hey,
we saw what Aretha Franklin did.
Hey, anybody want to hear Tom Petty sing it? I don't think so.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you
that doesn't mean I'm anti-Tom.
It may
Petty.
actually show us that he can sing, and he's been putting on his big act the whole time.
Let me give you a prime example.
I'm just trying to be nice, guys.
That's very nice.
I'll give you a
It's my
prime
birthday.
example.
Well,
the other week in one of the playoff games, Edwin McCain, and I think he's a good singer, and I like his music, but he did not do a great national anthem.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How we doing? Glad you're back. Excited about some opportunities coming up in August. I'll be headed to Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church there in Crestview, and be speaking there to the men for their next Man Church on Saturday night, August the 6th. Make plans to be there. And then on the 21st of August, I'll be in LaGrange, Georgia, First Baptist Church there too. And right there on the square, it's their first ever Man Church, as they now are adopting the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Look for those at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And I look forward to seeing the men in those two markets coming up in August. Bubba, welcome back for another hour, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here.
Gang's all here, and we move forward. Now, this Kyler Murray contract, we heard the $230 million, and we kicked around on whether we thought that was a good investment, not a good investment, is he an elite quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. So we kind of talked about that. But what's new is some of the details of the contract are coming out, and one of them has been an eyebrow raiser.
Well, they have in the contract, it's labeled Independent Study Addendum, and it basically says that he has to study material given to him by the club in order to prepare for the club's next upcoming game. It almost, and it goes in to say some about the film study and all this other stuff, but he can't be playing video games during the film sessions, all this stuff. It looks kind of like he doesn't sit in class very well for the team.
This sounds an awful lot like me, so I understand this. But no one's ever said we're going to pay you $230 million and we need you to watch more film.
Right.
So I understand the difficulty of watching film, but if I'm a quarterback at the highest level, all the great quarterbacks that I've ever seen documentaries on, they study hours and hours of film.
Oh, they love film study.
And it seems to be pretty important if you're going to be the
Sure
quarterback.
does.
It seems very, very important. Now, if I think you're worth $230 million, I'm concerned if I'm the person that is giving the $230 million. I'm extremely concerned. The first time somebody says, "Now we need to get in that contract too," he's got to watch some film. He's got to watch at least 4 hours of film. I would immediately stop my pen that's writing the check, and I would say, "What did you just say?"
Yeah,
he doesn't.
right.
He doesn't watch film the way you think an elite quarterback should. No, he really does. He plays video games in there and trying to watch film.
Right.
It's like my pen would then be put down. I think I'd click it to where it's not even writing anymore.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
And I would sit it down. I would sit it beside me and say, "Now run this by me again."
Or have they all been seeing this trend with this age we live in with cell phones and kids? They can't put them down. I mean, serious business. Well, you don't have to ask Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers to watch film, even Dak Prescott. But these guys that are so young, is this just the norm? And they finally said, "Hey, we got to start putting this in the contracts."
Well, is this the first time we've seen this kind of thing?
The fact that they're saying
It is,
that
they
this
say.
is outside of the mandatory team meeting time,
Right.
where
Right.
it's separate from that, and the fact that, hey, no distractions. Here's some material. Study this. That tells me he's not doing it.
Well, I go back to Helmsley's point. Is it new because we're going to see more of this, and this is
I don't know.
But let me tell you why. Because we remember we played it. Oh, it's been years ago when that trend started with the first time. Who did he? Was he from Colorado? That was it. Went to the University of Colorado, and that coach could not believe that at Division I or any college level that he was getting calls from parents complaining about the summer schedule, complaining about the workout schedule and the practices, and he's like, "This is Division I college football." But you see, that was the beginning of. There was a time, and I've talked to college football coaches. There was a time. There was not one college football coach in the entire country of over 300 million people. I don't know what the population would have been then. That had one concern, that one parent would call them with a college level son and say, like they would say to the Little League coach, we go on vacation this time of year, and I'm not sure about your two-a-day schedule. It looks like you're a little demanding on my son. None of them got that phone call, but then it became pretty normal.
Yeah.
And they couldn't believe what they were dealing with, but they had to adapt to a new kind of parent and a new kind of player.
Yeah.
I've heard the old school college coaches saying things like, "Well, the way your daddy and all those men did it, you can't do it that way anymore." I'm not sure I agree with that.
Yeah.
But they're saying the college athlete you're dealing with today, you can't. You got to coddle them to a certain degree, or they'll leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have to wonder if those college players now become NFL players. Doesn't some of that now come into the league?
It's got to. They've been doing it for years, and now it's just a habit for them, and they've got to change these habits. I don't like it. Y'all don't like it. We wish it was different, but it is the new age. That's what they're having to do.
So, me holding my pen, what I'm saying is, are you shocking me with this thing we need to put in there, or like you're saying, am I going, put that in there, and I just keep writing?
Yeah.
Well,
I think Kyler Murray probably goes, "You know what? I probably need accountability here."
Well,
I'm fine with that.
This isn't saying I'm returning text messages or I've got my phone. This is basically saying I'm playing video games, I'm watching TV, and just browsing the internet.
Yeah.
Which is different than I've got my phone sitting beside me, and every now and then I might return a text.
But it's
and
still
I'm
in that
distracted.
same.
It's in that same category.
And it says here
overall category.
that requiring a player to do this, to our point earlier, is extremely unusual.
And I do think it's unusual.
But is it the beginning?
That's my point I'm making. Is this the
Are
start?
you going to see more of this?
Absolutely.
and
I think it
young
is.
Player.
Yeah, I just don't think I can invest $230 million into a professional quarterback that won't watch film.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to have in your contract that you got to watch film.
No.
That kind of comes with the job, right?
Yeah, that would be like me saying that we're about to hire a new person to the show, and they're going to come with a big price, and all of a sudden I look and it says, now look, you're going to have to do something to be sure they get up and get here. Yeah. and they need to
put
be
in the contract.
Yeah, I'm just like, what? Don't they know this job requires for them to be right?
Part of it,
right? It may be a trend, but it's not a good one.
No, it's not at all. I don't like it one bit.
Don't like
but
that
I got
at
a feeling it's more to come.
Right.
And I appreciate the Cardinals stamping it out and going, this is what we need to do.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know that. I mean, we've all you've talked to people before, and they said, now look, if you want to do this with so and so, that's fine, but be aware of these. Don't let this happen.
Yeah.
You know, because if you do, you'll regret it.
Do you think his agent says, I got 230 million reasons why you need to do this?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Because if he doesn't meet these requirements, he will be default in his contract.
Well, I will say this, and I don't like to study. I've struggled with that over the time. I found ways to learn things that are important to me. But as far as me sitting down and saying it's time to study, Rick, and we're going to watch film for hours on end, I would also, with my personality and my quirks, struggle with that and did. But for $230 million, I can do it.
Yeah, that would help you to focus on it.
Because I would think to myself, this is just part of my job, and there's always parts of your job that are not all that great, but you do it because it's part of the job. And I would do this joyfully.
Yeah.
For $230 million.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let me ask
Rick,
you,
I'd give him 8 hours.
Yeah, these phenoms that are so gifted. Now most are in the NFL. I'll give you that, but they've required every time they go out, they just lean on their talent and they just get through it because they're so gifted.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's leaned on that a lot in his life, where he's just so talented and
He didn't
so
have to
gifted.
study
He
film.
didn't
He
have
got
to
an
study.
athlete.
Well, think about it.
But you can't get away with that when you're playing against
not in the
great.
NFL, and that's what they're saying. They're saying if you think you're that good now,
But you think about the
prepared
guys
and see what happens.
Tom Brady, he was not drafted in the first round. He had a chip on his shoulder. Derek Jeter, completely different sport, had a chip on his shoulder because he just felt like he didn't belong after that first year.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch that new deal. This guy, to your point, has been number one since the day he was born.
Yeah, best at everything.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Guy could have played baseball. He could be making millions in a different sport right now.
Yeah, but you're right. What they don't understand, though, and I can run you a list, and all of you can in your minds, you may get away with it a season or two on your athletic ability, but those defensive coordinators and those defensive players figure you out.
Cam Newton to you.
That was just about to say. There's so many examples of it. And I try to warn people every time they see somebody have a great rookie season or sophomore season. I'm like, they're going to figure this out.
Yeah, let it settle.
Yeah, you're going to have to do other things than this,
right?
Because they're going to figure you out.
Yeah,
and that's the reason why you have to be figuring them out.
Mm-hmm.
And if you
got to study,
and if you don't do that, and you think you're just going to live off athletic ability against the greatest athletes in the world, who now play defense and can run just as fast as you can, you probably want to get prepared. Yeah. And maybe he will. Maybe you could say this is the kind of structure he needs. 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It didn't fit his voice. Did y'all see that?
We've
It was
said
the
it
Patriots.
before.
It was in the.
I think he's the one that sung the national anthem when we
I think
were
you're
at
right.
Talladega.
I think he did okay that day.
Yeah, he did.
But what I'm saying
I'm not
is,
saying it was horrible.
Luke Bryan, we believe in the free market and capitalism. Luke Bryan has a product people want to see, and that's fantastic. But he does sort of come across, and Greg hit it right on the head, of course, because the way he says things is always the way everybody's thinking, but you can't quite put it into words. He seems like the guy that you work with over at the plant that on karaoke night gets up and grabs a mic, and everybody says, that's a pretty good job.
And he owns it.
And he owns it.
And everybody likes it, and everybody's like, man, I like old Luke. He's good.
Yeah.
You know, but
I think that's part of his appeal.
But the national anthem might be too much, maybe
Then
more.
again, he may own it. Hadn't he sing it before?
Are we sure he's singing it?
I thought I saw that.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
But back to my point, you can bet on how long it will last. You can bet on everything.
Yeah, and we've got
what color Gatorade they'll dump on the winner.
I still can't get past it. The letters L and I are on the Super Bowl.
He is singing
Super Bowl Lee. That just feels weird to me.
Yeah.
I feel like it's some Asian companies bought it.
And it goes back to
Everyone loves unlimited Post your moves now, and I'm gonna share my faves. Where did this guy come from? Look at him dance. Unlimited moves. This guy's got the shimmity sham sham shimmity shake right there.
There it is. Okay.
Pretty funny.
Okay.
Cleans up well.
How funny.
Wasn't expecting that.
Greg would have liked that.
Yeah. He's also on your list of people you're pulling for, isn't
He is. Absolutely.
And
he
he's
is.
kind of come around with
He
that.
has come around.
Yeah,
Thank you, Judah Smith.
Would you like to see Miley's who you think could follow that road?
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
No way.
You know, y'all bring it up and say, and I'll just use your same line that you used with Trump. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, it's a we'll see.
Is that how you
There's a
do
lot
it?
of people over in that
We'll
we'll
see.
see category.
Yeah.
You know, we were mentioning
Those two, I just think are not together. Don't get me wrong. I don't want any of that going on.
Right.
But I think those two spiritually will turn it around, and I think Bieber is absolutely headed in the right direction. He's hanging around the right people. He's saying the right things. Obviously, did anybody expect to see him in that tux he had on, cleaned up, hair like he liked it?
No. What about
wearing glasses for some reason?
What about Trump? Where do you think that's going to end up?
Ooh, I don't know.
Well, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think the Trump thing is going to be if it keeps going like it is, it's going to be huge.
Like, what do you mean huge?
Positively huge.
Yeah,
at
maybe.
the ballot box. No, we see the protesters, but the public opinion polls are overwhelmingly loving what he's doing.
Well, we're talking spiritually, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I don't know. So we'll see. But I did have somebody in Greg. This goes into your Illuminati thing.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, I'm simply reporting.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because I find this to be very interesting. And as I said, to me, just people either make it or they don't make it on merit. Because what they actually do is all that matters. What someone says is usually doesn't mean a whole lot. Unless they're the kind of person that says it, then does it. Then when they say it, you kind of hey.
Yeah.
But anyway,
there's a guy who keeps his word.
But Greg, here comes the Illuminati thing.
Oh boy.
I saw one of the conspiracy theories out there that says we all want things done, and he's definitely a businessman, and he's definitely working that. But they said if you'll listen, you don't hear him say the word freedom a lot.
He just came up with that.
He doesn't talk a lot about freedom. Talks a lot about financial things and this and that, and we need to get this done. We need to get that done. Greg, I didn't see. You can't even report it. I mean, I'm just simply saying, and I'll put out says, a lot of times when you have these top great presidents in the past, the thing they talk about the most is returning freedom, that liberty and freedom. The founding fathers push for maximum liberty and freedom. And the individual to be able to achieve their maximum potential because they get to maximize liberty. And they said, you won't hear him talk. I never talk a lot about that.
Well, he's wanting to make America great again, Rick. Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we may be getting caught up on the fine points of the word.
I'm not making that point.
The theorists are out there. Rick.
I didn't make that point. I was having some fun with you.
He's too busy signing executive.
Now I'm going to start paying attention to it.
I know. I'm just asking. I'm going to pay attention to that now.
Thanks.
Well, I think he may think some of that's just things people say. He's actually doing the things to make that happen.
Sure.
Well,
it
and
makes you feel better about it.
He's too busy signing executive orders.
I'll tell you who one of the people who went down this road. And he said, and he was like us. He said, I wasn't a big person like that to be on him begin, but when he came in, he said, I loved what he was doing in the beginning. But he says some of the things he's starting to do with trade and things like that are not free market things. And he's talking about. And we take all 10 lines here at the Rick and Bubba Show and we open them. And now it's time to talk to you, the greatest, most influential, best-looking listening audience and viewing audience in the world. Rick and Bubba family, let's chat. 10 lines are available, makes it easier to get in, and this is the phone troll format, which means the callers only have 30 seconds, and then the buzzer comes in unless Bubba and or Helmsy screams timeout or gives me the timeout signal. If they do that, they only have one apiece, and that caller will get to expand on their call. But again, there's only one timeout apiece, and once they're gone, they're gone. So the best thing is for you to kind of get your thoughts together, your question together, your comment together, meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, in your time on the program as we keep her moving. I know I had someone last week that thought that I didn't care about their event. No, the rules on the phone troll are that if you try a shameless plug or meaningless sound, you get the buzzer. It's nothing personal.
It's brutal.
It's just simply following the rules of the phone troll. And we have normal phone segments that you could expand on. But that is not what a troll is intended for. Andrew is in the great state of Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Andrew, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning. Kind of on the Kyler Murray thing. I don't know if it ever made it to a contract, but Jamarcus Russell, when he was with the Raiders, they were fears that he wasn't watching film, so they actually gave him blank VHS tapes that they labeled blitz packages. Come back the next day and said, "Oh yeah, I got them all figured out," and they were actually.
That was the terrible phone quality, but I think we understood what you said, and that is that they tricked him by him saying he watched these VHS tapes, but they knew he didn't because there was nothing on them. Is that what he was saying?
Right.
Yeah, so
he brought him in and said, "Yeah, I got it."
Yeah, I'm all over that. Let's go to Tom in Pell City, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Tom, go ahead.
I want to hear what Nikki Nightmare has to say about that guy, the pro y'all were talking about. And also, I think the Democratic cities that look like poop holes, that's how they want the rest of the country to look like, guaranteed.
Well, I go back to Bubba's thought that, and I remember the first time I heard you say it, and I went, that's the perplexing part. Do I want to be king of the garbage heap? I mean, if you destroy and turn this place into trash, garbage, feces, and despair, and you say, but I'm in charge, but look what you're in charge of.
I think what they have decided, and I'm just speculating here, that they're people of such low integrity, low morals, low leadership, that the only way they can get in is to promise everybody everything, knowing they can't deliver it, and just try to keep that scam going. And you have to just hand out. I mean, you have no real plan,
right?
You just kind of muddle along, and that's what a lot of this looks like. You're in debt. You don't have a plan. People are leaving the cities in record numbers.
No law and order.
No law and order because you need the criminals' vote. You don't want to put them in jail because you actually need their vote and their families' vote. So when the politicians are catering to that group versus people who are trying to live upstanding lives and follow what I call the American dream and have their kids have a better life than they are, what do you expect it's going to look like?
Yeah. So you're right. I guess people who only care about themselves are usually supported by other people who only care about themselves.
Right. We're not talking about leaders who go in there and have learned and have talent and they want to share, they want to give back.
Right.
We're talking about people who want to be lifelong politicians and never leave office, and that's the only way they can do it.
If you want to be a lifelong politician, that raises concern.
Yeah, I would say mental issues.
Baker in Kentucky. Baker, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Hey, Baker.
Need to reserve Mr. Greg, if we can, and the taco truck for some of our high school local sporting events.
So is Greg starting a taco truck? Did I miss something?
We started talking about how one of our favorite ice cream truck snacks, they're discontinuing.
Taco Choco.
Oh, yeah.
Which then,
Taco
I never
Choco.
had one, by the way. I didn't know what that even was.
Yeah.
Greg said it was number one.
And that spilled over into Helmsy mentioning the fact that our Rick and Bubba truck's out there, and it would be a great food truck. It already has the side window
we should convert
and everything.
it. The traffic
and we really
that
ought
comes
to
through
have
there.
Right.
We're going to serve tacos?
Well, we were
serve
coming up
whatever you
with
want to.
different ideas that we could
Tacos
make
low maintenance,
Love
low
a taco.
inventory.
Right.
Everybody who doesn't like a taco.
Love a taco.
Yeah.
So, got to have a bunch of them, though.
Right.
You do.
They're not real filling.
Right. So that's what that's about.
You ever made that mistake of going to you saw where they have the little 3 taco deal? You think, oh, that looks good, and then you eat it and you realize that should have been an appetizer.
Right. Yeah. Always add enough.
Megan in Alabama. Megan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, Megan.
Good. So I work in college athletics, and I was talking to our football coaches the other day, and with the media days that the high school guys are having, and then obviously college players getting paid, and stuff, college guys making more than college coaches, that expectation that goes into the NFL is just seeping in, and that's all they've known. And so, there's no division between these big high schools and the colleges, and then college and NFL. And so, it's a problem, and that entitlement is there, and it shouldn't be, and it just sets up unrealistic expectations, and then for them to be employed later on as adults.
Yeah, Greg made the comment in the break, what you just said. He said, if you think it's bad now, wait till the NIL generation goes into the NFL.
I would think it would be harder for a college coach right now. At least with the NFL, you have collective bargaining agreement. You have the union agreement. You sign these guys to a contract. They can't get mad and leave.
Right.
College. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how in the world you're supposed to coach in college now.
No.
Because anybody if you tell them no, they're out of there.
Yeah.
I'm going somewhere else. I'm transfer. I'm portal out of here.
Entitlement, time management, and priorities. Those three things. Goodness gracious.
Well, and the fans, and I would throw me in this too, we're really at the root of it, the problem. Because if our coach did what we claim we want, and
wouldn't have a team,
was highly disciplined and ran off everybody that didn't follow it's my way or no way, and you looked out there and your team was upstanding, well-behaved, disciplined young men, but they couldn't win a football game, you'd be furious.
Yeah. Well, as Bobby Bowden told us on the show one time, it'd be Army and Navy. You know?
Yeah, of course, now the state of the military, probably not. But,
that was back in the day.
Now we don't even discipline the military, which is bizarre. You can't find it anywhere now. But at that time, the point, you're right, was accurate. So, I mean, it's really the fans kind of say we want to win ball games and we want to win championships. And if you were really honest, you don't really care how the coach does it or the state of these players. And when they move on to something else, you rarely think about them again. So they understand that attitude too, and that's why they say, I'm going to get mine.
While I can.
Yep, bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tariffs and putting all this and then saying, and his quote was, he said, I believe that when we build the pipeline, we should build it with the cheapest steel we can get. Not just it has to be American. If American can't do it the cheapest. And you know who that was? John Stossel.
Well, and I love John, but I think we're at a point we had to correct some things. Here's the thing. Free trade is one thing. Fair trade is something else.
Right.
And I think that's where Trump is.
He said he wanted to rename it and put another F in there, and it was for fair.
Yeah. We need, you want it to be free, but you want it to be fair. And I think Trump's argument is it hasn't been. We did bad deals to try to, butter somebody up for something.
No,
but I like Stossel.
Yeah,
Look, I will never go against the Stossel.
I didn't say I agreed with it, but I'm also not one of these people that blindly comes under the Trump trance and whatever he does is right. I ain't never been that guy.
No.
And everything he does that's right, I'm celebrating. But if he does something wrong, I'm going to call that too.
Absolutely.
Does it feel like he's been president longer than he has?
to the Congress it has.
Day 15 or something?
Yeah. They're not getting much sleep in Washington.
Atlanta, Georgia, but Atlanta today, boy, and look, guys, it comes down to this. We can put this together in so many different ways, and surely we will, but at the end of the day, 1st and 10 from the Patriots' 22, all you got to do is kick a field goal, and the game is over. The game is over.
Can't back up.
Lose yards on the first running play. Why? We're back in the deep drop. Good gracious, I know you're the MVP and you deserve it. You cannot take a sack. I appreciate the offensive lineman with the broken leg out there playing, but, boy, he gave up a couple of sacks there when they go by him. And all Atlanta has to do is run the ball, get to the middle of the field, kick a field goal right there, and you're Super Bowl champions today.
Well, I thought that the other coach Burgess here, Greg, this morning made a good point. If you knew he was going to be sacked, you wouldn't have called the play. And the coach was saying they couldn't run the ball. And
it's a field goal at the 22-yard line.
And there, that's what they do.
You don't have to make another yard.
And
even if you lose yards, just keep run it right down the middle.
How about
2
this?
or 3 times and kick a field goal.
How about this? You could take a knee 3 times and kick it from the 22.
Yep.
Yeah, we've had several games this year that people should have just took knees. But
what I'm talking about, to my point, I understand what you're saying, but what are you trying to accomplish? You kick a field goal right there, game's over.
Well, I guess too,
at the 22-yard line.
They're probably feeling the pressure that our offense has sputtered here, and we've got to get back to doing what we do to move.
You don't think your MVP quarterback's going to take a sack? I get that.
Yeah. And if he moves the ball down the field a little bit further, and you look like a genius.
I mean, it's the same guy that called the first half. Sure to look good.
No,
I agree. Look,
nothing wrong with that.
That thing, but before the snap, right. I get it. It makes sense. I understand. I heard the guys are killing him. One guy made a joke. The offense coordinator now is the head coach at San Francisco. He said, "I know the Falcons can't fire him, but San Francisco can." So but the point is,
ridiculous.
I mean, again, if I'd known you were going to get sacked, I wouldn't have called it. But yeah.
I mean, they were the top offense in the NFL all year. I mean, they had to do what they did, and I hate to say it, team. I think everybody does this to some degree. When you get way ahead, you kind of come off the gas, and if you don't, and you make mistakes, you get criticized, and if you do, you get criticized.
Well, I will say this because I think this needs to be said to y'all's point. I don't blame the coaches for running the offense that has scored 500 and something points this year at all. They got beat because the players did not execute.
Right.
Like I say, you don't take the sack, throw it away. Yeah. That's a player. Hey, Freeman, the running back, when they blitz, you block your guy.
Oh man, he ran by him like a.
He
didn't get a shoulder.
So we're blaming the coaches on things that the players didn't execute. But at the end of the day, to the players, really is more I'm speaking to, you're pros, okay, it's at the 22. If you look and it's not there, throw it away.
Throw it away quick.
And if it's there, then go ahead and try to score. But 3 points wins the whole – the Super Bowl is over if you just simply get 3 points.
When Julio Jones made that catch, I thought the
it's
game
over.
was over.
Which at the time was the catch of the
Unless
game.
they missed the field goal, which can happen.
It can happen,
but still,
but
I
like my odds at the 22 with an NFL kicker,
Absolutely.
don't you?
Yeah.
and knowing that 3 points is all – I don't need 7.
Right. Even if you don't make a yard, run it, kick a field goal.
Yeah, if you're up 28-3. Okay, and you guys, I thought the game was over with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. I looked up and said, they ain't got enough time.
What was the score at its maximum right before the Patriots?
28-3.
Yeah. 28-3.
With 2 minutes to go in the third quarter.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. And if you were listening to the kickoff hour today, you know that the real Greg Burgess has now joined the Raycon team. Greg, your kids gave you your own pair of Raycon earbuds for your birthday on July 17th.
That's right.
And you yesterday finally figured out how to wear them.
Greg was on me the other day, Rick, and I told him to stick it in his ear, and he did.
I know.
Yes,
Isn't that true?
I did what I was talking
Well, what you did, Greg, is what I understand. I think when you hear us talking about the simplicity of these earbuds for people like you and me, it was simpler than you even thought it could be.
Yeah, it pretty much
it does it itself.
Yeah, once I figured out, looking, there it is on my little Bluetooth deal.
There you go.
And away I went.
I know. And so you have, and you also, like me, were thinking, I don't really know if I want to exercise and hear music, but you discovered it actually is
it actually does help.
It does help. And the Raycons are comfortable. Did you go with just the standard, or did you use some of the other earpieces in there?
I'm on the standards right now, but I think I'm going to try it. You come with a big selection of the little sizes.
Well, they want them to be comfortable. They don't want them to fall out while you're moving around.
Yeah, so I'm gonna experiment with some.
Did you
really good? They sound really good.
Did you go noise isolation or awareness mode?
I ain't got that far yet.
Okay, so anyway, you probably, if you're out there, you probably want to stay aware.
Yeah,
I mean, you never know. You could hear Buddy or the dog might need you or something. So anyway, get your Raycons. The real Greg Burgess is on board. 32 hours of battery life. Just 8 hours of playtime. It's just a better way to go. They look great. You think Greg Burgess is going to put them earbuds in his ear that hang down like he's.
I did immediately go check the look, and I was like, that ain't bad.
Yeah, it looks a lot better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
we had a lot of jokes. Was it Adler that had the hanging down when we used to work at it by the old studio?
Yeah.
We always had jokes.
Yeah, and you always thought, well, there was something wrong. Like does he need to have that addressed?
Sure, was coming out of his
The
ear.
Raycons are just better, and they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And then we get you additional 15% off by using our URL, which is Raycon.com/Bubba. That's RAY, Raycon.com/Bubba. Get your premium wireless earbuds today or get them for someone else. They make great gifts too, as Greg just found out. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so the Pope, what's going on with the Pope?
Well, the Pope, Rick, was in Canada. He issued an apology Monday for the Catholic Church's cooperation with Canada's catastrophic policy of indigenous residential schools. He said forced assimilation with native peoples into Christian society destroyed their culture, severed families, and marginalized generations. He said, I'm deeply sorry. He said to school survivors and indigenous community members gathered at a former residential school south of Edmonton, Alberta. He also called the school policy a disastrous era that was incomparable with the gospel, and said further investigation and healing is needed. Now, Rick, the thing that got the headlines yesterday was the Pope in his Pope outfit put on an Indian headdress. I don't know if you saw this.
I know she said headlines yesterday for a headdress.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I thought we weren't supposed to put these on. I thought
so too.
I thought isn't this
Cultural what's it called?
Misappropriation?
Yeah, isn't this a
Isn't that what they call it?
misappropriation thing? He actually put a headdress on and with his Pope garb.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he had the white robe on and an Indian headdress.
Right. But isn't that a Bobo no on political correctness?
Well,
now?
I guess it depends who put it on him. I don't know if he wanted to wear it or maybe one of the local Indian tribes there wanted to wear it. I don't know.
I think it was a little unnecessary, but yeah.
If the chief or somebody gives you a go ahead, are you then okay?
Well, I would think so.
I don't know.
Can the Pope wear a headdress? I
don't know how that works.
Have you got a picture of it, Adler?
Don't go to the Halloween party dressed like that.
Can you apologize out one side of your mouth and wear a headdress on the other one? I'm confused.
It said
Don't wear it in
the Indian residential school, the head of that presented him with a feathered headdress after he spoke.
Yep.
I thought the schools were shut down. Are they still going on?
I don't know.
I'm very confused by this story.
With the,
I saw a
Canadian
special on the
there.
schools, and the schools that was bad. That was
in
bad.
case you haven't, there's your look. Right?
Here's the presentation. Here's like they've got a whole ceremony.
Oh, here we go.
Stuff it on his head.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
I have something I want to bring up, but I know I shouldn't.
Rick.
Oh my goodness.
The Pope is wearing a headdress.
A lot of headdresses and all.
How would you like to be sitting behind that guy that's got one on in the audience?
The Pope has a headdress on.
You ain't seeing much.
The Pope has a headdress on.
You weren't ready for this.
I was not ready for this.
Yeah. Right now he's asking somebody, should I have this on? Is anybody taking my picture?
Yeah. Right. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Has he got a show enough good one, or did that come from the souvenir shop?
I think that's a show enough good one there.
Yeah. Or is that the one you got in Gatlinburg?
Yeah.
Well, he's already in a wheelchair, and he was standing up for that. I was afraid it was going to tip him over backwards because it looked like a lot of weight on
It
that.
looked a little big.
Does that noise they make freak you out a little bit? Hey,
buddy.
I mean,
I don't know.
But you know what I mean?
Greg.
I mean,
that don't spook you?
Is this one that somebody spent hours on, or was it made in Taiwan and folded in a plastic bag?
Yeah, we had some of those. I always wanted the one that was long in the back because I thought those were authentic.
What if they would have been, hey, Mr. Pope, welcome to Canada?
All right, everybody.
Well, we spoke in Braves chants. I love to speak in a Braves.
I thought that's what he was doing at first.
I think that's when we could actually do that.
Thanks for apologizing about the school. We're all good.
Just pointing that out. 20.
Try this big old headdress on, see how it fits.
This is not a best of.
Thanks for the apology, but it's a little bit too late.
Mark this one off. Sure. Delete it.
Little word of caution, maybe a little top heavy.
Better check the wind before you put it on top.
Look at that poor slob sitting behind the guy with one on.
Can't see a bit.
Did you see him in the audience? Look, if a guy in the audience has a full-blown chief headdress on, you can't see. Look, these people behind him, they can't see anything.
That's why you can't take umbrellas into a game.
That's right. It's the same thing.
That's good.
The exact same thing.
The policy should be no umbrellas or headdresses.
Right.
I mean, because you're talking about kind of the same blocking there. That lady ain't seen a bit of it.
I want
She don't even know who's
That's the
here.
guys.
I want to walk out a narrative that I probably should not. And I think
Yeah,
you probably
Look, we're so far on this segment. I don't know that.
But it has nothing to do with any sort of political correctness. Well, I guess it does in a way, but
Well,
it's.
Need to rethink.
I mean,
it
I'm about
before
to
you say it.
I'm about to explode to say it. But anyway, I know.
I love Mr. Cautious over there just chanting.
I'm about
Chanting
to,
it.
Rick's about to explode.
Rick.
How close are we to break?
Rick, tap the brakes. But let's keep this going.
If we could just go another minute, we'd be to the break.
I'd like to see Speedy in one of them big headdresses.
Really?
I'm talking about one of them showing up ones. Yeah. Now we all got that one Rick was talking about, the plastic bag at the gift shop in Gatlinburg.
Oh yeah.
With the old foam tomahawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would Speedy's like Native American name be, you think, guys?
You know,
Bald man running.
Bald man running. Why do you ask?
Oh, what a great joke. Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the greatest.
Where do you get the idea for the name?
Any time for break, let me hear the bed.
Here comes Bald Man running. Looks a little concerned.
Hey. Hey.
I'd like to see you in a headdress though, on that bald head. That'd be fantastic.
Oh, it'd fit good on there too.
Oh me. Well, here's the thing. I understand about there's been some bad things, and we all acknowledge that, a lot of evil things. But when I was and we've talked about this a lot on the show, some of this new thing about cultural misappropriation, I think we got to
30 seconds.
See, I didn't know this has had this one you'll like, I think, because I've heard we've discussed this. I'm not saying the one that was ragingly obvious right then that you're thinking about too, but I'm not going to say it. But anyway,
I've got about 3 of them.
When I was a little boy, I was always cast as an Indian in the Thanksgiving presentation, and I thought it was cool.
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't think like, oh no. I really didn't want to be a pilgrim. I kind of thought it was cool to be able to put on the feather and to and somebody make you the little fake buckskin suit.
Oh yeah.
And I was Squanto, and I was teaching the white folks
tomahawk.
how to plant corn.
I had it in the Thanksgiving recital or whatever it was.
I just thought that was kind of
Indian.
cool. I looked at that as something that was desirable, not something that I was being negative.
Okay, good.
And I
I did too.
and I was dark complected and had the little brown skin, and I would always get cast as the Indian, and I thought that was kind of cool.
The pilgrim hat was not cool.
No,
at
I
all.
liked being Squanto. I wanted to be Squanto more than the other.
That'll really help us with this segment.
Me and Milo Payne were Indians in the.
Now,
I think we were in
Milo-
the 4th or 5th grade.
Now Milo Payne, I could say I don't know how you got.
I
Cast
don't
as an
either,
Indian.
but I did.
Yeah, but that's
But we were like the 5th grade, maybe, I think.
In preschool, we would trade off, just like you guys were talking about. 1 year you got to be the Native Americans, 1 year you got to be pilgrims. And if you think I didn't feel cool in my paper bag leather vest.
Oh, yeah.
We all made those. It's a leather vest, it's a paper bag because you're so tiny you can fit in a paper bag. Yeah. Good times. Good times.
Good times. We'll be right back. I had to get one of the bigger bags. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wow.
Don't forget that.
25 points down.
And they scored 19 in the 4th.
Well, I told y'all when we were doing our picks, I said you just can't bet against Tom Brady. He's just too good, and
Which
the
is
offense
why
is too good.
Which is why, because when he came on the field, and even when the coin toss in overtime we all knew the game was over.
Yeah.
But right there, when
That's
you've got
it.
when you've got it 1st and 10 at the 22,
Is that where it is at 22?
You already look at that.
Yeah, that's the catch of the game up to that point. Edelman, of course, gets it after that. But
incredible.
But yeah, you're right, Rick. I mean, you make this catch right here, and you go, okay,
that ought to be the ball game right there.
Let's make this a 2-possession game. Let's run it 2 or 3 times. Kick a field goal.
We're talking about the catch. How about the throw right there?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
gracious.
If that thing is 1 inch shorter, it's picked.
You're right.
You know?
Well, what Ryan said is I have Julio Jones and y'all don't.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna throw it up to where he's on. If he can catch this, then he's going to. If not, it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you like to see him throw towards the sideline back when on the next, on the play, not the next one, but the one after that.
Throw it in the stand.
Even when the Patriots
field
were
goal wins the Super Bowl.
Yeah, throw the ball in the stand.
Even when they
field
were
goal wins the Super Bowl.
when they were coming back, I still didn't feel like they were grabbing huge chunks, in the passing game. It was just they just nibbled, and there they went.
Well,
again.
back to execution. Don't forget the other big play in the game was the sack that was a fumble, and that's Freeman not blocking his man on the blitz.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just a mix-up there.
Rick, he didn't the guy ran by.
Oh, hey!
Yeah.
That ain't Ryan's fault.
No, that's Freeman's fault.
I've seen better blocks in flag football,
But anyway, one of the greatest Super Bowls, if not the greatest.
And
right now.
I'm with y'all too on the kickoff hour. I would like to see that Oklahoma shootout format in pro too.
Yeah, well, like I say, 28-3, you shouldn't be in the overtime.
Right. It was super.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, the other one, Tom Brady has 15 Super Bowl TD passes. 45 quarterbacks have been drafted in the first round since Brady was drafted. They combine for 15 Super Bowl TD passes. It took 45 quarterbacks to get as many touchdown passes in Super Bowls as he has.
Well, Rick, I'm like you. I don't know what it is. I've never cared for Boston teams.
No, I hate Boston.
It probably goes back to the Celtics when we were growing up. I don't know, but just never cared for them. But I'm gonna tell you got to give them their due. And I'm a huge Joe Montana. He was the top shelf in my Hall of Fame, but I believe I'm gonna have to slide him down.
You have to.
Tom Brady has the numbers. He's done the deal, and it's amazing.
He's played in 7 Super Bowls and has won 5.
Do you remember?
7?
Yeah. Do you remember? And probably the best team they had that had the perfect season lost. Remember to the Giants. But do you remember?
He should be 6 out of 7 if they'd done what they had to do that day.
Do you remember how sad the Patriots were when the '85 Bears just disassembled them in the Super Bowls, like 55-10?
Yeah, they were terrible.
And we thought, well, the Patriots will they'll just board up the building. They'll never be back. And since then, they have been on a tear. Good night, they've been on a tear.
Pretty big moment when Drew Bledsoe got hurt for the Patriots.
Yeah. How about this too? Belichick had coached at Cleveland. You had people who had been cut playing for the Patriots that had been at Cleveland. You had a lineman that had been traded from Cleveland. I mean, what is the deal? Cleveland just can't get it right, can they? They're letting the good. Belichick's the best coach that's ever been in the NFL, and they had him, and he couldn't win at Cleveland. I mean, how odd is that?
Well, some places are just cursed. Falcons led for 41 minutes and 18 seconds. The Patriots did not lead until they won the game.
Yeah, they trailed the whole game.
MVP awards, Tom Brady now has 4, Montana 3, and then Manning, Bradshaw, and Starr all had 2.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Rick, another crazy stat is I want to say, and I'm going off, and Helmsy might jump in here, I want to say the Patriots had like 90-something plays. And I think the Falcons only had 40-something, like
at
43.
one point, when it was 28-3, the Falcons had half of the offensive plays the Patriots had, and still had a 28-3 lead.
Yeah. So it's
the Falcons' defense could not get off the field. I mean,
they
would have 3rd and 10,
ding,
and then boom.
It was just horrifying.
Yeah.
So anyway, they'll remember that. It was interesting to hear some of the other players that had played in games where they lost. I heard Jeff Saturday, the former center for the Colts. He said, we only blew a 10-point lead against the Saints. He said, I will assure you that no Falcon player will ever watch this game again. He said, I've never watched it. I act like that Super Bowl never existed, and people have it on. If it's on the NFL, I will not watch it. And he said, so they'll never watch this game again.
Yeah.
And did you see when they stacked the city of Boston against the city of Atlanta?
Yeah, total championship.
And Atlanta has 1, and that's the 1 year. And then you look at that, nobody could enjoy that because the Braves should have won about 4. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Wheel of Meat's in play this week. Hasn't happened yet. What in the world? What is that? I don't even know what that is. All right, here we go. Celebrity update. And we love everywhere we go. Bubba, caution. You know, sometimes I feel like that we're, the town criers. We're Paul Revere. Caution, Elton John is collaborating with Britney Spears on a new version. And if you've watched her social media channel, it's really going to seem like something that may make your head tilt. Britney Spears is going to get with Elton John and collaborate on a new version, wait for it, of Tiny Dancer.
Wow.
I don't know if you've seen Britney Tiny Dance on her social media platform, but it is.
It looks to me like she's always wearing tiny clothes.
Right, right. Tiny Dancer in tiny clothing. I don't know what this is going to be, and I'm not.
What, are they going to redo it or what?
I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified of this. He has a new version of Tiny Dancer that somehow includes Britney Spears. Does this concern anybody other than me? This, if there's one thing that I think Elton John needs to leave alone is Britney Spears, and the other would be the song Tiny Dancer.
Yes.
Do not take those two things. You might as well be a mad scientist inside a laboratory and everybody screaming, you don't want this.
Don't let this get out.
It's alive!
It's like the COVID virus. Don't let it out.
Don't let it out. So that's in celebrity news today. I can't imagine what that's going to be. I just didn't, it seems like, I hate to say it, a waste of time for both of them. But that is, we'll see. I'm not sure Britney's ready for a musical comeback just yet. Let's let her life settle a little bit.
Now, she got married, right?
She did.
Is she expecting again?
No. Didn't we hear that? Maybe you're right.
I think
has she been around Nick Cannon? I don't.
Hey, what is up with Nick Cannon?
Well, that's our next celebrity story. Nick Cannon welcomes child number 8
but he's got 9 on the way.
I was about to say it, 9 in the oven.
Yeah,
so.
He's spread amongst about 5-6 women.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how many mamas do we have here?
I know he had a gig on what show was that? What has somebody got talent?
America's had talent, but he's been removed, and now
did he do?
How's he gonna pay for all these?
He didn't do Masked Singer, did he?
Because they're all going to be coming looking for child support. I mean, that's
I hope
Nick's
doing well. I think he is, but
but still, you talking about you can run through that.
Oh boy,
you can run through that pretty quick.
Right.
With those kind of numbers.
Yeah. Here's a statement that really, I think probably, and I don't know who this person is that's had the latest baby. I can't even pronounce her name.
Some model.
Bree something. But anyway, this statement, and I want you to think about this, this may get this person in trouble with our modern day society.
Mm-hmm.
This is what this person said on her YouTube channel, speaking about Nick Cannon. Daddy showed up for us. I couldn't have done it without you. Well, uh-oh. Wait a minute. Well, those of us that know basic biology would say, well, you're correct about that. But
sure.
It is, are you allowed to say that anymore?
So what, from a supporting these children, I know depending on which state you're in, it probably varies a little bit. But how do they formulate all that, and how do you go up to 9? I mean, is there a point where you have more commitment than you got income? How does that work?
Well, there's something called the Nick Cannon Show. It says here. And
he's been a part of the Masked Singer, Lip Sync
So it was
Battle,
Masked Singer.
Real Husbands of Hollywood, America's Got Talent, the Nick Cannon Show,
Right.
and then some kind of Wild and Out Nick Cannon Presents.
He's
Right.
involved.
So yeah, he's got plenty going on.
Yeah, I didn't. I realize this now.
Is that one show per kid? Did
Yeah.
anybody
Yeah, maybe.
count that?
Well, he's saying, which now I remember this, that one of his children just recently passed away.
Yeah.
And he said he was hesitant to announce this pregnancy because he was still mourning the loss of one of his other kids.
Yeah, I remember that
which
story.
was with another woman, I believe. So I don't know the number. Let's see.
He's got several music hits that have been out.
Okay. So he does have. This is 8 with 9. 9's with who? Who's the 9th, John?
How many do you have with Mariah?
I think they had twins or triplets. Or something.
But I mean, he's excuse me, he's getting up in the Elon area here now. I mean, that's a lot.
Well, I
to
think
keep
it's
up
a
with.
race.
Not Elon money.
Yeah, that's
It's,
my point.
your
I
Bubba.
think he could go through this pretty quick.
The thing that concerns me about the number of children he's cranking out with various women, other than just the obvious, is the financial side. Because on the list that Helmsy just read, I think only one, maybe two of those things is still in existence for him.
I think you're right.
Yeah, most of those gigs he has lost or they're over. So Mass Singer may still have a life to it, and the Nick Cannon Show.
If you go to nickcannon.com, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, we see
from
that.
music to film and TV. But I mean, currently,
Right.
I mean, of certain types of events he's doing. He's even got a store, Rick.
Right. Well, he has to be exhausted. Where does he find the energy for work?
This Wild and Out is his latest thing he's pushing. I don't know what that is, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of swag.
He says that the decision to keep having children, wait for this now, it's part of a process to reach a specific emotional and spiritual level.
All right.
Come again with that?
Well, he keeps this up, he'll get to carry a jacket up there and let the Pope wear it. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what he means by that.
The women involved here is kind of a curiosity to me too,
It's
because
a smorgasbord.
He's I mean he's
a lot of models.
He's dating some world class models, and I think that was kind of where I was trying to get to, Greg. That
Yeah.
You know, what are they thinking? In
Well,
this?
I've noticed with various reality shows that I've scanned past, mainly the one that was one of the more perplexing, Sister Wives. I'm starting to notice with all this going on, women are much more open to bizarre things than men when it comes to arrangements. You know, it's shocking to me the things that women can be talked into.
That whole sister wife thing.
Wow.
That's a weird one.
That's wow. So there it is. Nick Cannon welcomes number 8 and number 9 on the way. But 9's with a different woman. Is that correct?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, those of you that are Blaze TV fans, and if you remember the Blaze Patriotic Sock Packs, this is the new thing now. These socks that have all the different cartoons and sayings and things. Themed socks are huge, and I've noticed this with my kids that are young adults. They love them, and they love these. So they released, if you remember, a supply. Remember when Let's Go Brandon got really big, and Blaze put out some socks that you could wear, and everybody could see your patriotism wherever you wanted. And here's the coup: they're very comfortable, they're stylish, and of course they cause a lot of laughing. But a lot of you were saying to Blaze TV, where'd the socks go? We want to bring those back. Well, the good news is the Blaze TV has listened. And backed by popular demand, a new limited edition socks just in time for the primaries and back to school shopping. There are 2 sock packages And also, if you need something to keep, during the heat, your drink cold, got some stylish drink covers too that also have a lot of these great phrases and artwork on them. So if you can't decide which sock packages to choose from, remember, this is America. You can always get both. And if you buy both sock packages, they'll throw in a free bonus set of socks and an additional set of drink covers with a discount off the full purchase. Christmas ideas, start stocking up on that. These are limited edition. Get them now at blazesocks.com before they're gone. You know what my favorite is? Have you seen the one that Scott Biden? I did that, and it shows all the different things about the gas prices. There's the one with DeSantis on it. You see that? Riding that alligator, and of course you can find those. There's a lot of great ones, and you can pick your favorite, and they're all 100% American. Don't forget that the people who are even packing and sending them to you, these are jobs in America. Now, if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you get an extra discount. Going to use the promo code BLAZESUB. BLAZESUB. That's 20% off the purchase. Now, that code's only available to Blaze TV subscribers, so you need to use the email address that you log into your account with, and you'll get a bigger discount. Now, for everyone else who needs to subscribe, but you haven't yet, use the promo code Bubba Socks to save on both your Blaze TV subscription, if you decide to subscribe, and 20% off all these limited edition socks. Time to go shopping. Get them now at blazesocks.com. That's blazesocks.com.
Yeah.
And so they've got one championship with the Braves, and that's it. And Boston's got what? I forget what the final number was.
It was like
horrifying.
30-something.
It was ridiculous.
It'll hurt your feelings.
It'll break your little heart. Especially when you don't really like them and don't like to see it.
When did
and by the way, the
current owner of the Patriots buy that?
No Kraft. When no Kraft buy it? I don't know.
Oh, no, it's been a while.
Now, is he Kraft Products? All of them?
Yeah, I believe
now,
so.
was it the Norelco guy that owned them before?
That I don't know.
Or Gillette?
Yeah, one of those guys.
Yeah. It's Gillette Stadium.
Right.
I can't remember, but he looked a lot like the Kraft guy. But the Kraft guy bought them after the '85 Super Bowl.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think it was the same owner then.
Well, speaking of Kraft,
Yeah, they changed their uniform.
I don't know if y'all heard this, but Goodell
we forget that Drew
is
Bledsoe got to a Super Bowl. Go ahead.
is handing over the trophy in the post game.
They were heating him
the big
up.
celebration, whatever. and you can't. I mean, and I'll give it to him. He just talked through the booze. But, you had to deflate Gate and his ruling on that.
Right.
So the Patriots fans just do not like him. And take a listen to the loud boos during this moment here.
What a wonderful football game tonight.
Wow.
I can't even talk.
That's what NFL football is all about.
That's where Kraft should have stood up and
Robert,
told
you
him.
know how hard these are to get. And this is your fifth under your leadership, Coach Belichick and Tom Brady. What an unbelievable achievement for your organization. Congratulations to your organization, to your fans, to your community. We're so proud of you. Take your Super Bowl trophy home to New England.
Wow, the booze. Now everybody's cheering. What about was I the one that thought the game ended weird because it's like they were going to review that touchdown?
Yeah.
And I don't know that they ever really did. But there was this uncomfortable moment where Brady's telling everybody, get back, wait a minute. But then nobody ever, in my opinion, it didn't like he ever got the official word the game was over.
Yeah, Troy Aikman on the broadcast said, boy, I hope this is a touchdown. I don't know how they're going to play.
Yeah.
There was so much graffiti on the field.
But am I the only one? I guess it could have been on me because it was getting late but I got the sense no one ever declared the game was over.
They did. The officials did. You just couldn't see them.
Okay.
I mean, they did. They did review it, and he did score.
Yeah, I knew he scored,
Yeah,
but it's
right.
almost like I kept waiting on that moment, where they would just go. I tell you, it was funny too when Belichick said he didn't call for the review on the Julio Jones catch because he said, I really thought surely this is going to be reviewed. And he goes, then I looked at the replay. I'm like, it's not even close.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got it. How did he do that? And of course,
I think Belichick was happy. I saw him smile one time.
Well, just for an instant.
Boy, he is just a funny thing. I don't know if you saw the things that go around Twitter. Of course, they've been around before, but they gave you the different facial expressions for him for every situation.
Funny.
It's the same thing.
Do we think the owner of the Falcons mojoed him?
Speedy says he always goes down in
does
the second
that.
half, but
He's
that's
very-
all I could think
he's
about.
very Jerry Jones like. He'll go down
Always?
That's what he said.
I mean, what
That's
I've
very
seen,
important.
what I've seen. Now he'll go down. He'll stand way down at the end.
Rick, it's all I could think about. When
He'll
I
go
saw
down.
him down there, I thought, this is not good. What are you doing?
Right. I did too. I thought, well, that's terrible.
Did he
mojo.
go early? I don't know the timing of when he.
To populate the world with your point of view, or I mean, doesn't this seem odd that these people would be into having all these children? Because you'd almost see them as being people that would be in that camp of, don't bring children into this world, and all this stuff. And isn't it odd? I mean, it's almost
And,
it seems.
Alec got started late. He had an
Right.
older child years ago, but these 7 that he's got, I mean, he had to be on up there. When
Are
he
we
started.
caught-
I think the oldest is like 9.
Are we caught in the middle of some war of celebrities,
children?
the celebrity children that are trying to populate the world? I mean, are we caught in the middle of all this?
Do they have a farm we don't know about
Right.
that
I
needs
don't-
workers?
I don't know what's going on. All right. So another warning that I have been talking about, and I've seen this even on social media, people going, look, Rick, thank you for being a watchman. That was literally a quote from one person. Animals are attacking human beings. I don't know how much more I have to say about this. I mean, we have more examples again today. First of all, Bubba, one of your favorites, a Pennsylvania man has died after being suffocated by a pet boa constrictor. Now, I do finally hear something here that I haven't been hearing in these snake stories, that was shot by police. Okay, now,
But he did die. I didn't know. The guy ended up dying.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want anybody to die, but
Around the neck.
when you keep a pet snake that can kill you when you sleep,
Well, you
and
kinda know
you
what you
have it in
got.
the bed with you and all that. I mean, Rick, really, I mean, what do we expect here? I hate to say that, common sense is screaming here.
Right.
That he didn't need to be in the gene pool.
Right.
Because this is, I mean, I just don't know what more you could say about these kind of things.
Yeah, they
I mean, this is not like a rhino broke in his house in the middle of the night in Indiana.
Right.
When you invite these things that can kill you into your house, and I guess they, in their mind they think, well, I take care of it so it won't kill me. Well, that's not what an animal does.
I don't think snakes are considered social animals. I don't
Yeah.
believe you
I don't
develop
get
a
it. No,
bond
they're-
between your snake. And
No, they're cursed. God took their legs away. They're Satan's little hand puppet is what they are.
Well,
so,
but again, it goes back
I
to
wish
what,
every single one of them was dead. But
when we go back to this, I don't understand. I think it goes under one of Greg's things about that. I don't know that there's any snake owner that isn't trying to be sharp. You know
That's
what I mean?
all it is.
Yeah, look,
I got a snake.
Right.
I bypassed the kitten.
yeah.
I bypassed the puppy. I'm not a huge.
I skipped the warthog.
Yeah,
You know?
Bubba, I went past the caged bird.
Yeah.
That's just not edgy enough for me. I got to have a constrictor in my house that if I leave the latch open or I mistakenly think it loves laying next to me, even though as we all heard the science behind that, it's actually sizing you up, waiting till it gets big enough to eat you.
Yeah.
But anyway, the man, 27 years old, and they did shoot the snake, and they said we don't think he would have released him, but unfortunately he had choked him so long, the body was not able to recover. So he did not make it and was pronounced dead.
That's kind of a tough way to go.
So and then we go back to this. And this one everybody's been sending me. This is where people were thanking me for being a watchman. Swimmer attacked by endangered Hawaiian monk seal mother.
I saw that story this morning. I really didn't think seals were that aggressive, but did this one have a calf? with
Yeah,
it?
I think she was
Yeah.
actually nursing.
Here we go.
Right,
again.
and the swimmer, they were warned not to get in this area because of the aggressive nature of the seals.
yeah, and there it is.
Ignored it.
Yeah, and well, this is where people don't listen, but do you realize how many?
They even had a rope perimeter set up, and they
Look,
went over that.
You deserve that. I'm sorry. I mean,
But it is kind
Gotta
of
get in the water.
It is interesting that now we have not one but two different videos in a very short period of time of seals gone bad. And I'd take a note of that. The
Well.
other one that we need to hit too.
So
and-
how this lady Is it a woman out there swimming?
I
with
don't
it?
know. Yeah, I'm gonna get out and get a close
So
look
what
at
does
the
the
mom and her
seal?
baby.
Does the seal bite you, or what do they?
They got some pretty good teeth.
They absolutely they got some great teeth.
I mean, I figured they could get some speed up and ram you and hurt you too.
they could.
If you'd have just had a ball.
How about note to self? Any wild animal with a young, with it, stay away from them.
Well,
they tend to be a little.
If she'd have just had a volleyball, she could have thrown out there to the seal, or a horn she could have held up.
Right.
Maybe she would have played it.
May have.
Animal attacks continue. Remember, I said if you watch them, they're behaving in a very military way now. Like, see, the Navy got this woman and this, but then also out of the combination of Air Force and Navy, sailfish stabbed 73-year-old woman while fishing off Florida coast. These things are coming out of the water with their sword blazing, and I saw a guy, one missed him but tried to get him on a video of the day. This woman, unfortunately, the swordfish got her. They're now coming out of the water and just impaling themselves into us. That doesn't bother anybody?
She wasn't on a boat. She was on the shore.
No,
Did you say that? She was in a boat. She was in a boat.
They're hard to say. Wow, if they're coming up on the shore, we got a problem.
I believe they hold them up to take the picture and then re-release them. And during all that, somehow it
a 100
dive at them.
A 100-pound sailfish jumped out of the water.
Oh, okay.
And stabbed the Maryland woman. To get these stories right.
I don't think they actually get them in the boat, do they?
But I mean,
the way
it leaped up out of the water and stabbed. And I saw it miss a guy the other day who was fishing.
Well, if it hits the boat, it's a 2-minute penalty. Yeah. No, wait a minute, that's something else.
Also,
that's a fish landing violation.
Yeah. So we got fish diving out of the water stabbing people.
We do.
We got seals coming onto the beach chasing people. We got them going after people in the water. Terrible story the other day too. And this is the thing you got to look. This is phrases you got to look for, especially when the mainstream media will use these kind of phrases. For no reason. Texas man arrested after 7 dogs mauled a 71-year-old man to death. God. 7 dogs just all of a sudden just attacked.
Just decided, here we go.
7 of them.
And they said there was no provoking them. The man was just walking, and 7 dogs took him out. I don't know what else to say to everybody, but if y'all don't think animals are after us and attacking and have all sorts of unusual behavior, and we're not getting this, we're not understanding. There's the guy that almost got hit. Wow. He jumped out of the boat because it came in to get him. I mean,
good night.
Yeah,
I mean that thing jumped a long way.
Oh yeah.
Bubba, it really wants to get back in that water really bad.
Well, he was in the water.
And that guy's strapped in and he can't get out of the seat.
Well, and this is what you got to watch for.
That thing jumped, Rick. It looked like it was 12 feet or more,
like a torpedo.
Well, and what you notice is the professional guy, when he realizes, because you may think, well, what's the big deal about a fish coming in? When your guy who says jumps out of the boat into the water to get out of the boat where the fish is, you need to know that fish is dangerous. When that thing hit the floor of the boat, what did he do? I'm out.
Yeah.
We got a swordfish coming in here trying to look at that. You think that thing wouldn't go right through you? That's a 73-year-old woman.
Wow. That's quite a weapon.
Would y'all like to have a sword as a nose? Picture it.
Well, no.
It'd be tough to do the show.
Yeah, the windshield when you get enough room in the car.
I can't see one positive thing coming from it.
Well, every now and then, you could just make it grow.
I think it would be a nightmare for young Scruggs,
right,
in the studio,
right.
Of me coming here banging it around on the mic every day.
Yeah.
So
that'd be tough.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't mess with you on the New York subway though.
Well, you couldn't get in.
Yeah.
I mean,
what if it shut on the door? Shut on you?
Yeah. The door keeps shutting on your nose.
Back in.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next. Whatever is on your mind. 866 We Be Big. You're making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the table. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It goes down, I don't know, but I know he's on the sideline a lot.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk halftime show. Okay, so we were talking about pregame a little bit, and Luke Bryan, carefully walked his way through the national anthem. We played it start the hour and did fine with it.
I think he did a good job.
Yeah, I mean he stayed in his pocket, which he needed to, and then we have the flip of the coin. I think when you look back at that, God love George H. Bush, and a good man, and I think maybe I don't know that we did a run through or not on how far it was from where he was to the middle of the field. That was a long trip. That was a long trip.
I wasn't sure how they get him off.
You know, and I have a lot of respect for the president. I actually saw him speak one time, and but I found myself hoping that he would, he would skydive in again. Like the video we saw last week.
By the way, somebody brought to my attention on that video and showed me a different angle of it over the weekend in Memphis, and they said that we did not talk enough about how far he was drugged.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
at least 40 yards
with his nose in the ground.
Right.
Yeah. They don't want to admit it, but I believe that it has something to do with him being in the wheelchair now. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That landing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, but
it didn't help.
But listen, did they not think that through though? You know, like Speedy said, I know people. The person who's being carried usually gets their feet down, but he can't.
No.
Did nobody think about that?
That was the biggie there.
But did nobody think about that?
Well, he sure was happy to be there last night. And, he'd been in the hospital for a while.
Bubba.
Right. It was.
How about they had both
everybody.
Both Mr. and Mrs. Bush had just been released from the hospital last week, and now they're flipping a coin.
God love them both. And
wasn't a great flip, but it was sufficient.
He did a flip at that age, and what he's been through. If he can flip it at all, it's good.
Did you see him ask for the coin early?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The
a little confusion.
But I want to say this. Back to
the referee basically did like you do us.
He did.
Here's the coin.
But here, guys, let me go back to this again. There was planning with this because we had kind of and it was emotional. It was great, but why not say midfield is the 40? Let's get the flags around the president at the. Midfield. Let's get is the 50. Let's get the president at the 40.
Yeah,
let's put the flags around him, but they still would have the same effect. No need to be in the end zone. That's 50 yards. It took a long time.
Yeah, I didn't think he was ever going to get there.
Well, and the guy in the cart who had Mrs. Bush didn't know what to do because he knew he could get there quicker.
He wanted to get gas.
But yet you don't want to be the guy pushing the former president and knock him out of the wheelchair either. That guy's he's out there on the turf. It was just that part took a little longer than we all needed it. And God love him,
But how about just at his age, being able to go out and do that? It's amazing.
I did get in trouble, talked about it in the kickoff hour. I did get in trouble by my wife.
Yeah.
And I had to tell her I'm not laughing at him.
No,
I'm laughing at the staff text messages is what I'm laughing at. And she said that didn't make it any better.
Well, things like that are very uncomfortable.
No, I got a speech from Lisa. She said, do not get on the radio tomorrow and say anything about President Bush.
God love
I had some good ones, zingers.
Well, God love my wife because she doesn't quite have the tender heart of Terry and Lisa.
Yeah.
And she just not made that way. And so but she's so innocent when she does it. She's really not trying to be mean. She's just so frank.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about my wife is just unfiltered frankness. And she just looks at me. She goes, "Have they got his mouth wired that way or something?" And I'm just like, Sherry, honey, I think we're supposed to just sit here and not say
I don't
anything.
think you wire the elderly's mouth to look that way.
She was trying to suggest they'd put a smile on his face.
I thought he was
like,
just
Sherry,
extremely happy.
I did too. I thought, well, he's fired up to be there. Glad to be out of the hospital.
Rick, your text was just
it was perfect.
Well, you notice I almost
hey, tears were shed.
Yeah. How about this? After I text that, I kind of almost wanted to do a good night because I knew I had nothing. I didn't think I'd ever.
Look, I didn't respond because there was nothing else to say. No. Look, no one could top what you text.
That was the end of it.
That's why I didn't respond back.
How about when the coin gets to rolling and it's like rolling between feet and they're all trying to hop over?
I thought it was going to roll under the golf cart.
Yeah. That would have been perfect.
What if they had to back it up because they couldn't
just a
get
lot of
it?
things.
He's left-handed, see, and it was kind of set up for a right-handed flip. I mean, I hate to say it.
Right.
It landed right in front of him. So, I mean, it did land in front of him, but then it just skirted off and started rolling.
No, only thing I would do is I wouldn't start from the end zone.
I know.
Everything else.
I think maybe that was part of it. They wanted this slow, dramatic.
So they
entrance.
could talk about it.
They got it. Look, we do a lot of events. Just did one last weekend that we ran, and we all know, admit it. There's a certain sense that we have when something is going not the way they thought it.
Yeah. Right.
In my opinion, I think everybody started thinking, okay, I didn't think it'd take this long.
Right.
Well, because
you probably didn't get them there for a run through. My gosh.
Absolutely, you didn't.
Right. Well, the golf cart's going.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show lines are available, and phone calls are now coming in. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we're going to take time to chat with you. So if you're calling or desire to call, now's the time to do it, and lines are available. And we'll get an opportunity to speak with you. The number, if you're new to the program, is 866 We Be Big, and that'll get you right here. All right, so let's get started. Let's go to Rhonda, out of the great state of Alabama. Rhonda, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. So what's on your mind? Go ahead.
Help us, Rhonda.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're good, Rhonda.
Can you guys hear me?
We certainly can.
Okay, yeah, I was just listening while I was driving of you having your stories about the animal attack. And, Rick, I know how you've always had kind of this theory that someday the robots and the machines are going to rise up against us.
Yeah, you got to watch them.
So did you see the story I think it's out of Russia, and it's a chess competition, and the robot made its move, the robot arm, and the kid reaches in to do his move, and it grabs him and breaks his finger?
Yes, we're looking at it right now, Rhonda. We haven't talked about it yet on the show, but we are aware of it, and the poor kid's crying. The robot's got a hold of him, and I think we did.
People.
Yeah, I see it. We're looking at it right now, and I'm right. I mean, look
at all the man purse dads there to help.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're
there's nothing more comforting than my dad's coming to help me with his man purse on. How about the robot? I mean, look, he goes to make his move, and that robot says, "Not so fast, my friend." See, why we're building things, and all they got to do is the robots get in charge of the animals, and they all work together. We got no chance.
Well, now we need to find out too. Was this young man that was in this tournament? Does he have Ukrainian ties?
No.
You think it was just a Putin robot going out unfairly?
He wasn't going to lose. I tell you that.
I'll tell you what.
Kid must have been pretty good, and he had to stop him.
Let me tell you what robots don't take very well.
Losing. They don't lose, right?
No.
To William,
I'm mistaking a little kid's finger for a pawn.
That's right. Yeah.
He didn't like that Bishop's opening.
No, he did not.
You think this kid's gonna play chess again? Daddy, I don't want to play anymore.
I don't want to do
That
dangerous.
robot bad. All right, so William.
It looked like that robot was playing 4 people at one time.
Yeah. I tell you what that robot did. He'll snap your finger if you move your bishop too quick.
He'll rip your lungs out, Jim.
How about with the robot and you say, "I think I've got you"? The robot says, "I disagree."
Checkmate. Nope, not quite.
Move another piece with that severed thumb.
Knight to bishop 3.
Will, you wish you knew how to play chess? Do you have a desire to know?
I don't know anything.
I have toyed with it once or twice, and I always end up going back to checkers.
Crown me.
So do you desire to know it though? You know how some things you're not willing to put the time in, but you wish you could.
Yeah, I wish I could
just
just wake up and know.
It's just a complicated, you got to know all the pieces and the strategy. It's I will say this. I think some of the chess boards are really cool.
Yeah,
how
me too.
the pieces,
Me
even
too.
the big ones.
Yeah, I love
that's
it.
all neat.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to do it.
I want to play the one where they
You're
hit the timer. Because that when we sit there and stare at it, I don't like
Yeah,
that.
we have to have a timer.
Yeah, you're smart enough to do it. I've seen idiots who know how to play it, but it's just whether you can put the time in to know it.
Yeah, because I feel more comfortable with checkers.
Yeah, you're willing to know it.
Yeah.
that's the problem.
I think it just works.
Like I desire.
What
I
about Chinese checkers? You
I
ever
never
play
played
that with a
those. I
marble?
always saw them, but I never played.
Yeah, we used to play that at home.
I wish I could speak three languages fluently.
There we are.
Yeah.
We're doing the game right there.
Yeah.
That's the fast one.
Yeah.
So you're basically just getting down to the last few pieces, so you can fight it out then, right?
I don't know.
I know
a lot
nothing
of people
about
say
chess.
that's not pure chess.
Yeah.
Well,
I know y'all are
there's-
shocked to hear I know nothing about
I
chess.
know there's strategies to use, like in football or other sports, or I just don't know all of them.
That's the thing. I know how
I know
the pieces
everything moves, yeah,
but I don't know
I don't
any.
even
Like
know
you
that.
throw out the Budapest Gambit, and I don't know what that means. You know what I mean?
Now you're getting deep.
I don't know what that means.
Now you're getting deep.
It's one of those things I'd kind of like to be good at, but not willing to put in what it takes.
Yeah, I mean,
like
if
I
you-
said, I wish I spoke 3 languages fluently, but I'm not willing to do what that would take.
Like in football, if somebody screams Philly special, I know to cover the quarterback.
Right,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
right, yeah.
I don't know the Budapest, whatever you call
Gambit.
it.
After I've disciplined myself to stop thinking about a sandwich. Let's go to William in Starkville, 96.1. William, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate that very much. What's on your mind?
This is a question for Bubba. So my mom has always been wanting me to get into Skinwalker Ranch, and I haven't had a chance to look at it. So I was just gonna ask Bubba what do I need to expect whenever I'm gonna start watching it?
Well, like anything like this, I think it ramps up. I think the end of season 2 is where it really gets good, but I think there's a lot of good stuff leading up to that shows you that they're logically going through this. They're trying, and Travis is trying to lead them down a path of scientific method in this, as opposed to just, we heard a noise, we got this, we got that. And so I like it. I think it's good. We actually have some a little update on that today from an email. Did you see that?
Like since the one you already know about?
Yeah, like this morning.
There's one beyond that one when Travis said, let's get this thing going?
Yeah, the closed loop. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I saw that, but has the loop closed?
Well, no, not yet. I just saw it today.
Yeah, and William, I would suggest one thing. I agree with Bubba on what he said, but I think you do need to watch the first 3 episodes of season 1 because that'll make you care, and then skip and go to where he is. Because you do need to care about it, and if you don't understand what's going on at the beginning, you may not care about it.
Well, I like them all, but I'm just saying I think the action will pick up and become more tangible toward the end of 2, and then 3's all good.
Nate in Florida. Nate, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to comment on the SEAL situation and how I have a theory that partial with the people, they think they know how to speak SEAL or they know how to speak snake or lion or whatever because they see it in the TVs and the movies and they're ignorant, so they think, okay, this is something we can do. And then they want to go out there and see this SEAL and the baby or whatever, thinking they speak it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, my dad used to blame. Yeah, my dad blamed Walt Disney for a lot of this because of the cartoons of the animals and giving them personalities and things like that. And no, you're right. I don't know how many more buffaloes have to attack people before people will stop trying to get their picture made with them.
Yeah.
It's almost like by golly, we're going to stand next to buffaloes, and it doesn't matter how many attacks they are. We're just going to keep on doing it. I don't know why. It should have been the end of it at attack number 1. Let's go to Clay. Clay, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was calling about the childhood plays with the paper buckskin.
Oh yeah.
Vest as an Indian. So I was cast as the lead Indian as a child in elementary school.
Squanto?
When I tell you I'm white, oh yeah. When I tell you I'm white, I'm like fresh tube socks, grown man driving a Subaru white.
Okay. That's good.
That's great.
Yeah.
It had to be offensive to cast me as an Indian even back in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah. You have
He's apologizing for it.
Right. Yeah, that was probably, you may be the only one that really did appropriate incorrectly. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More to cover on the program today. We'll get more of your phone calls before we're done today, too. So if you didn't get in there, there'll be other opportunities. Hey, check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Everything you could possibly ever want to know about the show. All the different options, how you get all the Rick and Bubba content, either live or on your time. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The pace that that President Bush is being pushed. Maybe are they saying maybe he should have been pushed faster? Maybe that was because that's what they were doing.
Let's start him at the 40. I think that solves everything. We go 10 yards, not 50.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we put him on a flatbed and drive him out there.
Or why didn't they just have him in the golf cart?
Well, because he can't get up and step out like Barbara did.
I got better. When the players are injured and they got that golf cart with the big bed in it, put him in that.
If you want to really get crazy, let's just have him out there at midfield and introduce him. He's already there.
Or we can get his son to do it, and he can get out there a little quicker. He's from Texas too. He was the president too.
Yeah, but you don't undercut your dad.
The thing I didn't understand, I understood when he did his parachute jump at 80 and all that, but I don't know why he
was
went
at
back
90.
like at 90 to do it.
Yeah.
He did one at 80, and then
what's the thing they've always done?
He'd done them every year.
Yeah, but you have to go. He's 90. Don't do that.
After
we're
that,
all with you.
If he makes it to 100, is he going to do another one?
After the last one, don't you think we have to say that's good?
Yeah. That's.
You talking about?
Or we're gonna have to go into the wind a little bit.
Well, I hate to go back to Greg's statement. At some point
they got a tailwind there on the landing.
Greg, at some point you look over and you're dancing with danger.
You are.
You've already danced with it.
You're on the edge.
That last one,
Oh, don't you know when they flipped him over and he was okay? They were like, "Whoo, we dodged one."
Not gonna do that again.
Yeah.
That's
Whoa,
what
we ain't chancing that.
As soon as I could have cleared the area and stopped the celebration, as soon as I could have said it, I would have said, "Guys, we ain't doing that again."
I think that's when that strange.
You know how you'll
look
even
on his face
rush
started.
to say that?
Yeah.
You want to go on record on it pretty quick.
Yeah. You know when grass gets in like your face mask and you having to pull the grass out. I mean that's what they were doing to his helmet when he landed.
And I think
and we all know that the key to a tandem jump, and you mentioned it, is the person that's in the tandem jump. He's got to lift or she's got to lift her legs, and he couldn't do it.
Right.
He or she, whoever's in it. And he couldn't do it, and so God bless the skydiver, the professional. He couldn't get his feet on the ground, and they just, I mean,
when he first started moving him out there, I thought, oh gosh, they're doing a run through on the halftime show. Somebody's got the wind machine on.
Yeah,
but
y'all, that's
so
like an airboat going through the Everglades,
wide open.
I mean,
so this is probably a good time.
Yeah, let's break.
Yeah. We've crossed so many lines.
We need to get back.
Two wives are mad and half the
But he pulled it off.
Yeah. He did.
He technically dropped the coin, not flipped it, but it was close enough.
But it did all it needed to be done.
Yeah, he just had to rotate once.
That's right.
Again, all I would adjust from the whole thing is I wouldn't start from the end zone. That's it.
Yeah, it took a while.
We'll be back. We were talking about really kind of unfairly when you talk about TV coverage, the fact that the artist Lady Gaga was going to be on the roof and then jump into the stadium on a cable. The way they shot it and the way they switched it on TV, it made me believe, and it sounds like everybody else, that part was pre-recorded. Also, if you're going to have drones making designs, I'd let everybody know we're going to see drones making designs, because all I thought of is this was pre-recorded. They're faking that she's jumping in, and that's animated, which is going on behind her. If I had known those were live drones and all this was really live and she really was doing this, I think I'd have been more amazed by it.
Well, I was thinking, how are they doing that? And, because it looked like she was on top of the stadium, and like you, I didn't know if it'd been pre-produced or whatever. Because you remember when Michael Jackson did his thing, he had Michael Jackson's popping up all over the stadium, remember? And then he came up on stage. But when I saw her jump, and I think that's what you're talking about, we wanted to see the wide shot when she jumped off the roof. Because it looked like she was jumping into a big barrel of foam or something when she jumped. But y'all, that's a long way from the roof down.
And Greg, you confirmed somebody was at the game that she did jump from the top.
That's what they said. The person that we know that was there and was like tweeting or Facebook, and I don't know what he was doing, but he said that she jumped.
Wow.
Well, and the other thing is,
you got to have faith in that one. That's a.
Well, cable guys got a lot of. Well, you talk about cable,
and that's not your normal setup, And how about this? You set it up real quick too. I mean, a lot of that was already done on the roof, I know, but that far as a presentation, whether you like her or not, don't care for some of her politics, that's for sure. But she put on a show last night. That was worthy of that game. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't particularly. That's not my style of music. It's not my thing. But some of the stuff she does with just the piano and stuff, she's obviously very talented. And somebody even told me she was, classically trained. But anyway, so she's talented. She's a talented person.
Oh,
there's no doubt about that.
And I knew she'd work Tony Bennett in.
Oh, sure.
They're buds. They're running buddies.
But if you look at America with the biggest event we have every year, the Super Bowl. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us for another day. We'll get to more of your phone calls before we are done today. But I do want to point you to allform.com/Bubba. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture, offering a flexible, modern design to fit any room. From armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, they have you covered all at affordable prices. So look, Allform, I love the furniture I've gotten from there. Absolutely love it. And they'll send it right to you in 3 to 4 days, all made right here in America, and you customize it to the point that it fits wherever you're going to put it perfectly. You're picking out the style of legs, and you want the fabric, and all the fabric is pet and child resistant. You can put it wherever you want to put it, and don't forget scratch resistant as well. And if you don't like it inside of 100 days, then you get a full refund, and so you got everything to gain. You got nothing to lose. Allform.com/Bubba arrives fast. Shipping's always free. And if you go to allform.com/Bubba, use that URL, we'll save you 20% off anything you buy, and they'll come with, you ready for this quality? Forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% right now. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I understand you are you stoked? It looks like there is some breaking news from Mars.
From Mars?
From Mars. You say you saw something on Mars?
No, not on Mars.
I thought you said we saw some crater.
No, that was something else.
Okay, that's not the Russian
This is
thing.
a space station.
Okay. I thought you saw some big crater on Mars.
Rick, breaking news this morning. Russia says it will withdraw from the International Space Station after 2024 to build its own space station, according to the newly appointed chief of the Russian Space Agency. He said by that time we will start putting together a Russian orbital station.
I must leave you.
This comes from a report in the Moscow Times.
I must quit you.
He said all this was finalized after a meeting with Russian President Putin.
Talk to the hand.
He called the space program the main priority. He said, of course, we will fulfill our obligation to our partners, but the decision to leave the station after 2024 has been made.
I will throw at you. Hasta la viva, baby.
I don't even know.
Now, the head of the Russian Space Agency said that he told Putin that Russian space industry is in a difficult situation, adding that it would seek to raise the bar and, first of all, to provide the Russian economy with the necessary space services, pointing to navigation, communication, and data transmission, among other things.
Build one with Ukraine. On the way out, I'm Putin. Good luck to you.
What's Arnold doing up there?
Yeah, what is he doing? He ain't supposed to be there.
Get down. They're saying the cost of a Russian space station, they're estimating, would be about $6 billion.
Hey there.
You know, they were talking about decommissioning the current space station in a few years after that, I think 2030.
You okay
and they're
with
talking
that?
about just bringing it down, and I'm like, no, don't bring it down. Boost it up into higher orbit, put supplies on it, put oxygen on it, whatever. Just, I know it's older, and I know there's a time on everything, but don't just crash it. We spent a lot of money putting it up there. You know, why?
I thought to
why
Bubba,
do
we're
that?
not bringing down. Leave it where it is.
Now, the one problem is...
Push it up higher.
The one problem is that the Russians have modules that are on the space station. Are they going to carry them home with them or leave them? You know, we kind of need to know.
Anyone have extra oxygen? Put it on there.
So I thought we should have done that with the space shuttles. Put them back up in orbit and fill them up with supplies and just have them there instead of putting them in
But
a
then you
museum.
couldn't have seen one when you were on your sharp tour.
Well, listen.
Can't we take
already,
one down?
We already had one or two. I mean, we didn't put all of them in there.
Okay, that's right. But I can have one to look at, can't I?
Yeah, sure.
I never thought we should have been flying around with the Ruskies anyway. I'm glad it's over.
I wasn't really happy with that. to
I
begin
wasn't
with.
either.
I know. I didn't trust them.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, there's only so many times you can ride around space with somebody you keep trashing.
Yeah, and you knew that something like this would eventually happen. So, and now I think some of it was trying to close the gap between the countries, but you know, it's just I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Well, you can't close the gap.
You can't basically be funding somebody's at war with somebody else and then try to be partners on another project. It's kind of weird.
We need to do our own thing.
You can't have nothing.
Well, I thought so too. I'd rather it just be us. But Rick, remember at the time we didn't have rockets to get our people up to the space station. So.
But that was before Elon. Go with him.
And we don't have the heavy lift stuff we need to continue now. At least tested. We got them built, but we haven't
Just
used
have
them.
Elon build one.
Well, he's got one.
Now
Falcon Heavy.
Quit having kids.
Now don't let that guy from Amazon build one.
Stay in it.
He's giving Joy rides.
Yeah, I don't want we don't want him to build it.
And we got the space launch.
His designs I don't like.
We got the space launch system that ought to be online here this year. So
SLS.
hopefully that'll go. But big news with the Russians pulling out.
Yeah, but we're glad. I don't think this is bad.
We're pulling out.
I think
out.
I think it could be good for us long term because we need to be in charge of that, not be dealing with that.
No, we
have to
don't
take a
need to
vote.
be beholden to the Russians.
Yeah.
Actually, we have Putin on the mic.
Yeah, I heard Putin was like, na 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 na, hey hey, hasta la vista, baby. That's ridiculous.
Build one with Ukraine. Good luck to you. But yeah, I just always thought this was a bad deal. What's next? We're gonna do the next one with China.
Well, they got pushed out of this one.
They're on the dark side of the moon.
They got their own. They're putting together.
Well, they land on the dark side of the moon.
LeBron said we should just do one with China. While talking about the plight of people all over the world.
Yeah.
In our own country. I'll tell you this one thing, LeBron. People get treated better here than they do in China.
Yeah, you know, the other thing from a technical standpoint is that the Russian module is in charge of boosting up the orbit to keep it from decaying. So we're going to have to put something like I said, are they going to take their modules and go home?
Yeah,
which
they
is
are.
part of the station.
Well, whatever. But you know how it is when you leave.
Or are they just going to leave it?
You know how it is. We don't want to end up in front of Judge Judy, but I mean, and this is our stuff. I brought it in. I'm taking it out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know when you.
It was yours to borrow, not to have. To quote Jessica White.
That's right. We brought this in here, and we'll take it out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Taking my bowling.
Look, are you bothered by this, or does this upset you?
No,
tell.
I think it's a good thing long term. Like I'm like you. I didn't want to be hooked up with the Russians anyway.
No. This, I don't want. I mean, just imagine how uncomfortable it was watching all of us trash Russia, and there you are sitting up there with a cosmonaut looking at you.
Oh, I know.
I mean, that had to be really uncomfortable.
Well, I mean,
for real.
we're helping fund the Ukrainians. I think rightly so, but still, we're propagating a war with them.
Okay.
You know,
wouldn't that be uncomfortable flying around in space with that?
Well, yeah.
The elephant in the room.
Well, it'd be like us sitting in here and one of you being at war with your neighbors and us giving the neighbor material to keep the war going. I mean, it's got to be awkward, right?
Yeah. Picture every day I'm coming to the show, and on the way in, I hear all of you on the radio talking about how bad I am.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
It's awkward
weird.
and for all mankind,
It
which
is.
Speedy and I have watched, and you won't give it anything. And I get you're all into Skinwalker, Travis Taylor, get it, got it,
Got
Ancient
it.
Aliens, got that.
Can't be on
But
two
this
shows at the
is
same time.
Exactly what you're talking about,
Yep.
and it's right up your alley. And I'm a little frustrated you hadn't jumped into
Well,
it.
it's make believe. It's not real.
And there it is.
But Skinwalker's real.
Yeah, Ancient Aliens. Well, that's a fact.
Yeah, it is right now. It is, as far as we know.
So you didn't tell me about some giant crater on Mars? Did I dream that?
No, we were just talking about it. I mean, it's not new.
Rick,
It's
I think
been
you made
there.
that up.
But I was just reading about it yesterday. How big it is.
Well, you were telling me how, and I thought, well, that'll be
Yes,
part of Space
times,
Update.
It's five.
Watch
I can't
it.
say now. 5 times deeper than the Grand Canyon and 20 times wider. I mean, you can see it on Mars.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder how it got there. I mean, did something go crash in there, or was it water, or what? I mean, that's a big old gash, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that. It's just a rock.
That's the place that Matt Damon lives.
Yeah, this is just a recent sedimentary rock formation of them on Mars that they released.
Interesting.
You see a lot of that in this
Chamber of Commerce has got a lot of work cut out.
It looks like there was water there one time.
Yeah. Did you hear me?
Boy, they do.
The Chamber of Commerce has got their work cut out for them.
It's gonna be tough to get new business, Rick.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I think I'll just die.
I think there's some 3D animations flying through that. I mean, it covers, looks like half the planet. I mean, it's a quarter of it at least. Big old gash.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show, Lord willing, continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we want to show the rest of the world at halftime the things that we can do, Because nobody puts on a show like America.
No.
I mean, nobody does.
You ain't seen that at a soccer match.
Yeah,
Heck no.
And it's also a way that we show you how much money we got too. Because it's somebody. Only in America can you say, "I'll tell you what, I need. You know what, I need. How many drones do I need? Go get them."
Yeah.
Go
get 500.
And I tell you what, I need people that can drive it and make designs. And we find them. I mean,
technically, Rick, I don't know how they did that. There's not that many operating channels those things can take commands on. So, there's a story behind all that I would love to see. Is that the people outside gathering them as they come down?
I guess so. Because now, one of the things that Adler suggested is that possibly, that maybe not each individual drone needed a driver.
No, I think it was automated.
Yeah.
Right. I think it was computer controlled to send them where they need to go. But still,
Wow.
But me saying that, think about what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're commanding.
Oh my gosh!
You've got to have 200 and some odd channels of communication, not interfering with each other to tell each drone where to go.
Look, I was impressed when I watched how Bellevue did Men of Memphis.
Yeah,
I mean, this is. I mean, can you imagine how much communication and how they put a stage together that can do what these stages do? It's one thing just to bring a bunch of platforms out there and say we got a PA.
Hey, fire galore.
Which means you got to have
Goodness
gas
gracious.
running. You got to have somebody that lights that stuff.
Yes.
You got to have somebody that puts it out. And
the
you don't
visual. I'm amazed by the visual. I mean, I'm completely amazed by it.
all those towers she's on and all that. I mean, I don't want to get on a step ladder that somebody just run out there and set up. You know, and it'd be. I just don't see how they do it.
It does say here that all the drones were operated by a single system, which we
unbelievable.
But you still have that many devices with little receivers up there and GPS units, and they're trying to get them in the right spot.
With all that being said, though, I have to go back to this, kind of like us not thinking about the end zone and 50 yards, because look, for you who do the Super Bowl to get this kind of nitpick means you're really incredible.
Yeah.
But I would have said, if we're going to take the time to put her on the roof, the biggest audience watching this is not the stadium.
Right.
We need to have a shot where you see her jump from the top and come down into the stadium.
What would have been cool?
We don't need a jump. And it looks like she went into foam, and then also we shoot her about halfway down.
If you would have had a helicopter over the hole in the roof, and you could have seen the field and see her diving down into it,
or a drone.
Yeah. Well, any of that.
Or even a GoPro on her forehead.
Those shots may be out there. We may see them today. I don't know. But they're trying to switch live TV, no telling.
Are we 100% sure she jumped from the roof?
Everybody that was there says that they saw her on the roof and she dove right in.
All right, so jumping.
That's what they say.
When she did the mic drop and jumped at the end, where did she jump
She
in?
jumped into a big barrel of foam on that. That's why it was like a...
I didn't see that.
She's also got to catch the pass.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, are we okay with the live commercial where the guy comes out with the
score?
With the score? And then everybody's talking. The Snickers commercial. That's pretty funny.
I thought it was pretty good.
I must have missed something.
Was the whole thing live? Was the whole thing live, or just the part where he runs out and gives a score? Because the rest of it, look.
Well, they put on the screen live,
right.
And then you see because it's brilliant what they do. You think they're out on location, but then as they show, they're just in a room,
right?
And they've created a Western look, like they're. It's amazing what they can create in those sound stages.
Right. And, but everything had to fall apart.
Right.
But they showed you it was live by running out and tell you what the score was.
Yeah.
I mean, what if that guy got it wrong? I mean, it's live.
I'm reading that the drones were actually pre-recorded, guys. I just read that, guys.
Okay, so they did not do that part live.
It's funny you said that because the question was
she still could have
if you were there live, did you see what we saw? So I guess
we need to talk to that guy.
Is that what they're saying, Adler?
Huh. I don't know. I just read on TechCrunch that was actually previously filmed.
Okay, but
the drone part.
Are you saying the drone's in the air or her on the roof?
I think her on the roof was real, and then they just put in the drones. But I'm trying to figure it out with you guys.
Well, I will tell you
Greg,
this.
where's your guy? Let's call him. If you were there last night, let us know.
Did you see the drone? Might not could have
There's 70,000 people that ought to let us know.
Yeah,
and that makes sense though.
If it's pre-recorded,
even if her part wasn't, which it still may have been, I don't know. I mean, they may have looked up and saw her coming down, and thought she still that first part be pre-recorded.
Because you think you would have got a wide shot of her coming all the way down if it wasn't. They may have just looked up at the stadium and assumed she had jumped because they saw her coming down.
Correct.
Well, the other part, I felt like when I saw it on TV, and I really did, and Helmsley can be my witness because I just told him because he agreed, I thought that was animated.
I did too.
I didn't think
exactly what I thought.
So it looked like it was superimposed to me that it wasn't really happening. So, was the whole thing pre-recorded where she jumped? the way they shot it would tell me yes.
Yeah.
Right. Because they didn't show her jumping all the way. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. So we talked a little bit yesterday about the weekend, but Bubba, you left a story out. I know this has been something we've talked about on the show in the past, but there's an update, and I think the innovation of this is the entrepreneurial spirit.
I love it.
That should be celebrated.
Well, Rick, we this all happened because as I got back to the dock, I was trying to, the captain's the last one off, and I have to clean everything up. And
Yeah.
I'd cut the batteries off on the back of the pontoon boat, and I came to the front, and I looked on the seat there, and I thought, man, there's something black all over this. It must be grease. And I thought, where in the world did that grease come from? And I started
man.
looking.
This is worse than popcorn grease.
Yeah, and then I found it down on the bottom of my shirt.
The bottom of your shirt.
Yeah, well, it was down below
the grease?
It was down below the roll.
I see.
So I couldn't see it.
No man's land.
Yeah,
No man's land.
Yeah, it was up under there, and I'd rubbed it on the seat.
The black
it was-
heels.
I couldn't believe how much was on there. So I started thinking, now where did I get grease at? And I thought, well, I don't think I got grease anywhere. I started looking at it, and it appeared to be chocolate. And
how'd that get there?
And then I thought, we did run down the Yellow Top ice cream boat.
Oh,
and
good old Yellow Top. There it is. Look at that.
Bring it.
Yellow Top, you'll always be
Ice cream boat to me.
Top me.
And I had
Not a lot of choices
one of the
in that picture.
delicious Oreo desserts, which is like it's like an Eskimo pie, but instead of the thin, crispy chocolate on the outside, it had like an Oreo coating.
Ooh.
And
So not an ice cream sandwich.
No, it was on a stick.
Yeah, like a.
But it was like an Eskimo pie, but it had Oreo covering instead of the dip covering. Like it'd been pushed
So
on
it
there.
kind of fall apart.
Matter of fact, they told me it was the best seller. So
Yeah.
It ain't no bomb pop.
and I don't doubt it.
No,
because it was delicious.
Well, look, they had you at hello.
But apparently some of it got away from me and got on my shirt.
So it got around the.
How did they get on you
it?
to that level?
Oh, I don't know.
And then you smeared it all over the boat.
You know how that stuff can get away from you. It's like if you get syrup on something sticky and it's just on everything.
And it was you had fallen on your actual shirt.
Yeah, it had. I guess I was eating it and it went down.
And you leaned forward
and it went off the cliff.
Yeah, it went over on the dark side of the moon. There,
right.
It got over in the Badlands.
It was out of visual contact. And I always enjoy seeing the Yellow Top ice cream boat.
I bet you do.
Yeah. You just start frantically waving.
I start honking the horn. Slow down.
When they start their day, you think we'll see Bubba?
He'll buy at least 6 of them.
Yeah. Well, we
Do you buy enough for the boat or?
Is it on Bubba?
Anytime you stop, everybody on the boat gets ice cream. Nobody passes, Rick. I mean, come on, are you kidding me?
Right.
Now,
That'd
one day we had a bunch of guys on the boat, right? And we loaded up. I mean, we loaded up big time then.
Yeah.
So,
Can I ask you a question?
One
What music were you playing that you had to turn down when you kind of drifted up next to it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
You know what you should do? Go get Ice Cream Man by Van Halen.
Yeah.
And roll that
Play
way
it
with
loud.
that play.
Ice cream.
Well, I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when the yellow boat comes by.
You know what I love though? They've got all kind of innovations up there, Rick. They've got the QR code to scan if you want to pay by Venmo or some of these other online things. So
How do you
don't
do
even
it?
have to handle the money back.
How do you do it? Straight cash on me?
I think I just gave him cash.
Straight
this
cash
time.
So what is this you have in this particular picture? You stopped the yellow boat before.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
The cone matched your shirt.
Yeah, it like a one of those drumsticks, but chocolate.
What's the cone? It's blue, or is that a
That's
napkin?
paper on
That's
it.
the paper on it. Yeah, that looked like a drumstick there.
Yeah,
Hey, ain't nothing like
with,
that old drumstick.
with chocolate ice cream as opposed to vanilla.
Yeah, I think it maybe had a swirl or it was vanilla with some chocolate and nuts.
You know
on
the only
top
thing
of
I
it.
hate about the drumstick, because once you clear the top, it's just ice cream.
I know.
Oh, I love
It's
that.
gone too quick though.
No, but then you combine it with that cone, that sugar cone.
yeah,
it's
but I want a
fantastic.
little more of the goodie down there.
No.
Come on.
It's plenty. I want this vanilla cone.
I love when I get all that ready, and then all of a sudden I'm combining that sugar cone with that vanilla. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't want just a vanilla cone.
We'll get something
I want
else.
Something that's my point.
We'll get something
don't
else.
Don't tease people and put a bunch of good stuff, and then it's gone.
That's I love being on the water, and I know a lot of people do. It's fun, and a lot of people fish and do this. But that's one of the great things about Lake Martin is we have on the water ice cream. We have an on the water float up, order food. You can get your hamburger, milkshake, all that, just like a drive-through.
Oh yeah,
nibblers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Little nibblers. That's good stuff right there. That makes my day when I'm out there.
I bet it does.
When you get on the water,
I see that yellow top, Rick, you don't think I don't lay down on that?
Let me tell you
I'm
something.
gone.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
What is your
docking two boats out in the middle of the water is, can be difficult too when you got a lot of folks going by. I was holding on for dear life this weekend.
Yeah, but
is
it tough to pass the ice cream across when if the boats are rocking and all that?
Well, whoever's holding, somebody else has to get their ice cream and handle the money.
Right.
So.
You let Dooley hold it?
Well, not this weekend. He went on board.
You know what? I'm starting to see Dooley in the hall a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm closing in on Dooley a little bit.
Are you?
Yeah. Getting to know Dooley. I had a little conversation yesterday.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled a good one.
He's very very understanding guy.
Well, no, if you're going,
he's the nicest German I've ever met.
Yeah, you don't see that a lot.
No, you don't.
Yeah, and but he, he's a very. I think he has the right personality for you. To be a friend of Bubba, you've got to be able to handle situations and
like what?
Well, you've got something stuck somewhere and need help, or you've run out of fuel, or boat's floated off, or a snake is somewhere.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have that. You're gonna have that.
Right, you're gonna have those kind of.
But it's right. Good to be a friend on the other side too. You get a lot of.
It's give and take, no doubt, no question. You're good to your friends.
Yeah.
As long as they work for you.
Right. That's a give and take. Well, I like for everybody to have a good time.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And
I'm all about that.
And it's their job to keep all this maintained to help you.
Yeah, and I tell you, I look at that ice cream boat as a ministry. It's a blessing to me when I see it.
Ministry, that's right.
I mean, my heart I give thanks.
Right. Yeah.
I picture Bubba diving in, swimming to it.
Right.
Sure. You're taking it this far.
Your heart's in kind of a dilemma there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Celebrating in one valve and closing up in the other.
But I appreciate them doing that. His grandson of the Meek started that, and he's done a good job with it.
Well, he'll inherit the earth.
Yep. But look how it's back to the old ice cream truck. You remember when you saw it? It just made you hungry.
That was one of the things the other day.
It makes you hungry.
I love the little menu on the window.
Oh yeah, it's just a joyful situation. And I will say this: because I didn't see it till I was off the air. When the guy the other day emailed, or woman, I can't remember if it was a man or a woman, that emailed us and said if NASCAR goes to electric cars, that they should make the sound coming by as a bunch of ice cream trucks. I thought, man, because it does just make you happy.
It does.
Does this play any music or something? The Yellow Boat?
I've heard them play it at times, but not all the time.
Yeah, well, because it seems like it ought to be just
right.
Do you ever go back and order again after floating around a little bit?
I've wanted to, but if Betty's on board, I don't get to.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
But then she might have been just hanging there, and then all of a sudden she starts descending.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to bet that's what happened.
And there's our frustration with why didn't they show the whole thing?
Right.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you why. Because you didn't jump from the roof.
That's right.
Because I don't know that you could. That's incredibly high.
Yeah.
Could you really jump from the roof on cables? I mean,
it seems like
you
it would have been
jump off and fall 6 foot. Right. You know what I'm saying? Then,
but it seems like it would have been a more violent stop.
Yeah.
You'd have some swinging because when she's coming down,
pre-recorded, and they probably started dropping her from the.
But let's say the halftime performance, as far as how it was pulled off, was incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless of what your type of music is, and what you think about her, and
pull all that off.
There's video from inside the stadium of the jump. That's what I'm saying. We'll be able to find it today.
All right, we'll come back and take your phone calls next. It is America's premier event, the Super Bowl, and it don't get any bigger than that.
866 We Be Big, first ever overtime victory in a Super Bowl. Tom Brady solidifies himself as of today as the greatest NFL quarterback to ever play. And your phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. John in Missouri will get us started. John, thank you for your patience. Welcome to the program, man. Go right ahead.
Hey, before my comment, I got to know, did you fall in love with the pyramid?
The pyramid.
In Memphis.
Oh, I'll give my Memphis update. I never made it to the pyramid.
Man.
But I did make it to one of the barbecue restaurants, and boy, what I went through over that, I'll tell you about that coming up. But it was a great trip. But I did not get to the pyramid just because I ran out of time.
All right, but did anybody catch the interview with Chris Wallace with Bob Kraft yesterday? He had sat down and talked to him about his relationship with Donald Trump and a trip that he had made to Russia a while back. And I'd never heard this before, but he said, I heard a rumor about Vladimir Putin stealing your Super Bowl ring. He said, yeah, it's true. He said he admired it, wanted to see it, and he put it on and walked away with it back.
I remember that story.
Yeah, we did a story.
He said, well, what are you planning on doing about it? He said, well, I'm thinking about if we win this Super Bowl, getting one made up for him, put his name on it, and when Donald Trump goes to Russia, to send that with him and try to get my other one back.
You know what? I remember that story. We did that. You're right, John.
Weird one.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
It's old Russian custom. I don't know if you knew that.
By the way, other
Your ring is my ring.
And we'll get into that too on the show. Did anybody watch the O'Reilly interview with Trump at halftime? I didn't.
I tell you what they did. It was they kind of confused us a little bit on how they were going to do it. That was actually in pregame. They played it back in pregame.
Okay.
And the rest of that interview is going to play tonight and Tuesday night on the O'Reilly.
See, I thought it was O'Reilly was sounding like it was going to be at halftime.
Right. Yeah, it was actually in pregame.
Okay. Well, good. Did anybody see that?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that too. 866 We Be Big. Dustin, I-65. He's rolling. Dustin, go ahead. What's up?
Hey guys, Green Acres. Actually, I'm on my way to work, so I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, that counts.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I haven't seen anybody blow a lead that big since Clinton's 2016 campaign.
That's good. That is good.
That's funny.
Yeah, and we all knew that it was out there, that if anybody could come back, and it just kind of happened. I mean, it got legs of its own. And Greg and I were talking too. Even when it was tied, I thought, well, here's where the Falcons are going to write this. They're going to win the toss, and they're going to go down. And boy, they were done, wasn't they? They were done.
When Tom Brady got the ball and he needed to drive and score and do a 2-point conversion, when Atlanta did not put the game away with 1st and 10 at the Patriots 22, I said this game is over. I mean, everybody knew Brady was going to go down the field and score, and I think so did Atlanta. They knew it too. And once it got to overtime, I said it's over. I mean, this thing is over. We continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Troy. Freddie is standing by. Freddie, go ahead. How about it, buddy?
Yes, I just wanted to make a statement of, I think it was the last song that Lady Gaga sung, and I was waiting, like everybody else, for the statement to be made that she wanted to do. And that song with the words pertaining to having a million reasons to leave, just give me one good reason to stay. I kept listening. I'm kind of wondering, is this what she's supposed to be making a statement about? And then when she walked off stage, coming through the crowd, that people are supposed to think fans, which are not, and she hugs a Hispanic girl before she goes by and just gives her a good hug, like whatever. I mean, I wondered if that was supposed to be a statement or something.
Well, I think
she bailed out of any political statement, so to speak.
Yeah, I think the only thing you heard,
she hugged a Latin person.
I don't think that was. I think she just did a good halftime show, and her statement was at the very beginning, which was shocking to me, when she said that we're one nation under God. Now, I tell Bubba, I look at Lady Gaga as female Prince.
Yeah,
she's Prince, female version, which means I'm going to give you a little bit of Lord and a little bit of God, and I'm going to weave it through songs about all sorts of things that are in conflict with that Lord and that God. But I'm going to mix it all together, and I'm going to give you a little hodgepodge, and you're going to come away going, what is she saying? And then she's going to claim, I guess you got my statement.
Yeah.
You know, that's how that's how those kind of artists mess with.
Or you know what statement she made? I can be an absolute entertainer and not worry about this political side that everybody's wanting me to do.
Right. And I thought that at the beginning that was a positive statement about the country. And
Well, it was several.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Greg, NASCAR, I didn't realize this. Pocono, Joe Gibbs Racing finished 1 and 2, but not so fast.
Not so fast, my friend.
Wait a minute.
Friend.
Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch have both been disqualified, and Joe Gibbs Racing says they will not file an appeal.
Now, they didn't meet post-race inspection. Is that
right?
correct?
Correct.
Yep.
One piece of tape in the wrong place or something.
No, really?
That tells you how much just a little bitty adjustment here or there.
They both ran up front, but they said it was ill-gotten gains.
Now, how can one piece of tape in the wheel well make that big a difference?
You never know.
I've seen them take
the air
those.
moves around it.
I've seen them take those. I don't know what you call it, like a shell, like a pattern, and they would lay over the card.
The template.
Yeah, the template to be sure it's just exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, they put that template on.
That's wild. I mean,
you're talking about just a smidge off, and evidently, because they're not appealing it or anything.
No.
So evidently, it gives you an advantage.
Said it gave them some aerodynamic advantage.
Says it was a strip of tape installed under the car's sponsor wrap at the lower corner of the front fascia ahead of the wheels.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
Just a little.
That's incredible, isn't it?
In fact, somebody would realize, hey, we get some advantage right here.
Yep.
Figured it out. Pretty smart.
Yep. It is against NASCAR rules, and as you said, they're apologizing for the mistake. NASCAR says you violated the rule, and it looks like that Joe Gibbs Racing is saying, yes, we did.
That's rare. You get a lot of fines, but for them to strip a win is rare.
Yeah.
And what's so weird though is they had gone through the celebration and everything.
That does make it weird.
Yeah, they didn't give the trophy. And
right.
Victory
smiling.
Lane. Victory Lane going nuts.
So where's Chase? I got to get Chase Elliott the trophy.
Yeah.
So is that what you did? Who finished third?
Yeah.
So what do you do if you're Chase Elliott's team?
You collect a big check and move on.
Yeah. Do you does somebody come running in the garage spraying champagne?
And y'all
everywhere?
reenact it.
Yeah, I'd get it out and celebrate it.
Back at home base, you're like, hey, what is this about? We just won Pocono. What?
We did.
We did. Really? Yeah. Didn't find out till midweek, but we won it. So, so the check goes over there now.
Yeah. How about that?
Who's in trouble? Do you think it was? Was it
done?
Who made the call?
Was it intentional or was it accidental?
There's two cars from the same team. They both had it. So
It looks like somebody was going around taping, wasn't it?
yeah.
Somebody? Do you think they weren't laughing before they got busted? Told y'all. And they're both running up front saying,
Somebody said, "Hey, watch this."
Well, we thought you were an idiot, but my goodness, we stand corrected.
You were right.
Do you think there was ever, and this didn't happen, but this is the way I think too, is there ever a point during the race where they were going, hey, did we leave that tape on there?
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
We were trying that tape. I forgot to take that.
Did we forget to take that off?
Y'all think they'll
Put
catch
it on there for qualifying?
Then there's the older guy that walked in. I'm telling you guys, they gonna see it. You're right. That guy. They gonna find it.
I listen to the Dale Jr. download sometimes. Of course
you do. Of course you do.
His thing is he gets guys that are retired and he goes, all right, statute of limitations are over. Tell us which. And some of the tricks they come up with are ingenious. I mean, those people are really smart when it comes. He goes, we're not cheating. We're just trying to get right up to the edge and get everything we can.
To your point,
and every now and then
Rick,
we go too far.
The story says, and I don't know if this is accurate, but it says that Denny Hamlin was the first to be disqualified since 1960.
Wow.
Actually taking a win away.
Wow. Been a minute. Like I say, I've seen him give out fines before.
Some pretty good tape.
Was Pocono even around at that time?
Probably not. I don't know.
Just Pocono didn't fire me up.
I told them.
I don't know.
It's not
It's
for
a
me
long
either.
stretch.
One
It's
of
pretty
the
fun to watch.
One of our racing gurus. I want to understand how this
Three
tape
different corners.
made that much difference.
I know. I'm gonna tell you.
That's amazing.
Looking for to gain a little extra.
Boy, it's just they're just so fine tuned.
I know.
The aerodynamics and everything.
But a piece of tape. I mean, we're not talking about 2 degrees on a spoiler. We're talking about a piece of tape.
Well, I'm telling you, there's a lot to it.
Rick, you remember when Sterling Marlin was dominating on the big tracks in the number 4 Kodak?
I forgot about that, but yes.
They talked to that guy the other day. It was something about the way they were intake. They were doing something.
Well, he's
because everybody thought it.
He doctored his engine racing with us, didn't
he? He did.
But to your
in the
point,
lawnmower races.
That's right.
To your point, I don't
and done it deliberate.
I don't think they win this race or finish first and second because of the tape. But it's one of those things that it's not in the rules, and they didn't abide by them. And so, how much can you get away with? And they tried it, and it didn't work. And
no, I understand you got rules, and they got caught, and that's it. And they're not even. I mean, they're not even. Appealing it. So,
I would like,
but
to
I
know,
just like to know how that makes.
how
a difference.
it works. What was the reason?
Well, let's say this: it must matter.
Something to do with the
because
arrow.
it's against the rules.
Sure, it is. It's too much.
I know people that put tape, like lead tape, and certain things on different golf clubs and tennis rackets and all this for
but it's not
it makes
illegal.
a big difference.
It's
right,
not
it's not.
illegal.
And it makes a big difference.
The balance and everything of it. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you put tennis balls in the head of an aluminum bat, it makes a huge difference.
I've seen that too. I saw that firsthand in a test hitting one time. The guy's hitting basic fly balls to the outfield and 3 tennis balls in it, and they're going over the fence. I don't know how it makes that big a difference, but it does.
All right. So, do y'all feel like, and I think we landed, they're trying to get an advantage. Is there any scenario where it was just an honest mistake? Just a piece of tape.
I might think that if it wasn't both cars, same owner.
And
it sounds like
and the
that was
tape's
something
in
they
the
were
same
doing.
place.
Yeah,
Right.
it sounded like something they were doing,
Yeah.
Or maybe
What have
not.
they said?
Maybe not.
What have they said about it?
Well, when it
They
first
just said
came
that
out,
they weren't appealing,
Joe
so they
Gibbs,
must
when
have
it first came out, said, "Hey, we're going to investigate this, whatever." Then the story today is, "Hey, we found out why," and then they were like, "Okay."
Yeah, we're not
How about
going,
Joe
we're not
Gibbs?
appealing it.
He wins at everything, doesn't
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. His grandson's driving now, and he's pretty good.
Yeah, he had to drive. Who was it? Was it Kurt?
He had to fill in for Kurt Busch because he crashed.
Had to borrow a suit and shoes from somebody.
But he
else.
drives full time in the lower level.
All right, so it says that it was about the size of a smartphone, Bub, in the surface area. Thickness of a typical driver's license.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I mean, if you
thought
put
that
it
thing-
over a spoiler, I mean, not a spoiler,
This
but
is essentially
an
what you had
intake
on
or
there.
something, you
Right
could
there.
see. Wow.
There it is. That's what they had on there.
And it made that big a difference.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
By the way, I got my check. in my back,
I'd like
in
to
case
hear
y'all
from a
wonder.
crew chief guy or somebody that knows
The new
that.
All right, so you get a wallet, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I need to.
So you did get
Go to Amazon right
You
now.
got the check card in the mail, though. You never found the other one.
Correct. That's the new one.
Did-
And
is there
it's
a
not
site-
in a wallet. Y'all notice.
Yeah.
I'm going to go resolve that right now. I'm gonna order one off.
Have
Amazon.
you?
What
have you?
kind do you have?
Do you want to know what happened to your check card, though? Wouldn't you love to know?
Oh yeah, I'm still bothered by it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's over, but you'd still
I
like
think,
to know.
I think it's somewhere out in the parking lot at the Hoover Met.
Okay.
Or in a drain somewhere because it's rained or all that. But I think that's where I think.
Do you use the Apple tags at all?
Oh yeah.
Well, they make a wallet that tag will fit in, and I got one. I just haven't changed over to it yet, but I think I'm going to do that.
I like the tag.
Pretty cool. It's a leather. It's a nice looking
Yeah,
wallet.
I think that's what I'm going to go with. A little phone wallet that has all that on it.
Okay. I'm still got one. My parents gave me a wallet that is designed to go in the front pocket, and it's the way it's shaped.
Yeah.
It fits right into the front of the pocket like that.
Yeah.
And because
I do with a regular wallet. It sticks out a little bit.
yeah, but these are designed where it won't do that little thing.
Right.
Because look, if you travel anywhere other than maybe your neighborhood, we can't wear them in the back anymore.
No,
the
no.
pickpockets, they love that.
Yeah.
How about that
I mean,
wallet, Greg, that you and I got
That's what
at
I got
the Regents Tradition
Yeah,
that
it was a
year?
long time ago.
That was 15 years ago, and I used it up until about 2 years ago. I gave it to Braden. He
The
now
Nike
uses it.
wallet.
It's no duct tape wallet, but
Rick,
No.
that duct tape one you had
Oh, it's
the
fantastic.
record. You kept that thing for how
I
many
loved
years?
it. Well, until Sherry got tired of looking at it. It never wore out.
Well, every time it got thin, you just put another piece of tape on.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Speaking of tape,
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. 15 minutes past, 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back. We'll continue more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There are good.
kind of unifying type things, and that seemed to be the theme, and I'm glad they, kind of went with that as opposed to the other.
I think it really kind of landed where it should have. If you were a fan of hers and what she does, you were thrilled.
Yeah.
If you weren't a fan, you weren't bothered.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just kind of landed in kind of a.
You were like, that was entertaining.
Wow, that was something. Well, what about that?
I don't know.
Because she made enough positive comments that it didn't bother you.
Right.
And she didn't really make any negative ones that would have.
She said hey to her mom and dad. I thought, well, that was sweet.
Right.
And then I thought, okay, here it comes. Like, here we go.
Right.
And it never happened.
We continue.
I would have loved to have been in the meetings when they were deciding what they're going to do. And she says, I want to be on the roof, and I'm going to jump into the...
Adam in Birmingham, 104.7.
I'm going to hug a Mexican.
WZZK. Go ahead. Go ahead, Adam. How about it?
Yeah, so I wasn't there, but was watching it on TV. And if you notice, the cables that are hanging from her waist, I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, but the cables don't have a lot of give in them like a rope. And I feel like if she'd have jumped with that kind of slack, it certainly would have hurt being attached at the waist, right?
Yeah, I think as we're looking at it, I think that first part was pre-recorded, which is fine. It was still a good illusion. Just like I said, when all the different Michael Jacksons jumped up at the stadium, we knew all those people weren't Michael Jackson, but it was still a cool visual effect.
Sure.
And we're looking at a video right now that Adler's putting on RBTV, and I think it really shows you. They used the big screen to the crowd to make it look like she's jumping in, but she's already standing here, and then they light her as she's already coming down, like you said, caller, with not the force of what it would have been to have jumped off that roof and have those cables around.
Y'all, it's called a show.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
But still, what they
it's
did.
amazing.
Oh, it was
it's
great.
amazing.
It was a really good idea. Yeah.
She could have just walked out on stage, and it still would have been one of the best, I think, for his presentation.
Yeah. Kind of a bizarre move she had on the cables first coming down, like a spider trying to get off or something. Jason, I'm with you. This commercial, I don't know. Maybe it was just so long I couldn't stay with it. But, Jason, go ahead.
Well, if you notice the 84 lumber commercial, it appears to me to be a woman south of the border with her daughter making a trip, a long trip, and it appears that they are making that trip coming into America as illegal aliens. And if you notice at the very end, you see a coyote up on the ridge. And my understanding is the coyote is symbol for the people who bring the illegal aliens across the border.
Right.
Now, if that is true, if that's what that commercial represents, I got news for 84 Lumber. They will never get a dime of my money again. I will boycott them till the day I die.
Well, did anybody go to the website and see? I'm sure that's what they were trying to tease. I don't know what the second part.
And why
of
was
it
she picking up pieces of plastic?
I think
Did
she
y'all
made.
see that?
I think she probably made a flag with it.
That's what I think. I think that's what she was doing, making a flag.
Yeah, because I noticed one of them was blue, one of them was red, so I kind of thought, well, she's piecing together a flag.
This is where my inability to pay attention for a long time got away from me.
And see, that's going to represent all the pieces that make America, is what I was thinking.
Thank you.
You're probably
That's
right.
it.
See, I couldn't stay with
They're
that.
not a piece of America. I'm sorry. They are criminals. As soon as they walk across that border, they are criminals. And we have prisons and courthouses. We have laws set up to deal with criminals, and we do not bring criminals honor in this country.
Yeah, well, we agree with you too. And the thing is, when they show these things, they show you some mother and some little girl, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's not the people we got a problem with. It is the people who are the folks who are criminals, and they're bringing other things in, and so you got to have a process. But they always do it.
Yeah,
that
show
way.
us the guys with the big sacks of drugs that are
Yeah,
sneaking
yeah.
in.
Show us the guys who are going to commit crime when they get here. Show us the drug dealers, and then show all the little teenage kids we had to bury because of them bringing that drugs in. Now that's the true picture.
Yeah, show me the family.
We saw the Walt Disney thing in the commercial, but did anybody go to their website to see the end of it?
I'm watching it now.
Show me Kate, who we're trying to get Kate's law for that was shot and killed for no apparent reason by an illegal. At the end of the day, I go back to the statement. This is my new statement. It is not unreasonable, evil, or sinful for any country to say we're going to control our borders and we're going to have legal immigration and we're going to vet the people that come in here to be sure we vet out anyone who would mean harm to the innocent people who are just living in this country. That's not unreasonable. That's not sinful, and it's not evil.
Oh wow!
So
I'm staring at a wall right now. By the way,
and I will have to say, if you're 84 Lumber,
I didn't know they were still around.
I'm not sure you calculated your core audience very well.
Well, that doesn't
And you just heard
seem-
from one of them. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Wheel of Meat still in play this week. Hasn't spun yet. Be checking it out. Could happen at any time. Fired up about going to Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church, Man Church, coming up December the 6th. Guys, make plans to be with us. Then on to LaGrange, Georgia on the 21st of August. Man Church there, First Baptist Church on the square. They're starting the strategy, so excited about that. Check those at rickandbubba.com and under upcoming events to get all the details. All right, so I don't even want to do these COVID updates anymore, but it's just... But it's worth the mentioning. First, we'll start off. I thought he was retiring. Please, Dr. Fauci, retire. Oh, you want me to retire? It's anecdotal. It's just going to be a tired, broken record. You know, it's one thing if I kept bringing up something and reminding people that this thing I brought up had a huge impact and made a huge difference, so don't forget it. But it almost feels maniacal to keep bringing up things that haven't really shown to stop this thing. It just continues to roll on, so it's almost like being told, let's continue to do things that haven't really solved our problem. But anyway...
like beating your head on the wall?
Yeah, like beating your head on the wall. So Fauci is about to say, now we are starting to see the bad side effects of us, for some reason, masking children and putting them in schools 8 to 9 hours a day, and if you have after-school care, that can roll on to who knows how long. Who would have ever thought that kids wearing masks during the times that they actually wore them correctly, that this might have an adverse effect on them that might even be more severe than if they had caught COVID and just worked through it?
Well, you remember President Trump at the time brought this up, and he talked about the increases in suicide rates and a lot of diseases that have to do with respiratory systems, and they just kind of laughed it off like it wasn't real. And we knew that anybody with common sense knew that was going to be a problem for long term.
Well, you're going to hear a couple of things today that when Trump said them, they were bad, but now that the Biden administration is saying them, they're genius. So know that that's coming. First, let's start with the broken record Fauci. He's ready to put kids back in masks again. Here we go.
You are in a zone or a county, a state, or a city that has a very high level of dynamic of viral circulation. The CDC would recommend strongly that you wear a mask in a congregate indoor setting, and that would include schools, places of work, anything that brings people together in a closed environment. That is good public health practice.
How many are we putting kids back in masks at school? Is it just in time for school to get back in session?
Yeah.
Is that
And he
what we're
says
gonna
this,
do?
and he says this is good policy, but haven't we seen that?
Yeah.
It's flawed policy, especially the adverse and
they act like that doesn't even exist.
Right.
It's like playing the same team again late in the season and running the same defense that they killed you against. Why in the world would we?
Let me tell you what
run the same defense back out there.
The mask thing has turned out. This is that thing when you go ahead and get it anyway, and you have either mild or even some difficult symptoms, and then you get to the other side of it, and you're okay. Like for children, I mean, the percentage of it being deadly is minuscule. Okay, minuscule, and for everybody else, it's low. And you're saying to me, this is just one of those things. I'm telling you, when you come to someone and say, this is how it works, just hear me out on this. This is after observing this for 3 years now, okay? And that is, hey, people are still getting the virus, Rick, and then I'm able to say, well, I've told everybody to wear a mask, but some people just won't. So now it's my never-ending excuse on why it's still alive. If everybody would do what I tell them to do, even though I know that's impossible, this wouldn't happen. You really? Yeah. But the reason why it's still happening is because people won't do what I tell them to do.
Yeah.
And so that becomes the never-ending. And then when you're somebody who you pretend like you care, you put a mask, you have a mask. See, look at me, I care more than you do. Now, none of it makes any scientific sense, but it's all just some sort of placebo thing that we're all doing it. The number of people that I see wearing masks correctly, even if you believe they work if worn correctly,
it's very
is
low.
so low, you might as well not even have it. Based on what we know about the virus, but yet I have it around my neck as a chin strap, so I care more than you do. Okay, so you almost put a mask on. I just chose not to at all. That's really what you're telling me. Now we get to 2. Listen to this. He's saying if they'd known that the COVID could be transmitted by people without symptoms, we would have it'd been even more stringent. So here he goes.
We know now, 2.5 years later, that anywhere from 50 to 60% of the transmission occur from someone without symptoms, either someone who never will get symptoms or someone who is in the pre-symptomatic stage. Had we known that then, the insidious nature of spread in the community would have been much more of an alarm, and there would have been much, much more stringent restrictions in the sense of very, very heavy encouraging people to wear masks, physical distancing, or what have you.
It would have been even more.
How could it have been even more?
Right.
Everywhere I go, everything I did, it was stay away, mask up, hand sanitizer. How could it have been more?
Yeah, unless you lock yourself away.
Unless you're forcing people to stay in their home.
And you do it like China. You weld their door shut and tell them they can't come out. I don't know how we could have been any more socially distanced and protected than we were.
By the way,
it's just crazy. By the way, just in time for monkeypox.
Right. Don't forget to, of course, monkeypox. It's just anyway. All right.
The fear that they were trying to instill in everyone around you. He acts as if we weren't afraid of everybody around us. They were trying to make us afraid of everybody around us.
Remember the Karens?
He's basically saying, I wish you were more afraid of the people around you that didn't even have symptoms.
Right.
I wish that was the case.
And don't miss that point. Now, Adler, don't miss that. I just admitted to you that we're terrorizing everybody and trying to shut the whole world down over something that has a survival rate of 99%, and 50 and 60% of you won't even get symptoms. Wow, I don't know how we'll get through that.
You know what was always, I thought, strange with the whole thing?
Over half of you won't even know you even had it.
Do you remember each variant that came out? They told us that it was more contagious than the one before.
Every one of them, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the initial was bad. I don't know. What was the other variants we had before we got to Omicron? We had 2 or 3
Was
through
there
there.
Was beta around?
Delta, all that. We got to Omicron, and it was more contagious. And then every one of the BAs that came off it are more contagious. I don't know how anything could be more contagious, Rick, than one person sneeze and the entire planet have it in 10 minutes. Well, I mean, it's basically been to that level now. They just can't scare us anymore with it.
Well, you know why I say that, don't you? You hear that the variants are getting less and less severe and the symptoms less and less severe, and so you go, okay, yeah, but it's more contagious than you've ever even imagined. Okay, but you just said something is contagious that probably won't make me very sick.
Right.
Haven't I lived with that as long as the earth has been falling?
I think we all have to deal with some kind of cold or sickness every few
Anybody
years
ever been
anyway.
sick before? I mean, sickness has been around a long, long time. But this is, and now it's one of those things too, where you know how you first jump into water and it freaks you out because it's really, really cold, and then you get acclimated to it and you go, oh, this isn't so cold.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of know what life with COVID is like.
But what about monkeypox?
Monkeypox.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That doesn't seem to go with what they do. I'm just, that whole thing was strange to me.
Did you hear the caller saying, I'm the voice of the people that need this product?
I know. That's why it didn't make sense.
I don't think you did that very well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Super Bowl Monday. That little weird feeling that football is over for a lot of us. It's a tough feeling. 84 Lumber on that commercial we just talked about. And again, I think they may have done themselves a disservice by not being clear that this was their intention. But to answer the question of the caller that was very upset about it, and others are as well, according to an emailer, that 84 Lumber's Twitter feed is saying this was a symbolic journey to legal immigration, that you would become a legal American by going through the proper door in the wall. That's what they're saying.
I didn't see any paperwork.
No. So anyway, again, back to my point. If that was your intention, you got to make that clear. Because
You know what? They did
the calls we're getting, the conversations in here. That's not how everybody took it.
It was a big production, and I think
Cody didn't help.
I think it felt a little short.
Unattended door didn't help.
No. Yeah, it just fell a little short in being clear what the message was.
Right.
But
because they get to the wall and they're upset and look, see, they're crying. She's holding her.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden she realizes, wait.
And why did they go through all those bad places just to get to the wall to begin with? I mean, why didn't you just ride through there? Ride up to the wall, then
I don't think they.
I don't think they
have
the
a
means
car
to do that.
Yeah. Do you think they're saying we were coming in illegal, but now we see there is a legal way to get in?
They did not make that.
We must use the
Rick,
proper
she
door.
has not filled out any paperwork. I don't see it in her hand.
Right, and that door seems pretty easy to open, by the way.
It is.
But anyway, 84 Lumber, according to emailers, are trying to clarify it. But see.
That thing's 40 foot tall to open like a cabinet door.
If I'm in a board meeting, you know what I say in the board meeting? Let me tell you what we can't have is people not understand our message.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, let's be sure. Sometimes you can be so creative that no one knows what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean? So it's okay sometimes just to be intentional.
What is
everything doesn't have to be so mystical.
Don't make us have to think too much.
Yeah.
Melissa McCartney's commercial was pretty funny too. I thought
she's funny.
Speaking of commercials,
funny.
I do
she's
want
a little yuck, but she's funny. Yeah.
I do
She's
want
lost a little weight. She's funnier for fatter.
Well,
okay.
Much like this show, I think she's still got it covered.
She does,
no
but you
question.
know, she don't need to lose too much, or she won't be funny.
Right. Greg, again, they're skinny, and then there's just less fat.
But you do. If you've seen those people that've lost a lot, and
Yeah.
what's the kid that? Of course, I think he gained it back. Yeah, the Jonah Hill guy. He's not near as funny skinny.
No. Well, that was.
Everybody knew exactly who you're talking
I've lost some weight.
Back on, though,
I've lost some weight, but I'm just less fat. I have not approached lean yet. 1-800-Flowers.com. Speaking of commercials, guys, listen up. Valentine's Day. Here we go.
Here it comes.
Here we go. 1-800-Flowers.com. Look, a lot of options when it comes to buying flowers for Valentine's season, but there's only one Rose Authority, and that's our friends at 1-800-Flowers. Now, we keep coming back to them. It never fails. Whoever receives these will be wowed by the elegant, stunning bouquets. And now they have the best deals on Valentine's Days, the essentials that you need. They got all the deals there right now. You can go and order 24 multicolor roses right now at 1-800-Flowers.com. Get the multicolored if you want. That's $29.99. Or you can upgrade to 24 red roses by adding only $10 more. Now, these breathtaking roses from 1-800-Flowers.com are picked at their peak. They ship them overnight, and that way they come fresh, and your loved one will absolutely get the wow factor. And if they don't, then 1-800-Flowers always makes good. If you're not completely satisfied, man, their customer service is really, really good. So this offer I just gave you is going to expire tomorrow night, midnight. Tuesday at midnight, this will be over. So go to 1-800-Flowers.com and go ahead and get this done. Now, when you get a chance to enter the promo code, enter that promo code BUBBA. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Don't forget to click on that radio icon, enter BUBBA. Don't wait to wow. Go ahead and order it now. Pick the day you want it delivered and be done with it. All right, so let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. John's in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I used to think that the stupidest rule in sports was Major League Baseball's deal on the winner of the All-Star game got the seventh game. That never felt right to me, and they've changed that. I now feel like the NFL's overtime rule is maybe the stupidest rule in sports. It's just not very equitable. You know, if you score a touchdown, the other team doesn't get a chance. If you kick a field goal, they do. I'm not in love with college football's deal, but it seems a lot more fair than NFL. What do you guys think?
Well, in this particular case, I think that is a discussion we should have for the overall sport. But if you're a Falcon fan, not this year. You were up 28-3, and overtime is not the overtime rule is not the reason you're not the Super Bowl champion. It is.
No, I know that.
Yeah,
I just still think it's
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. As we move it forward, mypillow.com/Bubba. Mike Lindell and the gang are with us. And you know what? Why not spend your hard-earned money with a company that shares your values? I mean, Mike Lindell and his company, they make stands that a lot of this audience agree with, and they do great products at great prices. It's a win-win. Back to comfort for you and those you love. The MyPillow sheet sale that's going on right now. They're available in a variety of colors and all the sizes, and you can get them during their super sale. Queen size that's regularly priced $89.98 now is only $39.98. There's $50 off at mypillow.com/Bubba. Prices like this, you can go ahead and start stacking up some Christmas gifts as well. Believe it or not, it will be here before you know it. So mypillow.com/Bubba, the place to be right now, making your life and the ones you love more comfortable, including the biggest bed sheet sale ever. And it's going on right now. So stock up on these great sheets by going to rickandbubba.com. You'll find the link right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, some more health news today. Watching the quality of life go up for those who struggle with diabetes. I mean, man, you talk about we're making some ground for those who this is part of their daily life.
Yeah, they said they're estimating 400 million diabetics worldwide could this could be a life-changing situation for them. A new smart necklace that is capable of measuring several chemicals and concentrations in the wearer's sweat could change lives for diabetics by eliminating the need for the finger-pricking blood test. The device features a clasp and pendant with a biochemical sensor on the back, and when placed around the neck, it captures glucose and serotonin levels. During human trials, engineers from Ohio State University showed the smart necklace was able to measure the concentration of sodium, potassium, and hydrogen ions from the subject's sweat, and had a 98.9% accuracy. The team says they also see biosensors being added to personal belongings, such as rings, earrings, and even implanted under the skin to let users know about changes in their health. So if you could put a necklace on and do away with finger pricks, that would be huge, I think.
A lot of that's just come a long way.
Yeah,
I mean,
it really is.
Think about how it was at one time.
And the necklace, it's not like it's a big bulky thing. I mean, it looks fairly compact and would look like something somebody would be wearing anyway. So.
Yeah. So we also continue with the president who, has COVID, and they continue to try to update us. But people are starting to be weirded out a little bit. And we got a group of a couple videos with 3A, B, and C. Is that we'll start out. Here's one of these things I told you going into the last update, that we remember when the Trump administration said this same thing, and everybody went nuts saying that somehow he was trying to downplay that this was the end of time. But now, since the Biden administration's in power and we still keep having these rises and falls and variants, we're going to I don't understand the role of Dr. Is it Ashish Ha, or however you say his name? He's the COVID coordinator, but he's not the doctor for the president, correct?
Right.
So now
what's a COVID coordinator?
He coordinates COVID.
That's what Dr. Burks were.
Okay. Well, we knew you know.
Well,
all right. So
hey, excuse me.
Misses the scarf.
Right.
Easy, buddy.
So here he is now. Listen to what he's saying about when you say, well, you got a rise in cases. He says something that is common sense, and I agree with him. But when it was said by Trump, it was he didn't care.
Right.
All right. So here we go.
But I do expect, by the way, that as all these national labs now come online, as they have over the last week, would not be surprised if we see an increase in cases as testing becomes more robust. That's a very normal part of any outbreak response, is that as testing ramps up, you tend to see an increase in cases because people can identify.
Now, that's what they were so critical of Trump.
They hated him for that.
When Trump said that we're seeing the increases because we're testing so much more, people lost their mind in the media and said, well, yeah, how can you say that?
Right.
I mean, you're trying to hide the truth.
You're trying to act like you said no big deal.
And there it is. The same thing from the Biden administration.
All right. So the new thing is they want someone. They want to hear from the actual doctor that is caring from Biden.
Yeah. Right.
They don't want to hear from a coordinator. So here comes people beginning to ask, why are we only hearing from you and not Dr. O'Connor? So here we go.
To follow up on Dr. O'Connor not being here, is this a situation where Dr. O'Connor does not want to come and talk about the president's health, or where the president doesn't want Dr. O'Connor talking about his health?
I will tell you, I have spoken both to the president and to Dr. O'Connor on an ongoing basis, and neither of them has expressed a preference on either. Dr. O'Connor has not at any point said he doesn't want to come. The president has not at any point said he does not want Dr. O'Connor to come. So I would say neither of those is correct.
So now he's going to.
How come he didn't come then?
Yeah. Well, now we're going to be followed up now with why is he not coming? So now we'll get that question.
That's been asked, and we'll have to raise it again. Is why the president's personal physician is not here. Are you familiar with a reason that the president decided not to send his physician here to answer our questions the way that his predecessors have decided to send their physicians here?
He means Trump.
KJP, I don't know if you want to start it. I'm happy to give my thoughts, or you want me to just give mine?
Why don't you start and I'll come in.
Yeah, so, look, you've heard every day and from the president's physician through his detailed accounting of his assessment, his plan. I have been speaking to both his personal physician, I speak to him every single day at length, with the president on an ongoing basis. And the bottom line is the president has had, thankfully, because he is double vaccinated, double boosted, he's had a relatively mild upper respiratory infection. And in that context, we have provided, I think, an extraordinary amount of transparency about his care, when he got tested positive, how he's done each day, the evolving nature of his symptoms. Is his runny nose a little worse, a little bit better? Like, we've been very, very open and transparent with all of that data.
See what he's
Why won't his
doing there, that's what I
doctor
was trying
come?
to tell you.
Yeah.
Why won't his doctor come?
Vaccinated.
Yeah.
Why won't his doctor come?
right. I'll tell you why. Can I tell you why O'Connor does not want to come out? Because they're going to start asking him all a bunch of other questions too.
That's exactly.
Yeah. So let's talk about his cognitive skills. All right. Well, got to go. His runny nose.
Have you seen a decline?
He cleaned his
since he got
plate and he's
COVID?
got a runny nose.
Yeah.
But notice how they
he's being
throw in.
isolated.
Well, because he's double vaxxed and double boosted, that's why it's mild. But how do you explain all these other people that have mild symptoms who don't even have the first vaccine? I don't know how to break it to the whole world. There are people that have never taken one vaccine that also have mild symptoms and do just fine. Our hands are up.
There was one right here.
That'd be me. That'd be Helms. That'd be Bubba. Bubba's had two of the different ones. So does it help? Maybe. But, some people seem to do fine with it. Some people seem to do fine without it.
And I got vaccinated and had a mild case, and I would have had a mild case either way. I hate to be that guy, but
I don't know that.
Sure.
I did have a mild case.
Sure.
Yeah, you can't.
I mean,
you
I
can't
felt
go
bad
back
for about today. I'm not like I didn't feel bad.
sure.
You can't go back and do it the other way, with or without it. I mean, there's no way to double blind test it hindsight. So you
don't know.
Who knows? But it is funny to me though, and I hope the president. I disagree with him on a lot of things, almost everything, but I hope it gets better.
Of course.
But it's just funny to me now getting to needle them the way that they did the Trump administration, and them respond basically in the same way, and it be okay now, but it wasn't okay, in the previous administration.
No, it's a different thing.
the reason I got the vaccine, by the way, and we showed all the clips of this yesterday on the show, is because we had all of the leaders saying you wouldn't get the virus if you got vaccinated, and I wanted to see my grandfather. We had a family trip coming up. He had never met Ruby because we had been on lockdown for a year and a half. And guess what? We all got together, and it was great, and it was awesome, but that could have happened without me getting the vaccine. Didn't know that at the time, but whatever.
Well, how could you know? Yeah, I remember thinking the same thing. Okay, well, if this is going to solve it, then we all need to consider that. But it didn't solve it.
That's the only reason I got it.
And it hasn't solved it. But the good news is the survival rate of it, vaccinated or not, is very, very high. And unfortunately, we have had friends and loved ones that for them it was a death sentence. But it's not a lot of people, and many things are a death sentence for people.
And those people were very, very sick, from what I understand, already.
Yeah. Are they immune compromised because of cancer treatments and things like that?
Or some people just these things hit harder than others.
Especially that first round.
But it never has been a disease that's out to get the healthy. And I will tell you, at our house, our whole concentration, our whole game plan, and hopefully that there won't be any problems, and there haven't been so far. Is our game plan has been we focus on staying healthy, and we focus on our immune system performing at peak performance.
Right.
And to me, I think that is the smarter play.
And we didn't hear that throughout the lockdowns. It was just stay home and be scared. We didn't hear anything about like, hey, maybe drink water and exercise, because that will really help you.
Right. And the things we learn, like zinc and the D3 and the vitamin C, making those part of your daily routine to help your immune system. We learned a lot.
Yeah. It's not like we don't know anything about it anymore.
Right.
Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba.
A very good system.
No, I agree. Now, as far as we want to just have a discussion about the system in general, I would agree with you 100%.
Let me ask you this. I know the NFL's version is a modified sudden death. The one that the high schools and college play, what is the technical name of that format? Is it an Oklahoma shootout? I've heard it referred to that.
I don't know. But I agree with you, John. I don't like the way they do it. But isn't it interesting? This tells you how good these players are. Is we're saying it's unfair for you to get the ball at the 20 or the 15-yard line and have to go 85 yards to 80 yards against the world's greatest defensive players, and we think when you flip the coin and get the ball, the game's over.
Yeah.
I thought when they came up with it, if you kick a field goal, the other team gets a shot.
Yeah,
I liked them when they added that.
Yeah, that made it better.
Yeah.
But you hate to just see one team go and just drive it down, game over. I think the college one is exciting because you get two big points of excitement. You get the first team scoring, and then you get the second team trying to score and being stopped or getting.
No, I totally agree with it as far as the sport. But the Falcons lost.
Yeah, had nothing to do with
They
should have won that 20 points
run.
ago.
I mean, they're up 25 points with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Guys,
do you remember?
That's unacceptable. And then you get it 1st and 10 at the Patriots 22, and you can't get a field goal out of that. To end the game, by the way.
The high school overtime when we were coming up, it was on the 10, so it's 1st and goal for everybody.
Right.
There was no first downs. There was no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This year, when my son and them went into, I don't know if it's the Georgia thing. They put it on the 15. We put it on the 10, and then college always put theirs on the 25.
Right.
When they because you remember for years college didn't have overtime.
For
most of our life.
NFL either.
Yeah.
That was horrifying.
And in the regular season, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they've changed this yet. In the regular season in NFL, you can still have a tie.
Yeah, if after that one period,
if the time runs out,
if
nobody scores,
right.
that bothers me too. But it happened. It happened recently.
Tom and Jasper sure did. Tom, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the 84 lumber commercial. I mean, it did its job. Everybody's talking about 84 lumber, and that is what it was supposed to do.
But,
I'll be honest,
are people going to buy boards there? I mean, you heard one lady call this morning. She was mad about it. I mean, there's confusion. I mean, you look at it one way, it looks like they're welcoming in people illegally. One way you look at it, it looks like they're welcoming legal immigration. One way you look at it, I don't know.
When you have a guy call this morning, they'll say, and if it's what I think it is, I'll never buy another piece of lumber there again.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm not sure that's the talking you want.
Especially if he's like a builder.
Right.
Somebody that buys a lot of lumber.
Yeah. We continue.
Now, if he's not, probably not going to hurt him a lot. I don't know how much lumber regular people buy.
Yeah.
I don't buy a lot.
No, but this guy sounds like he might need to go to get lumber because he seemed pretty mad about it.
Yeah.
Jenny and
you're right. He felt like he'd make a difference.
Jenny, go ahead. How you doing? Jenny?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. It's Jeannie.
Jeannie.
So,
Jeannie.
We heard you pick up. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Okay, well,
little Jeannie. All right, go ahead.
For the Volvo commercial, my husband and I were watching it, and I was just really disappointed. I'm a huge fan of Volvo and their safety. Why in the world would they project something so derogatory about women and girls, and that you're going to have to fight and you're going to be underpaid no matter how good you are. I mean, what's your take on that,
Oh,
guys?
it's ridiculous. I didn't see it. I didn't see that one.
Them and Audi did
Okay.
made a
Well, let's see.
statement.
Can we see it, Speedy?
why
I'll refresh
couldn't
our
they-
memory.
I mean, they
Oh,
act
there's
like
the talking
Why couldn't they
yearbook.
come on a take as if they wanted to use women and girls? Why couldn't they just make Volvo protects you like mom protects her children? I mean, they're about quality and safety.
It's back to this thing, kind of like the march we had the other week. Is anybody against women and men making the same money for the same job? Anybody? Yeah, they act like there's this big move to stop. I mean, if that's the case where you're at it, I mean, you need to fix it. I don't think there's one person that is out here going, no, I'm sorry, we're going to pay women less.
Yeah, if it's going on, it seems, and I hate to say it, and this is a general statement. I'm sure there are exceptions. It seems like the only organizations that pay women less than men for doing the same thing
Hollywood
are liberal organizations in
Yeah.
Hollywood. I mean, it seems like
Yeah, I don't know anybody that doesn't think it ought to be equal pay.
If it's the same
for the equal job.
And let's say it's not the same. If somebody announced it, we're doing away with that, it's always going to be the same. I don't see one person go, no, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
Well, then keep in mind, this could be the mistake that we made a long time ago, giving women the right to vote. Now, how did we ever lose that vote? I mean, because the vote to do that, we were the only ones voting.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I think I know.
Yeah, I do too.
I think the vote took place in the winter.
But that commercial they're talking about, and it shows they're like in them soapbox cars racing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And they're going something about your
Audi.
grandmother
That's Audi.
It was
Any topic is yours. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. And we look forward to chatting with you as we wrap up this hour. Lots of topics have been on the table, but you're perfectly okay to bring up your own topic. 30-second buzzer. We'll go here. If you want to get in, you need to start moving right now. Also, no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. All of those will bring the instant buzzer. Guy just emailed us, won't give his name. I deliver medical supplies for a living. Just walked up to a medical office where there's now a sign in the front that says mask required, $2 charge if you don't have one on. So now we're fining people for not having one, and you have to give $2 if you don't. Anyway, let's. I guess if you pay $2, you can still come on in. Let's go to David. I mean, what a racket! David in Prattville, I-92 WLWI. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Great show as always. When y'all were playing the Pope thing with him dancing, I was trying to get in frantically. I was wanting to know if y'all could play down the music to the music he's dancing to, and play the Lana Braves fight song to make it look like he's trying to bless the Braves for the rest of the season.
that would be funny.
Or a nice round of YMCA.
Dallas, Birmingham.
Thank you, Speedy.
Do you think he would do his hands and do the signs and everything? To Dallas in Birmingham, Alabama, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Dallas, go ahead.
Hey guys, so I've been catching up on the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, and I'm on season 3 now. I was just curious, who do y'all find the most annoying on that show? Because Dragon comes off as pretty annoying.
Definitely Dragon.
Yeah, I think with the viewers, if you read some of the online articles about it, he is probably the least favorite because he's like Debbie Downer on everything.
He is. I mean, he's the guy that I think if you're at the hunting camp and you go, Dragon's not coming, is he? And somebody says, yeah, I think he's coming. And about the time his truck pulls up, everybody's sitting in there go, bip. Don't you think?
Yeah, bip.
Bippity bip. Lines are available if you want to get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dale and Maylene. Dale, go ahead.
Okay, Rick, it's going to be hard to get this in 30 seconds, but it's a must. I'm at a ballpark watching the game. Just quickly go through it. There's a kid that gets injured. I say 30 seconds into it, his mom runs out on the field. About 2 minutes after that, the uncle and the aunt come on the field as well. The gentleman that's sitting behind me tells his friend, thank the Lord Rick Burgess is not here to see this. And everybody finds that so humorous that listens to it. So anyway, have a great day, guys.
You got it in, man, right at 30 seconds on the nose.
Man, that was good.
Yeah, that's just part of the new culture. Look, if your kid, they don't think he's going to make it or she's going to make it, sure. But if it's just an injury, there was a time you didn't run on the field. I mean, especially people doing this at the high school level and college level and things like that. I mean, it's they'll let you know if it's something.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't do that.
Right.
And but I mean, it's you have to understand though. I'm too far in the other direction where I was raised by a man that didn't like coming on the field for cramps, and didn't allow his team to have cramps. So he could not believe.
That's still one of my favorites.
Look, my dad to this day, he could not believe there was a stoppage in play over cramps. He could not believe it. He was like, "Get yourself off the field if you cannot continue." But if you did what you were told to do, you wouldn't have cramps right now. Now, I'm not sure he was right about that. I think some people have chemical makeup where they're prone to cramps. But he believed that was a sign that you weren't doing what you were supposed to do. But no matter how you got them, you do not stop play for cramps. And I will say, I can't explain it, but I played on many teams that he coached, 3 of them, and I've seen his other teams he had after that. His teams didn't have cramps. If they did, you sure never knew about it.
But let me ask you this. If you're on defense and you're playing a hurry-up, no-huddle offense, was sometimes cramps desired?
Yeah, see, I didn't play in that era.
We didn't have that era.
Yeah, I didn't play in that era. But I played where everybody huddled up and came back to the line.
Yeah.
But I will say this. He would convince you, though, which was great, by the way, that the team you were playing, them laying all over the field, grabbing their toes, showed how weak they were.
Right.
And that you got them right where you want them. And you don't see us laying around grabbing at our toes. And then you thought, well, they are weak. and then you would overwhelm them. Let's go to Joe.
But, if you don't have somebody helping you, the best way to, especially like a calf cramp, is to stand up. That's the only way you can get rid of it.
Yeah. Joe and Coleman, go ahead. I never had them because I've
done that.
Yeah, I've noticed that over the past several months, only Democrats have tested positive, famous Democrats tested positive for COVID.
Well, I'm sure there's exceptions to that, but you're right. I haven't seen. It does seem that way. That is weird. I hadn't thought about that. Let's go to Scott in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, I was just you guys talking about high school or football players laying on the field, stuff like that. I had a coach. He was a little short guy. I don't know, maybe had a little bit of short man syndrome, about 5'3", but he was a great football coach, and he wouldn't let us lay on the field if you were hurt. If you were hurt, you better find a way off the field because it's a sign of weakness. I had a friend of mine got hurt in practice, got hit in the groin, and he's laying around out there on the field, and the coach just screams at him, says, "You better get off the field or I'm going to come out there."
Yeah. No, we had the same thing. You didn't lay on the field. If you were on the field, it was something that was very serious, and probably we're talking paralysis. I mean,
your leg needs to be hurt.
Yeah.
So you can't run.
Well, even when I had the bad foot injury, I still got off the field because that's what we were trained to do if you could do it. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Bobby in Homewood. Bobby, go ahead. 30 seconds. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, good morning, guys. Coach told us, hey, if I come on the field, you better be dead. I don't want to have to come out there and just pick you up if you're still breathing.
Yeah, no, we all came from a serious, and I will admit, because I've become a crotchety old man now, I admit you'll see the most drama you've ever seen. I'll think the kid is really hurt, and I'll start being, showing compassion. And then all of a sudden, you look around about 5 plays later, and he's back in there playing like nothing's wrong.
That drives me nuts.
What was all the drama about?
Oh, man.
We thought you would never play another down. We thought your career was over. And 5 plays later, you're back in the game. Did you just need to rest? I mean, it's a different time. Some things are good that we've progressed. Others, I think we've digressed. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.